Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space. Just trying to figure it all out. Got a hell of a lot to talk about here tonight, Space Fams, so I guess we better get right to it. As always, do not forget to buckle up those seatbelts. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep dark void of space, never to be seen again. All right. Sunday, fun day.
I thought this was America. Huh? This is America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
A lot to talk about tonight, but first some shout-outs. Mowing up Young Chris and HBX123 in the YouTube chat. Arvin Trevino, Closeworth, Jetmend, also here. Rizla, Morbius, Hermit Horologist, Ebony 888, Skinny Stock, Omega Star, Green New Deal, and the Jesus Runs over on Twitch. Well, as I mentioned, a lot to talk about tonight. Sunday fun day, so we're going to do as much value-aiding things as we possibly can, while also still managing to talk about the news. Will we achieve that goal? Yet to be seen. Got the midterms to talk about. The 250th anniversary of the United States, which is coming up fairly soon. And the preparations for those celebrations. What else we got? The robots are here. I don't know if you've heard. So many good things in here. As well as the media narrative war, Hasan derangement syndrome, and the ridiculous fighting over the Iran war. Who started it? Is it good? Is it bad? These are questions we should have already answered at this point. Spoiler alert, it's bad. But even with America doing all the worst things right now abroad and at home, we are supposed to be celebrating that 250th anniversary. To get us started off, Tennessee's News Channel 5.
All aboard! That's what I love it. That's right. Let's go to Cheekwood because they're getting ready to open its largest and most elaborate model train exhibition, and it's happening this weekend.
And it's called America the Beautiful, and it features national parks and landmarks to celebrate America's 250th anniversary.
And Eric Pointer is live there this morning, giving us a sneak peek before it opens. Okay, Eric, have you seen some of the trains? Tell us what else is on display.
Oh, man, I've seen so many trains and so many of the little landmarks, which I'm really excited about. There's the Alamo, and as a Texas native, I was really excited to see that. But there's also some Tennessee ones that are really cool. So a lot to take in. Here to tell us more, we have Emily Luxon. So Emily, walk us through just the ones that we're standing by right now and how they represent our state of Tennessee.
Yeah, so we're in kind of the Tennessee section here. We've got 5 landmarks from Tennessee. Graceland kind of around the corner. Then we've got the Ryman Auditorium. And then we actually had 3 that were specially made for this exhibition that are all from East Tennessee. John Oliver Cabin, Little Greenbrier School, and Cable Mills. So we've kind of grouped all those together. But again, the landmarks are from all across the country. So you really can see places, you know, travel the country without having to leave home.
What a great way to celebrate 250th anniversary. I love that. And so you also were telling me earlier that these landmarks, they're made from recycled goods.
Yeah, when you look at the amount of detail in these models, it's incredible. And it's even more unbelievable when you know that they're made out of like branches, pine cones, acorns, all plant material that's being reused. The company that creates these, Applied Imagination, takes about 200 to 400 hours to create each one of these models. So the amount of detail and just the time and effort they put into this is really cool. And then when you see it all come together, it's great.
Yeah.
Well, there you go. national parks and landmarks by rail. In Tennessee, you can witness the glory of America. And made from recycled goods. So, win-win-win when you really think about it. Is this breaking news? All right, you know what? You're offending me and America right now.
America, huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
You know, Brasmo, I don't appreciate that. Okay, this is breaking. Okay, breaking. America is turning 250. PBS NewsHour up next.
This summer, many of the celebrations for America's 250th birthday will be grand in scope. An IndyCar race around Washington, D.C., a Great American State Fair, and a mixed martial arts fight on the South Lawn of the White House. But in communities across the country, smaller celebrations are also taking place, hoping to use some of the year's patriotic energy to engage their neighbors and transcend political divisions that can overshadow so much of civic life today. Judy Woodruff reports as part of her series, America at a Crossroads.
On a picture-perfect spring.
Yes, can't we all just transcend the political division of whether or not you support or are against fascism? Can't we just transcend that little tiny detail?
I thought this was America, huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Morning, a group of British soldiers are preparing for battle. Nearby, a camp of patriots is doing the same. Before starting a mile-long march to meet their enemy. But instead of a trek through lightly settled wilderness, these soldiers are navigating a modern-day New Jersey town, including traffic, narrow sidewalks, and a march past a marijuana dispensary. Waiting for the two sides to clash is a small crowd, here to witness a reenactment of the Battle of Bound Brook. Colonial soldiers trade fire with the Redcoats, near the spot where 249 years earlier, about 500 patriots were attacked by nearly 4,000 British Crown troops. Like that day in April of 1777, the Americans put up a spirited fight, only to eventually retreat from the British. The local connection and spectacle was infectious.
We've been to a lot of these, and this was definitely the noisiest of them all.
The Chen family came dressed in their own period costumes.
For all of us, being able to appreciate beyond just the pages of a book what our history is as a nation, and to see it come to life like this has really helped our own patriotism and our own appreciation of our nation.
David Valla lives in Bound Brook with his family.
To have this kind of history in our city, in our town, something to be really proud of. I know the outcome already, unfortunately. I know it's an L for the Patriots, but, you know, just so hot right now.
I love how this guy showed up in a wig to spectate. How everybody, like, it's not just him, actually, this family, like, all these people. It's like you're almost reenacting, you know, even if you're technically not involved. It makes you, like, quasi-involved in the reenactment.
Already, unfortunately. I know it's an L for the Patriots, but, you know, just excited to be a part of it.
Rob Schulte and his son Jack came to portray loyalist militia.
Usually we are our Patriot Continental Line, but today we're filling in and helping out the Brits, and I guess for the day it's God Save the King.
This reenactment is an annual
yes,
event.
for the day it's God Save the King.
Illegal.
Boo. Boo.
approaches its 250th anniversary, Schulte says celebrations like this have taken on greater importance.
There's a lot of division in our country, but if there's one thing that we all have in common that we can all agree upon, it is the ideals of our founding, our ideas of liberty and equality, and the fact that we fought together as a nation through all of our differences to achieve that. I think there's no better reminder than the 250th anniversary of that for all Americans.
I thought coming into this that it would be a moment where people would just for a minute put aside whatever their issues were with the other side of the political aisle. It has not been that at all.
Theodore Johnson is a columnist at the Washington Post and a
Shock of shocks. A Washington Post columnist wants everyone to just be a little more centrist. Yeah, can everybody just get along? Can we stop arguing about whether, it's a threat to democracy right now? Can't we just all celebrate? Can we just all celebrate America? God. Why?
commander in the U.S. Navy. He's also a senior advisor at New America, a center-left think tank in Washington, where he leads the Us at 250 initiative.
We wanted this to be a moment that Americans could take intense pride in the progress of the country. We also wanted it to be a moment where
the progress in the country, dude, yo. That is rich to talk about the progress in the country right now, while the Republicans literally dismantle all of that progress. Voting Rights Act just literally got dismantled a couple of days ago. And we're talking about progress? Okay. Although I think this piece might have technically come out a day before it. But even before that happened, how you could be, touting the progress of America while we literally regress back into the 19th century, I do not know. It's beyond me.
Has gotten and is still getting wrong.
Given the national mood, Us at 250 is supporting local efforts around the themes of pride, reckoning, and aspiration. A pivot after realizing that the 2024 election made a more national effort feel too tied up with politics and the polarization that comes with it.
The national celebration has its place, but instead of having a trickle-down patriotism from the sort of national celebration, this is a grassroots kind of patriotism, I think, that will bubble up, hopefully, and change the course of the country. My view of it is the best future of the country is in our communities and not here in D.C.
Okay, this looks like some America. Some American celebrations I get behind.
On the southwest side of Denver, we attended one of the more eccentric examples of a grassroots civic effort. Lucha Libre wrestlers were only part of the draw for the Tax Day Carnival.
Maybe you're proud to pay. Maybe you're like, what in the world is going on? What's this money? What's happening? Either way, it's a carnival.
Adrian Molina was an inaugural fellow with New America's Us at 250 initiative, and he's one of the forces behind the group memorably named Warm Cookies of the Revolution.
We are a civic health club, and for us, it's all about bringing people together, people who may not normally come together at the same place at the same time, and our vehicles for doing that are arts, culture, and fun.
Leading with fun meant face painting, circus performers, and free food. And carnival games that incorporate ideas around how society pays for what it needs.
I thought that we would be handing over our W-2s to somebody as we stood in line, and maybe we would get a lemonade.
Amanda Donnelly brought her granddaughter. It's the first Warm Cookies event she's attended.
Understanding that we can come together and even if we have differences, enjoy each other's company and be together in community is really important. And I think that's what America was founded on, right?
Yeah. Well, there you go. People celebrating together their community and their civic engagement makes America what it is. Speaking of civic engagement, of course, a couple of days ago, May Day protest. Protests happened across the planet, including in New York. Figured we'd watch a quick little bit of the live stream from Status Coup.
So we will not be silent. Tell me about what brought you out here today and describe this vibe, seeing all these people out here.
Well, I'm a Local 79 journeyman, and I came out here because of solidarity and brotherhood, and unionized work is the best work. It has good health benefits, livable wages, and it's just suitable for New Yorkers doing that the cost of living is going up.
And you know, right now, workers are under historic attack. You have AI replacing jobs, Trump giving tax cuts to the rich. They're trying to cut health care. Can you kind of talk about right now, what are working people and union workers up against?
We're up against a lot. We're up against non-union, and we're just up against fighting for our work. We need our work so that we can have livable wages for our families.
Yes, indeed, the workers are up against a lot. But most especially, the will of the billionaire class. Yes, indeed. And, of course, the country is currently run by billionaires. Most billionaires in any cabinet in history under Donald Trump, including him, of course. As Donald Trump was a billionaire before he came to office the second time and has enriched himself in ways other founding fathers have not. And or presidents. I guess he's really not a founding father. I'm just thinking founding fathers because we're talking America's 200.
All of the presidents, including successful business owners over here, 100 years versus less than a 1-year period of wealth accumulation for one president.
The New York Times had a piece entitled "Firm Building Trump's Ballroom Got a Secret No-Bid Contract for a Nearby Job." And I think this is indicative of the way that Donald Trump has been robbing this country blind. In this instance,
illegal.
Yeah, this is it. Trump says that they're not spending any money on the ballroom. It's really cheap. I got a good deal.
Do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this
To build his
juncture.
mammoth White House ballroom, President Trump last summer chose Maryland-based Clark Construction. Since then, Mr. Trump has repeatedly sung the company's praises, even saying he wanted it to refurbish projects all over Washington. In January, government documents show the Trump administration secretly gave the company a no-bid contract to do another job at a sharply inflated price. The National Park Service wanted to repair 2 ornamental fountains in Lafayette Park across from Pennsylvania Avenue from the White House. The Biden administration in 2022, so granted, this is, 2022, that was almost 4 years ago, had estimated the work would cost $3.3 million. But Mr. Trump's government agreed to pay Clark $11.9 million to do it, and later added tasks that increased the contract to $17.4 million. The agency did so without considering offers from other firms, citing a rarely used urgency to get the fountains repaired. The point is this is the way you can manipulate government contracts. You can overpay in some areas to underpay in others. And theoretically, in this instance, Trump's just doing it to get his pet project, the ballroom, done. But if Trump has the ability to overpay for a fountain repair by a factor of 7, let's say, right? I mean, 3 million to almost 18 million, maybe a factor of 6. Then he also has the ability to sort of say, like, we're going to overpay that no bid contract by a factor of 5 or 6 or 10 for something else that company is doing for me, not so much within the business. Or
immediately, if not
you know,
sooner.
we've all heard about like the cryptocurrency that people have. We know there has been multiple reports of people buying pardons.
Zuckerberg.
Play that clip with the cups, just to give you a sense of what is going on. This is clip number. Which one is it?
Oh, 15?
Yes, 15.
Yeah.
This is a guy named Sully Dog on TikTok. I don't know who he is, but we've seen many reports to this effect.
Sully.
This give you a good visualization. This is what he did.
Every cup that you're looking at is $10 million. And this small stack over here to start with, this is a representation of a full century of U.S. presidents' personal wealth growth while they were in office. We're talking Coolidge, Eisenhower, Kennedy, Reagan, Bush, Biden, all of them except one. 4 cups, roughly $40 million in total, and that's what all the modern presidents combined gained while serving over an entire century. Total, not per president. Now shift your eyes to this monstrosity. 1 year, 1 president, same cups, same scale. 1 century versus 1 year. Not opinion, it's visual math, and your eyes are doing it in real time. So take a good look. All of the presidents, including successful business owners, over here, 100 years versus less than a 1 year period of wealth accumulation for 1 president.
This is ridiculous.
Donating a salary is just a headline. It doesn't offset the billions quietly being accumulated elsewhere. If you're telling yourself it's because he's a good businessman, then ask one question. If nearly 50 years in business didn't produce anything close to this, but 1 year in public office did, that's not skill, that's corruption. Nothing you can say can explain this. And if you're at
I mean, this guy has been one of the most corrupt presidents. Well, not one of the guy has been the most corrupt president. I mean, he's completely, in addition to just lining his pockets, we don't even know like how much his kids have gotten, or Witkoff's kids, or Lutnick's kids. Everybody's getting paid. Everybody's getting paid.
Don Jr. just landed a contract with the Pentagon, I saw.
You're a little baby.
Wow. I'm sure it was based on merit.
Yeah. He had the best presentation.
Here's Ashley St. Clair.
He's just a brilliant engineer.
Elon's,
Just a brilliant engineer. I think the contract that Brian's referring to is the drone contract. Like, I think they started some weird like drone technology company. They're trying to leech off the government, doing military contracting now. He doesn't. I don't think he has any expertise in any of that stuff. But you know, I guess if you have endless money, you can just pay people to do it for you.
I guess
Baby
estranged
mamas,
baby mamas. She's like been talking about how the right is all on these group chats and it's how they coordinate messaging, and it looks like this ballroom thing is like that.
So last week I told you guys that all of MAGA is paid and they coordinate their messaging in lockstep via group chats. And what do you know? All of these people came to the conclusion that after they saw what happened at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, their first thought was all independently, Trump needs his ballroom. The statistical likelihood of this happening in a vacuum, if we are to stipulate that these people are not coordinated, the statistical likelihood of this happening, that they all came to the same conclusion, not probable.
Oh my gosh, is that baby crying in the background? That's Elon's baby.
I think it probably is.
Man.
I would like some milk.
Man. Well, or maybe just all those Republican influencers like the Republican Party. They're really focused on banquet table issues this election.
But
I feel like you wrote that.
I tweeted it a few. I tweeted.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Banquet table issues. Where did Emma come up with that one?
I feel like you wrote that.
I tweeted it a few. I tweeted it earlier today. I wanted to find a way to work it into the show.
What kind of retweets did it get?
It's actually doing. I think it's doing all right. Let me check.
Waiting.
Comics Unleashed.
All right, 1.6K likes so far.
Comedy's illegal again.
I do think we should hear from the other side, though. Laura Trump, there's a clip in there. Laura Trump actually breaks down the sacrifice Trump has made for being president.
Okay.
Oh,
yes,
I saw this.
Sounds like a massive.
I think we need to hear both sides. I think.
Along with Katie Miller, the podcaster.
What's something about your father-in-law you wish some more people knew that you haven't said publicly? Because you've been asked to answer.
I mean, I kind of feel like I've said it all publicly. I wish people knew that his life, and I just wish people would appreciate, especially people on the other side of the aisle, how much easier his life would have been if he'd never gotten involved in politics. You know, he's the one president to leave the White House with less money than he went into it. Had zeros off of his net worth come off because he became president, because he ran for president. You know, they've gone after his businesses, they've gone after his family, his life prior to politics. I mean, my gosh, everybody loved Donald Trump. But he's an incredibly genuine, good-hearted person, and he's doing what he thinks is right. And I remember him saying to all of us before he even ran and announced in 2015, you know what, if I do this, I'm going to do it the right way, and if it means I only get one term in office, then that's okay with me.
That's not how things went.
I've ever met anybody
Yes.
Yes, you seem very okay with
I'm going
it.
to do it the right. I'm going to do it the right way. If I only get one term in office, I might, slight asterisk, I might have people storm the Capitol and...
Actually, you know what? Don't stop this deal. It's really not a big deal. Guys, really, just let this deal happen. Everybody's saying it, right? Don't lock her up. Really barely a problem. I don't know why we're all worked up over it, okay? Let's not stop it. Let the new slogan, let this deal happen, okay? Write that down. 2020, let this deal happen. Everybody's saying it. The Smartmatic is a very competent voting machine. Everybody's saying it. Wait, what's the other one? I can't think of the other company. God damn it. Not Mike Johnson. What's his name? Mike Lindell. The one that sued Mike Lindell and won like a fuckload of money. Smartmatic, right, but the other one. Dominion. Perfect job, Dominion. I don't know what everybody's talking about. Actually, don't stop this deal. Everything's fine. Like, I love that she's trying to like retcon it. Like, oh, actually, Trump. My father didn't even care. It's not about being president for him. It's about making a difference. He's just a martyr. He's just a martyr for democracy. Oh, he's just making just such a huge sacrifice. Yes, pillow boy.
Call a crackhead.
Pillow boy. All right, well, while we're talking about presidents making boatloads of money, specifically Donald Trump. That pile is still disturbing to me. And the fact that his voters, who were so worried about Joe Biden and Burisma and the Hunter Biden laptop and the supposed corruption that all encapsulated, are so incredibly quiet about just the utter piles of money that Donald Trump is amassing. One which dwarfs any fortune of any other former president. And let's be real, we haven't had a bunch of like impoverished presidents over the history of the United States, right? Most of the founding fathers and many of the presidents have been large landowners and wealthy, wealthy businessmen or whatever else from wealthy and influential families or from like political dynasties. Like, we're talking about people who, generally speaking, been more than not been either adjacent to or directly powerful before ever getting to office. And yet Donald Trump makes them all look like a bunch of paupers. And since we're talking about that, we may as well talk about the Founding Fathers a little bit more. Why they're obsessed with one Muslim ruler from the old times, PBS origins.
All of Congress listened with rapt attention to a letter written by John Adams. His message provided a play-by-play of how the British were holding up in the war, but not the war in America. The conflict that Congress desperately wanted news of was happening in southern India. The Americans understood that they couldn't beat the British in the Revolutionary War without international support. And when the Founding Fathers needed to close the deal against the most powerful empire on the planet, they got an unexpected assist from Tippu Sultan, the legendary Tiger of Mysore. I'm Joel Cook, and this is Rogue History. So what exactly would unite a group of American rebels with a Muslim ruler on the other side of the world? The same thing that unites millions of people to this very day, British imperialism, but more specifically, British tea. Let me spill a little for you. Most of us know about the Boston Tea Party, where Americans, dressed in highly problematic disguises, tossed 342 chests of tea into Boston Harbor. The colonists were furious about the Tea Act, a piece of legislation intended to rescue the struggling British East India Company by selling its massive stock of tea at much cheaper rates than anything else on the American market. The only problem was that this monopoly risked putting American tea sellers out of business, hence the whole throwing company tea into the harbor situation. But what was the British East India Company, and where did they get all this tea from? The company was founded in December 1600 and served as the merchant arm of British imperialism in Asia. Imagine Amazon being in charge of America's economy, and you'd have the right idea. The company's dealings with India, China, Persia, and Indonesia provided Britain with tea, textiles, and piles of unused spices. But all those deals they managed to pull off were because of a unique negotiating tool most corporations didn't have: a private army. If the company couldn't talk Asian powers into negotiating with them, they were all too willing to march troops in to change their minds. That is, until they ran into the kingdom of Mysore. You see, Mysore wasn't some young upstart like the Americans. When the company started probing Mysore's borders in the 1760s, they were met by a brilliant Muslim leader named Hyder Ali. Hyder had recently taken control of the South Indian Kingdom from a Hindu dynasty established around 1399. As the newly crowned Sultan of Mysore, Hyder led a sophisticated economy and an army numbering in the tens of thousands. The Mysoreans were one of the biggest obstacles the British faced in South Asia, and Hyder was smart enough to amplify his kingdom's power by forming an alliance with the French. But his most effective weapon against the British wasn't his army or his alliances. It was his tiger-obsessed son, Tippu. The story behind the whole Tiger of Mysore thing isn't completely locked down. Oral traditions, and a heck of a lot of murals commissioned by Tippu, say that he was on a wartime mission for his dad when he fought and killed an attacking Bengal tiger with just a dagger. Now, I wasn't there, so I can't say whether Tippu exaggerated the situation or not. But for a 15-year-old trying to build street cred with his dad's veteran army, a tiger fighting story is awfully convenient. Either
yeah, hell yeah it is. hell yeah it is. That tiger killing story is super convenient. Hey, guys, while nobody was around, I happened to run into a tiger. I totally took that mug out. I mean, no, goodbye, tiger. That tiger wish he didn't meet me in the jungle. Come on. Right. Where is the tiger? I ate him. I ate him and then I burned the skin. I ate him and then I burned the fur. Pulverized the bone. Sorry, no evidence whatsoever of that tiger anymore. He was delicious, though, I promise you that.
Hyder's leadership and Tippu's eye of the tiger mentality on the battlefield were catching the eye of a suitor on the other side of the world. By 1777, that little
Oh. Wow, Manda fought a tiger as well at 15. That's
I mean, this
impressive.
woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
in Boston had spiraled into an all-out war against the mighty British Empire. The Americans knew they needed allies in order to win, and they sent diplomats across the map in search of assistance. The French, of course, were ready to support anything that stuck it to the British. So they offered the Americans an intimate correspondence with a tall, dark, and handsome friend from South Asia. Though the Americans were excited about building a relationship with the Mysoreans, things didn't exactly take off. We all know how long-distance relationships are. You're both busy, you can't agree on date night, there's a massive empire trying to destroy you both. And to be honest, America didn't have much to bring to the table anyway. Sure, they were keeping a large portion of the British military occupied in North America, which definitely helped Mysore. But nobody, not even the American rebels themselves, was sure they'd be able to keep it up. Prior to their victory at Trenton, New Jersey in December 1776, the Americans hadn't won a single major battle against the British. They thought about sending their troops to help Mysore, but they realized they didn't even have enough troops to fight their own war. The best they could do was instruct their privateers and tiny navy to attack East India Company shipping out of solidarity. As much as I hate to admit it, for Mysore, revolutionary America truly was the guy sitting on the passenger side of his best friend's ride. But for the time being, Tippu and Hyder didn't really need them. Throughout the 1770s, father and son built an army nearly 100,000 strong. And when the British threatened their French homies in India, the Tiger of Mysore showed everyone what a ride or die really looks like.
Well, there you go. A fairly untold story about a fairly unknown Muslim leader from the early foundations of America, whom the United States saw as an ally. And a strong ally at that. Attempting to exemplify. And I mean, it's quite a tale. Let's just say that. Now, I don't know if this next guy has killed a tiger before, but he is a leader in the narrative war, and he's Muslim. Or at least grew up in a Muslim household. I'm, of course, talking about Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
And, of course, the media has been waging a war against him, which has hit fever pitch in recent weeks. To talk about that, let's go here to the majority board with Sam Cedar. Actually, I take it back. I'm pretty sure this is an Emma with the Boish.
But the Atlantic
Oh, no, I was wrong. It's a different one.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
But the Atlantic magazine, the vaunted Atlantic magazine, has now covered Hasan Piker.
5 articles in 2 weeks.
5 articles in 2 weeks. There's a whole host of things they have not covered.
0 stories, as Prem Thakur points out, on Hind Rajab and her killing. None on Israel killing journalists in Gaza at all. None on Israel killing healthcare workers in Gaza at all. But time to, in a very short period of time, really analyze Hasan Piker. I would love to know who's doing the pitches for Fox News, for these centrist or center-right outlets, or, I mean, even going for, like, is it Third Way? Or these, it's something like that.
It's both.
Because
I mean,
why is Fox News doing it and the Atlantic's doing it too? Like, Fox News doesn't even need to bother discrediting him if like for their core audience, I guess. What's the point?
Well, they're not looking to discredit him for their core audience. It's built in because he's Muslim.
Yeah, his name Hasan is enough for them.
Right.
It is. They are using the opportunity of folks like Mallory McMurrow to try and distance herself from Hasan to say that they have a problem because they're so close to Hasan. So it works on both sides of the coin for these people. The irony is that the attacks on Hasan, never mind, have obviously been helpful to Hasan, but they've also been helpful to people associated with Hasan. Mallory McMurrow has paid a price in polls since she decided to head down this path. Not the least of which, because I imagine most people don't know who Hasan is and are like, why are you wasting our time with this? This is like, you know, Barack Obama's secret terrorist cell thing. That
and his pastor.
Yeah. And A, and then B, like the people who do know who Hasan is, like Hasan. And appreciate what he says. And so,
good thing there's no like universities in Michigan or something like that, large universities where there's a lot of young people who maybe didn't know about the Senate race, but know about Hasan. And then for some reason, Democrats or some aligned media decided to make a huge story about him supporting Abdul al-Sayed.
And this is what we were saying earlier, is that it feels like the audience for this, at least on the Democratic side, is exclusively big donors, because it is completely blinkered and ineffective. In fact, like not just ineffective, but detrimental to people's campaigns to do this.
I mean, it's the reverse of what journalism is supposed to be, right? Doing journalism for the ultra rich, the donor class.
Follow the rich white man.
It's perverse. They're supposed to be reporting on those people, not to them.
And the only motivation, it seems to me, to do it is because somebody's getting bad advice from somebody who is desperate to try and, you know, they thought Mamdani was going to lose, and he won. They thought that Plattner would crash and burn, but he's going to win at the very least the primary, and probably has the best shot at unseating Collins in 3 cycles, at least. They are mad about Mieja in New Jersey.
And Lilia Mejia, yeah.
And they're like across the board, they're taking L's in a way they never have before, and they're getting desperate because their donors are like, hey, what's going on? Here is Fox News, who have covered Hasan Piker for 25 days straight. I'm jealous. Go ahead.
This was made by a Hasan fan account on Twitter called
Hasan Abi Productions.
Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker.
Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker. Hasan Piker.
When I saw the ending, I thought Hasan made it himself at first, and then I was a fan of that.
Oh, man. Yeah, I don't get why Fox News is bothering, but, I mean, to each their own.
It is a way, it's just like, it functions the exact same purpose as the ballroom.
Mm-hmm.
Gas prices are high. Hasan Piker!
Yeah.
He's probably high.
Or it's like get this name into grandpa's head so that he can be mad that his like 23-year-old grandson is into it or something like that.
Definitely.
Sure.
It's all just a distraction.
But they want to define him.
If this was, October, it would be War on Christmas. It's not. So it's War on Piker. That's it. They're very good at just being opportunistic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think this works in the same way because the problem they have is Hasan Piker is not a woman of color. And that's the sweet spot.
Mm-hmm.
White women too, younger white women who are Lena Dunham or whoever it is that they can,
Yes.
that's the formula. It's a little bit more difficult when it's Hasan Piker. And it's also even more difficult when they can't make these people afraid that Hasan Piker's out there and they have daughters because their daughters are coming home going oh my God, he's dreamy. Yeah. And so I think it's just not going to be as effective.
It's so true. It's hard to demonize Hasan. And the kids just can't get enough of him. It's sort of like the Streisand effect, but reverse. I'm trying to think of what this is. What's the reverse of that? What's the thing that parents at one point tried to force kids to stop doing that they started doing even more? But for right now, for whatever reason, I can't think of something. I think it's because it's just everything. Whenever you try and force kids to not like something, they're actually, I like that even more because you hate that. I love that you hate that, so I'm going to keep doing that thing, right? So, you can never achieve that with a younger audience. All right. Well, we're going to be going back and forth between the media narrative here throughout the stream. Can't have a media narrative without the media. Thankfully, we continue to have a small but vibrant independent media apparatus, which continues to grow. Of which, of course, is included the great, the one, the only Zeteo, and Mehdi Hasan.
Ladies and gentlemen, friends, recently I was in a restroom. I was in a public restroom. I apologize, I don't normally start my speeches with toilet references. But I came out of the stall and I was washing my hands, as you should do. And another man came out behind me and started talking to me. And I admit, it's not a good thing to be talking to people in the men's restroom. But he pointed at me and he said, you're, and I thought he was going to say, you're Mehdi Hasan from MSNBC. You're the guy from Piers Morgan. You're the guy from Jubilee or the Oxford Union. He said, you're that guy from Zeteo, right? You're Mr. Zeteo. And I was like, yes, that is me, the Zeteo guy. Ladies and gentlemen, as a business owner, you know you've made it when the brand is bigger than you, when the brand is being used to identify you in public restrooms. That is when you know you have made it. Yes, Mr. Zeteo. Zeteo, that's the name of our company, a name that many of you cannot pronounce or spell. Most of you don't know the meaning of it, and yet you're all here tonight to celebrate Zeteo with us. Happy birthday to us. It is our second birthday. We made it to 2 years. the 2-year mark is a very important mark for me personally, because 2 years ago when I was founding this company, I said to a good friend of mine, JP Raymond, who is...
Okay, it's crazy to me that Zateo is younger than the Galactic News Network. They've been doing this for 2 months, 3 months less. I remember when they started, I was like, oh my god. This is amazing. I never dreamed how big they would get in such a short period of time. It's pretty wild.
My number 2 at Zateo. Give it up for JP. I said to JP, we need to raise enough money from investors to last 2 years. That's what we have to do. We need $4 million to last 2 years, and we got $4 million from our investors. Thank you to those of you who are here tonight who invested in Zateo. Thank you to our board for making that happen. Because I didn't want to be one of those founders who sets up a media company, hires a bunch of people, and then fires all of them less than 2 years in.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Or because I didn't have a good business plan, or didn't have a good revenue model. So 2 years was the time I gave us, and we lasted 2 years. We are here, 2 years in. It is an amazing achievement for us. That was the benchmark to get there. And it's been a real journey on these 2 years, I'll tell you that honestly. The good news is, we haven't really touched any of that investor money. Because from day one, paid subscribers had our backs. Zateo is funded by paid subscribers. It is funded by people in this room. We are funded by the people. That is not a cliche. That is not hyperbole. That is the reality. We are funded by paid subscribers who allow us to be independent. I don't have to worry as an editor about a billionaire owner texting me at 2 a.m. to complain about Prem's journalism. I don't have to worry about that. I don't have to worry about an advertiser pulling a spot because they didn't like something that Swin said. I don't have to worry about that. 2 years in, that doesn't mean you can say whatever you want, Swin. 2 years in, we are truly independent at a time when the world lacks independent journalism. And I'm blown away to see so many of you in this room tonight, so many of you from all across the media. It means so much to have your support and encouragement, because there were just 4 of us 2 years ago. Zateo launched with 4 people. Today we are 24 people. 2 years ago, we had only a dozen contributors. Naomi Klein and Bassem Youssef and Jason Stanley. Well, he joined more recently. We had a bunch of great contributors who are here tonight, like Rula Jibrail and Spencer Ackerman. 2 years later, we are 24 contributors. We have new people like Taylor Lorenz and Jason Stanley and Harrison Mann and Justin Barragana. We are expanding. 2 years ago, we had 0 plans to make any documentaries. 2 years later, we are now working on our 4th documentary. 2 years ago, we wondered whether we could get 500 people to sign up as paid subscribers to Zateo. 2 years later, we are at 65,000 paid subscribers. In fact, a couple of weeks ago, we sold out a live event in New York to 500 Zateo subscribers with Riz Ahmed. We've done live events in New York, in London, in DC, in Toronto, in LA. We're about to be in Houston. We're going to be in London again next month with The Guardian. And as Zateo grows, we're not just all about clicks and views, even though we do love, Patrick's here tonight. He knows that I love my clicks and views. We have more than 1 million followers on Instagram, nearly 2 million subscribers on YouTube. We are also not just about awards, even though yesterday we won our 2nd Webby Award for We're Not Kidding.
Honestly, what Mehdi has managed to achieve is truly... It's not just impressive, it's monumental in scale. You know, like... It's truly sort of shocking. I mean, I know he comes from a media and journalism background, so, you know, he really... You know, he had a lot of experience in this field, but the fact, I mean, it's incredible just what they've managed to do.
No, ultimately, Zateo is about the mission. That is what we're about. That is why people come to us. That is why people subscribe to us. That is why people work for us. Because of the journalistic mission, which is clear, to tell the truth, to expose the truth, no matter how uncomfortable or awkward or controversial, no matter how many people it pisses off. to tell the truth, expose the truth, to not both sides the truth, to not euphemize the truth,
Not going
to
to do
not
it.
bury
Wouldn't be
the truth,
prudent at this
to
juncture.
speak truth to power, even if it pisses people off in power. And I should say, we have some great lawyers, many of whom are here tonight. Thank you to all our lawyers who are here tonight. Zateo's journalistic mission is very, very simple. As the old saying goes, for Zateo, if someone tells you it's raining outside, and someone else tells you it's not raining outside, your job, Zateo's job, a journalist's job, is not to say person X says it's raining outside and person Y says it's not raining. Your job, the job of a journalist, is to look outside the fucking window and check if it's raining or not.
Yeah! Exactly. And unfortunately, we have too many people in media and journalism who are part of shaping the political narrative who don't even kind of try to do that. Not even slightly. People like, oh, I don't know. I'm trying to think. Who would ever do something like that? Not.
It's not a horrible tactic. I mean, we ran an ad on Sam Cedar's page, I think.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, we ran an ad on Sam Cedar's channel saying, "Don't watch Sam Cedar."
It was kind of a gag.
I actually like that, but Israel is fighting.
Oh, pause it for a second. Wait. What? This is Tim Pool with a guy named Alex Stein, who I think is some type of like
white nationalist guy.
But is he also like a comedian or?
He's a real America voice.
Oh, okay. And apparently they're talking about, so much of this is about trying to isolate Tucker Carlson or approve of Tucker Carlson or whatever it is. I don't, who knows? And remember, Tim Pool, at one point, it seemed like he was traveling to go and meet with Ben Shapiro, and there was going to be some type of relationship maybe with the Daily Wire, and that seems to have fallen through, and Tim had money problems, and he's fired a lot of his people. People are looking for jobs. To be honest with you, we heard from somebody several months ago, and I was like, I'll look around, but it's a tough time. So here's Tim Pool, because I think that plays into it. I don't know, but the interesting part is towards the end.
Like how Ben Shapiro's ads all pull up. If you look at Tucker, I have YouTube Premium, so I don't see this, but I've seen screenshots. If you go look at Tucker's YouTube page, you're going to get targeted ads from Ben Shapiro. Is it like a commercial being like, "Hey guys, come watch"? Yes. Yeah, but I don't think he definitely wants his audience. He wants to get some of Tucker's audience. Don't play dumb. Come on. I don't think that Ben Shapiro.
Do you know what Tim Pool does? He doesn't think. That's what he does not do. He does a lot of not thinking. He's saying it over and over again. I kind of want that sound shot. I don't think.
Being like, "Hey guys, come watch." Go look at Tucker's YouTube page, you're going to get targeted ads from Ben Shapiro. Is it like a commercial being like, "Hey guys, come watch"? Yes. Yeah, but I don't think he definitely wants his audience. He wants to get some of Tucker's audience. Don't play dumb. Come on. I don't think that Ben Shapiro went on Google Ads and said, "Run my ad on Tucker content." Somebody at Daily Wire did. No, they probably went on Google Ads and said, "If it's conservative, right-leaning, or in the space, run my ad on it," which includes Tucker. I mean, go look at Ben Shapiro. He makes a Tucker video every other day. So I don't know. I mean. So I have a Google Ads manager, and I'll tell you how it works. So I think you're being naive. I think you don't know how Google Ads works. You don't think anybody at Daily Wire that works on Ben Shapiro's social media said, "Hey, we're making tons of Tucker Carlson content. We should probably advertise it to the people that like Tucker, whether they change they don't like Tucker." Are they moron? Well, the majority of people that watch. I'm saying, when you go to Tucker's YouTube page, you want to watch a Tucker video. I got it. You're going to get Alex. The insinuation you're making is that Daily Wire is not profit motivated.
Pause it. Pause it for a second.
Then they would
pause it for a second.
What?
Tim is arguing that first, you don't know how Google Ads work if you think somebody can go and place it on a specific show. Then he pivots from to also, that's the dumbest thing. Why would anybody ever do that? You don't know how to, you don't even know how to do business.
Right.
You'd have to be a complete idiot if you were, had an issue with somebody.
You're a little baby.
And then place ads on their show. That's what Tim is arguing to this guy.
Yes.
I just want everybody to understand those two premises. A, Google ads don't work that way. You can't place an ad on somebody's show. And B, if you were to do that, you'd be a complete moron to do that. Go ahead.
Hey, do you want to watch a Tucker video?
I get it.
You're going to get
Alex, the insinuation you're making is that Daily Wire's not profit motivated.
They are.
Then they wouldn't run the ads on Tucker content if they hate Tucker.
Well, you know, it's funny we say they're profit motivated. They want to make money, but at the same time, I think you could argue that Ben Shapiro probably does work for Israel, and it's probably. I mean, honestly, I think you could make that argument, but.
And your argument is he's really dumb.
Well, no. Because
pause it for a second. I just want to make that clear. What Tim Pool is saying, that if Ben Shapiro was to advertise on Tucker Carlson, and he doesn't like Tucker Carlson, that would make Ben Shapiro really dumb. That's a quote. Go ahead.
He's really dumb.
Well, no, because if they're just trying to get, they care more about getting a certain message out than how many people actually see the message.
That's not an effective way to do it. So that's really dumb.
I think they're targeting Tucker fans. I don't know. I mean, I don't think it's as big a conspiracy. I don't think it's a big act.
I think that the problem I have with it is you're making too many leaps. The way Google Ads works, I'll tell you because I have an ads manager.
Okay, spoiler alert. Tim Pool doesn't seem to understand the very business that he's in. And it's honestly a very strange situation. It's not clear if he's just if he thinks that he can be sly or if he just truly doesn't understand the business. But of course people run targeted ads on channels of people that they don't like. What is he talking about? It's literally a great way to get some people's attention who might be interested in your videos, even if it's because they disagree with you, to come over to your channel because they saw an ad of you saying something about the person that they're watching, right? And or something that you know that person who's watching that channel might be interested in, right? It's the whole point of targeted ads is the targeting is like that's like you can figure out who might be most likely, technically, if you're willing to pay for it, supposedly, to like, you know, like who might be the most likely and most apt to come over to your content based upon some sort of ad criticizing a host or making some sort of point, right? In fact, when I used to be monetized long ago, 2 weeks ago on YouTube, we used to get ads when we would talk about like Iran and Israel and things like that all the time from like weird pro-Israeli PACs. Like I've seen dozens and dozens of them. But do you think the pro-Israeli, they're running them on my channel because they think I'm good? Because they like what I'm talking about? You think the pro-Israel PACs really love my content? Come on! Come on.
Sam, what you doing? I think you know. I'm keeping it real. Not just at work. I like to do it. I like to do it on the weekends.
Oh yeah.
Right? With friends and family.
Yeah.
Just keeping it real.
Keeping it real.
Hey Sam, what you doing? I think you know. I'm keeping it real.
And it's just so offensive that she won't let you guys keep it real together.
Any plans for this weekend?
Oh. Keeping it real.
Bingo.
I'm caught up all weekend keeping it real.
I want to keep it real right now. Like I say, sometimes it takes us 8, 9, 10 days to respond to an email. Now, that's when we get out of the blue and we're not expecting emails.
Mm-hmm.
They put out a challenge.
Yeah, she called on.
There could be a lot of people, accepting the challenge. And there could be a lot of like shows like if Hasan responded. I would respond to Hasan before I would respond to me. There's probably many progressive shows who have a bigger audience that might be, you know, better for them. But so we'll give it a couple more days, and then you'll send another email.
Yeah, and I'm also looking at what guests she's had recently.
It takes a while. Listen, let me keep it real. It's not easy to book people. But if I'm to keep it real, I would imagine you'd be prepared for that if you're going to put out the challenge, right? That's all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right, yeah. So far, no debates happening on the podcast.
But let me keep it real one more time.
Yeah, okay.
There's no limit on keeping it real.
When we did the Where I Live Is My Home book thing, keeping it real, I put out the call, said, do you want the books? And I was slow in responding even to myself.
Yep.
So
I can't wait for Sam Cedar. What's her name? Michaels. I can't remember. I can't even remember her name. Jillian Michaels. Right. I'd love to see that again. But like, you know, one that's not being interrupted by Piers Morgan and a bunch of other guests. I feel like, you know, it should just be Jillian and Sam having a sit-down conversation. I think that would be fascinating, because Jillian, she has some very strange ideas. I think Sam, well, the thing about Sam, his debating style is to effectively, often, not always, like it changes from time to time, depending on who he's talking to. But oftentimes, he's just very good at bringing out the hypocrisy and the absurdity in the other side by getting them to say the dumbest possible things, or like, and Jillian, oh, she's got so many dumb things to tell us about. I'll bet Sam could get her to say all sorts of shit. Like, I mean, just based upon what, you know, was said in that, the fact is, I try to avoid Jillian as much as possible. Every time I hear her talk, I get like a weird, sick feeling in my stomach. Is her take officially over? Is that show now completely done? Because I know Jillian's gone. I know Anna's gone. They're running out of hers. That's a problem. Now, of course, we wouldn't have the media. We wouldn't have independent journalists or any of this stuff if it weren't for the invention of film. I know none of us use film anymore because we now have a much better system. Technically, well, let's not get into it. Some people prefer film still for their own reasons. But well, actually, we should get into it. I take it back. What am I talking about? That's literally what we're about to do. Because one couple is keeping 35mm film alive in their basement.
A Rochester couple is bringing film back to life and taking it global.
Making 35mm film by hand and soon showcasing it in Germany for the camera company Leica. Geopolitical takes you inside their basement lab.
So that's a batch of film right there.
Wow.
In a Rochester basement on Rockingham Street, you're watching something almost no one gets to see.
This room is the only place in the world you can see what we're doing.
And soon, this very process is heading to Germany. Mark and France Osterman will take their handmade film to Leica, the company that built cameras around it.
This is the 1928 Leica camera that we're using for this project. The camera was only introduced in 1925. So this is, one of the earliest of that type of camera.
And turned into a full rebuild of early cinema film.
When you say you're a filmmaker, people think you're a director or a cinematographer. I said, no, we make film.
The materials themselves, some donated by Eastman Kodak, a modern connection to Rochester's photography roots. First, a gelatin-based emulsion is mixed.
It's made of the same gelatin that you make Jell-O out of, right? So the two main users of gelatin in the 19th century were the Jell-O company, which wasn't far from here, right? And the Eastman Kodak company, because they both used animal gelatins.
Then it's coated onto film using a one-of-a-kind machine, salvaged from a Polaroid lab. Unlike modern film, this version can be made under red light, so every step happens in plain sight.
Actual film that is being produced today is sensitive to all colors. And it's in a factory that's 5 blocks long, so you'd never be able to see any of this operations.
Finally, the film is cut and fed through a vintage machine, separating our creation into little strips that are then punched with tiny holes that let it run through a camera. And for the Ostermans, this is not just a business.
There's no money in this. This is all research for fun.
Yeah. The project is also being documented with filmmaker Gerardo Puglia following their work. Mark and France have launched a GoFundMe to help cover the cost of taking it global. For now, reporting in Rochester, Geopolitical, News 8.
There you go. An incredible story. A couple from Rochester, New York. The home of Eastman Kodak, keeping film alive in the 21st century, when it has all but disappeared. All right, moving on from the media. Talking about the elections real quickly here. Yes. Yes, the elections, of course. The primaries are happening right now for the midterms. God, I'm already pissed off about a video right now. Like, just thinking about it is like, it's like a half dozen away. Oh, I'm already mad. I'm already mad. Just, it's like a thing that God said that just is exactly the thing I've been saying this whole time. Just confirmed everything I've been fucking saying. It's fine. I won't get ahead of myself. Let's talk about the sentiment. Let's talk about the sentiment out there. Specifically with the parent MAGA voters. Because the New York Times did a fascinating piece interviewing disappointed.
Oh, I did everything right and they indicted me.
Let's talk about all of that here.
All right, y'all. So, as you all know, the second Trump regime here has fallen apart in record pace. I mean, I'm not sure I've ever seen a presidency implode this quickly. Like, a year after he got back in the White House, everybody's already like, holy shit, this man fucked everything up. Like, holy shit, this guy's a disaster. He's a disaster. Well, we have a new focus group that just came out. Let me walk you through this here. So this is in the Daily Beast. Trump voters regret backing horror movie presidency. 9 out of 12 Trump voters in this focus group told the New York Times that they wish they had not voted for the president.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Out of 12. Oh my word. That is crazy. All right, here we go. A focus group of Trump voters has delivered a savage verdict on his second term, with one branding it a horror movie and 9 of 12 saying they regret backing him. The dozen disillusioned voters were assembled by the New York Times for the latest installment of its America in Focus series. The results, which landed on Monday, come as the president's approval ratings have collapsed to the worst point of either of his terms amid the unpopular war in Iran, surging prices, and never-ending Jeffrey Epstein scandal. It's a good way of putting it. Asked to grade President Donald Trump's second term, not a single person gave him an A or a B. Oh boy. Okay. One handed out a C, 8 gave him a D, and 3 flunked him with an F. Wow. Quote, it turned out to be...
Goddamn. You're going to add lighting to your bookcase. It's going to be like Kyle. I mean, it looks nice. I can't lie. It's a beautiful accent. It adds to the ambiance of the room. It's really lovely.
Horror movie. I was so wrong with the vote for him, said Jose, 62, a Latino employment specialist from Florida who told moderators he no longer watches the news because it leaves him depressed. His 17-year-old daughter regularly asks him, "Why did you vote for him, Dad?" Adding, "That breaks my heart every time she does that."
That is a very sad story. It's almost like you should. It would have been great. It would have been such an interesting world if you were able to, have some kind of way to measure Donald Trump's performance ahead of time. Like, think about what he would have done, or anticipate what Donald Trump was gonna do. If he had been in government before for 4 years or something like that, that would have been the thing that maybe would have helped. Or perhaps listening to anything he fucking said during the campaign. All right, we're going to continue talking about this story, but we already listened to Kyle talk about this yesterday, I think. So, let's go here to
Hasan Piker.
I was hoping that Congress and other branches would keep him in check. Why would you vote for someone that you want to keep in check? Just don't vote for that person. This doesn't make any sense. Why are Americans like this? Okay, finish the sentence. I'm feeling blank about the country these days.
Optimistic.
That's crazy. We have some people here. Frustrated. Pamela, 65. Tanasi, white, Republican. Worried. Allah, 51. White, from Alabama.
Her name's Allah.
Yeah. Betrayed. Francesca, 26. Washington, mixed race, independent. These are the 12 Trump voters on what has gone wrong. So the New York Times did a focus group. And if you recall, they did one on the Democrats as well, and it was awesome because every single Democrat that they asked basically sounded like you guys in this chat. They were like, these guys are feckless, they're incompetent, I'm sick and tired of them, they're not fighting back, they're pussies, they're cowards, I hate them. So let's hear from some Republicans. 80% of Republicans approve of President Trump's performance, but his national standing has dipped, especially among independents. That leaves plenty of people who voted for Mr. Trump, but who may not feel good about the direction of the country. For Opinion's latest focus group conducted earlier this month, we spoke with voters like this, people who cast their ballots for Mr. Trump and said they were disappointed with his second term. A few even said they regretted their votes, which is, of course, very hard to come by. Some participants have been...
Here's what you can do. This is just a recommendation to all these regretful people that supposedly exist out there. These Trump voters with second thoughts. If that's the case, I would recommend you do this. Never vote for Republicans again, who have green-lit every single aspect of Trump's policies. Or vote Democrat. You don't have to vote Democrat, but just never vote for Republicans again. Just never do it, because they're the ones who have brought to you the things that you supposedly regret. Okay, it's not just Trump. We can't separate these two things. Congress, Supreme Court, they've all said, "Great job, Trump." Actually, keep
in 2024, but many of them felt that Mr. Trump was the lesser of two evils. I like that these guys were the harm reduction voters, but they were harm reducing in the direction of Trump. I love that even on the Republican side, they're like, I'm holding my nose and I'm engaging in harm reduction voting. Their frustration mostly came in three categories: the implementation of Mr. Trump's immigration policies, the Iran war, and the continued cost of living. People had praise from what Mr. Trump had done with the border on crime and the idea of Doge, but many of these voters are unhappy, some depressed and upset with the direction of the country. How do you talk about a situation you're disappointed about, or even a decision you regret? Though, especially with people you might disagree, it can be difficult. Some participants said they were from families or communities where most people agreed with them, even if quietly. Others felt frustrated or embarrassed because they were from families where Democratic relatives had predicted what would happen, or they had Trump-supporting friends and family members who did not want to hear their critiques. Echoing sentiments of several people, one participant said, "There's almost no space to even discuss." Yeah, it's because, understandably, many people who are like, "How could you fucking do this?" are you know, too easy getting dunks. I mean, too busy getting dunks. And the overwhelming majority of current Trump supporters are still Trump supporters, so they haven't left the cult. So you can't get a word in edgewise with those guys either. So we got some participants. We got 51, Ella, white Republican portfolio manager from Alabama. Argenis, 35, Florida Latino, independent, HVAC sales. My goat, classic. Chris, 42, Illinois, white Republican electrician. Daniel, 41, California, Latino, independent manufacturing. And here's some from the transcript. In one or two words, finish the sentence. I'm feeling blank about the country these days. Natan, 19, from Oregano, black Republican student, says disappointed and sad. Kitty, 36, Pennsylvania Asian independent student, says disappointed and hopeful, concerned, worried, anxious, frustrated, annoyed, discouraged, surprised and discouraged, concerned, apathetic, betrayed.
I love surprised and discouraged. It's like the truly naive idiot. It's like, I had no idea this was gonna happen, dude. This is crazy. I can never pay attention to politics ever again. Oh god, this guy's 42. Surprised, 42-year-old man.
Not a single person said great. Like, Kitty is the only one that said disappointed and hopeful. How can you be disappointed with the way things are going so far, but still maintain some kind of optimism about the situation? I don't know, but respect to her. Moderator clocks it, says, Kitty, you said disappointed and hopeful. Tell me more. So much has happened. We're starting to see. We're getting disillusioned. And all these false promises are starting to be like, we know it for what it is now. Now that we know, and we...
I'm trying to figure out what you call that, because it's not, I don't know if it's a naive optimist if she's willing to accept the current reality, but while maintaining this optimism. I don't know. It's a very weird answer. It's hard to pick that apart. What do you call that? Disappointed but optimistic. Everything sucks, but it's about to get better.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Really?
Could you drum up?
Feel as naive or trusting, then we can properly create a path forward to going in better directions. Bro, it's so fucking hard. It's so difficult for me to sometimes continue operating and basically lie to you guys that, like, no, people are making rational decisions because they're intelligent beings capable of independent thought and not just like unbelievably fucking dumb. Okay? Notice no potholes in Mamdanistan? True.
That's
all
right.
holes filled, baby. All holes filled.
Zohran Mamdani.
Okay. Let's keep this show moving. Now, just a reminder, everybody, I meant to do this before, but I keep forgetting to do it. We got a galactic content goal. Gotta start now. I gotta restart the real goals on Twitch, which is the only place we actually have goals now, apparently. Not good enough for goals on YouTube anymore, apparently. We're just trash people around here or something. Or I'm just a trash person, I guess. I don't deserve goals. It's very rude. But of course, these are goals for us. I feel like it's implicative to everybody here. Hate to bring you all into this situation, but here we are. Low effort, I know. The lowest possible effort. Awful, awful. Weak. So low effort. Okay, I started the sub goal. Let me do bits. Bits. Whoops, that's not how you do that. There you go. Alright, goals have been started on Twitch. But, of course, you can contribute all sorts of places. Twitch, Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. And by the way, everybody, if you haven't followed us on Patreon, please go do it. It's no longer just a place for members-only stuff, although there will continue to be a members-only portion of Patreon. It is also now turned into a social media site where you can follow us for free and potentially see future content, which I keep not uploading to anywhere right now because I'm fucking up. I even clipped a video yesterday. Didn't upload it yesterday. Still was going to upload it today. Didn't do that because I wound up actually falling asleep at one point, which is good, but bad because I didn't get the things I wanted to get done. And I just lost my train of thought. That's helpful. I didn't get the things that I wanted to get done with. Let's just assume a litany of things. I'm not going to go through the list, but here we are. As well as with Patreon. I'm sorry. Although I did...
HBX just shared 100 bits. Twitch does have better emotes.
Wow. HBX with the bits over there. Twitch has better emotes. Well, now... I mean, we don't have our own emotes on YouTube. Although YouTube has its own set of emotes. Oh, it's true. It's actually verifiably true. Well, let's move on from Hasan and those disappointed Trump voters to talk about what we will be voting for in the future, or might be at the very least. One race which we have not yet discussed really at all, aside from the dropping out of one candidate earlier this year, that being Eric Swalwell. I think everybody knows what happened there. And the person that a lot of people seem to be talking about right now is businessman and I think billionaire. Yeah, Tom Steyer. And suffice to say, I'm a little skeptical. You know, can anybody blame me for this? I'm slightly skeptical of Tom. Although, unfortunately, from what I've looked through so far of the candidates currently running for governor, I don't see a lot of better candidates yet. Or any better, like significantly better candidates that I'm like, oh, this is the one I should go with. They don't have that situation, unfortunately, at all. Like, but I guess I'm just inherently, and partly because of certain things like, whatever, we'll get into this. I'm getting way ahead of myself. Let's just listen to this. interview with Tom Steiger, done by Walter Masterson, comedian journalist.
You are not funny.
We need to tax billionaires like me. I am happy to pay more taxes. I want all billionaires to pay more taxes.
And now they have a contract with Palantir.
I didn't know that.
Since your conversation with Hasan Piker a month ago, have you had time to educate yourself on the definition of genocide?
I have. All the ambiguity and, it's complicated and it's nuanced bullshit. It is now extraordinarily clear what is going on.
Walter, Tom, have you two met?
How you doing? Normally.
What happened to Swalwell? Did you not hear what happened? I assumed everybody knew what happened to Swalwell, because we talked about this when it happened. But I get it. We do very long shows every day, and just to watch every show every day, well, not every day, but 5 days a week, it's a lot. So you maybe missed it, but we talked about that he has not only dropped out of the race for governor, he's also resigned from the Senate. Wait, no, from the House, right? Hold on, he was Congress. He was in the House. Hold on, 15th. I can't remember which one it was. Yeah, I can't remember what it was. Fuck. Why can't I figure it out? Where it is? Yeah. He was a representative. Right. He's right. Okay. He was in the House. Oh, you didn't know? Oh, you bastard. Here I was like getting amped up to like explain all this to you, like looking it up, trying to make sure I was going to be accurate about what I was going to say. And you son of a bitch, why would you do this to me, Bobby?
You little bastard.
Like yourself don't meet with me. Normally you have comms people that are very guarded and
well, I'm not gonna say anything. One thing you should know, not gonna say a word.
Oh yeah, great. No, perfect. Yeah.
Well, you want to know something about politicians? They never take unrehearsed questions. Ever.
Yeah.
Ever.
Yeah.
And I take unrehearsed. I love unrehearsed questions.
Okay.
And my feeling is, if I can't answer it, I should figure it out.
Okay.
And so if there's a question that comes out of left field,
you like stuff out of left field? Is that?
I guess I guess I'm gonna have to like it.
I'm here with.
Is it just me, or do those answers seem forced? Like, this is the thing. Like, I listen to this stuff, and I feel like I'm a little too worried that Tom is gonna be a guy that needs to be dragged along all the time, because he himself is a billionaire businessman. So he doesn't see billionaire businessmen, I don't think, as the enemy in the same way that so many of us do, and as being the reason, at least one of the main reasons why we have what we have right now is of a fucking system. And I just worry, like, I don't want somebody we have to drag. I want somebody that's actually leading on things. And when it comes to like a position like a governor, I feel like we need, right, in California, for Californians, but I mean, Californians are gonna be the ones to decide. But point is California is an important state, and I could not stand to see like another like Gavin Newsom type. And I worry that he winds up being the next Gavin. I could be wrong. I would love to be wrong. If he winds up being governor, I better be wrong. But I don't know. I would hope. He seems like the one thing I'll give him during this interview while I listened to it is that I did sense that he could be pulled along, but that he almost had to be pulled along, and that's what worries me. It's like it requires how much activism is it gonna require to ensure that he does what he needs to do, You know, that's what I wonder. How much engagement will it require? Because I would prefer somebody with the instincts to know exactly what he should be doing.
Gubernatorial candidate Tom Steyer, you received a huge bump in the polls after the frontrunner dropped out in disgrace. We don't agree on a lot of things.
Is that right?
And unfortunately, like one person who I used to respect, Katie Porter, has had some serious like interpersonal issues with her staff, and that is saying it extremely nicely. She's been accused of like an incredibly toxic workplace environment. And that one's off the list for me. Like, I think in terms of like narrative, like she's always been good on that. And yet that's not my only like issue with her, but like there's a lot of stuff that I would say that she's been good on, but then there's that, and yeah. Whoopsies, what did I just do?
Frontrunner dropped out in disgrace. We don't agree on a lot of things.
Is that right?
I do like your position on climate change. Your work on climate change through the aughts, not so much, but through the teens, much better, much better.
Let me say, the way that we can respond has changed because the technology's changed in terms of replacing fossil fuels. Okay. You know, so I know that, you know, you got the chance to read and reread the book I wrote, which is awesome. Mm-hmm. But it basically, you know, the way we win is by having better products and then deploying the hell out of them. You know, when Jimmy Carter, which was before you were born, he put solar panels on the roof of the White House, and probably the cost of those was 40 to 80 cents a kilowatt hour. Now it's one. Yeah. One. So it's like, yeah, at 40 to 80 cents, no one in the world wants to put it on. No. At 1 cent, everyone in the world wants to put it on.
One of the things you had said was, which I like, you said that day one in office, as governor of California, you were going to declare a climate emergency, which means you get to use executive powers to, you know, to do what?
So what I've said is I have a 4-point plan. It's basically make the polluters pay for their pollution. You don't get to charge everybody else the costs of and keep the revenues and everybody else pays your costs. And that doesn't work. The other thing that's really true in California is we need to include people from the communities that have been intentionally targeted for toxicity. That's a fancy way of saying environmental justice, but it's Black and brown communities, low-income rural communities. There's a place in Fresno that I've been to, which has a 22-year lower life expectancy than people 2 miles away. So the second thing is environmental justice has to be part of every idea. Third is deploy the cheap, clean stuff as fast as possible and subsidize it to get it out there. I'd triple the credit for EVs. And also we need to suck the carbon dioxide out of the atmosphere that's warming the planet and stick it in the ground. And we can do that by using Mother Nature.
Yeah. So here's the thing about Tom, like he's also like got like contradictory beliefs, it feels like. So he says good things about the environment, and then at some point here they start talking about AI, and like he starts talking about how California needs to be like the leader in AI. When does he get to that? There's no chapters on this video. Hold on. Let's go here though first.
Borrow, die. Right?
Yes.
So you never have an income.
And you never pay a tax.
Yes.
And so you're sitting here, you're worth all this money, you've never paid any. The reason they're so...
By the way, is this one of his... Is this one of Tom Steyer's places? Because look at this place. I'm just noticing when it turns back... You just notice, like, oh my god, this is like some, like, penthouse freaking, like, this is like some, like, oh my god, I wonder what the rest of this place looks like. You got the freaking grand piano in the background. The vaulted
do you know
ceilings.
what we're here for?
The ridiculous view with the fucking bay windows. Oh, look at this place. Oh, Shakespeare with the raid on Twitch. Thank you. Good to see you all. Welcome in. Hope the stream was good. What are you all getting into over there?
So you're sitting here, you're worth all this money, you've never paid any. The reason they're so upset about the so-called, wealth tax is because they don't pay tax. And the concept of paying tax is completely foreign to them for the reason that you just said and the scenario that I've been outlining.
It's because of step-up basis. You get...
And that can't happen.
Yeah.
And so from...
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
My standpoint, and if they do want to sell that stuff, they leave. Because that would be a taxable transaction. We don't want to pay. Did they mention I don't pay tax?
Yeah.
And so the question is, we're going to have to do, given that their whole scenario is about never paying tax ever, we're going to have to go through that and have an answer to that. I don't have a public answer on this because we have to do one thing at a time. I'm saying billionaires like me need to pay more taxes, but we need to do it in a way. If you look at all the times that I've pushed through revenue in the state of California, which is 3 big times, and then I'm proposing 2 or 3 more as running for governor, none of them hurts California in any way. None of them do we have all these people saying these second order effects are bad. All of them are things that gets money for Californians for education and healthcare, and no one ever says, oh, but there's this other thing that's bad, because there's nothing bad.
Yeah.
And so I want to do this in a way to make sure they're paying their fair share, but we're not giving them an incentive to hurt us. And that
Yeah, I mean, that would be nice. I'd like to see that. Fair share for billionaires. When do they talk about AI? Because that's actually one of the things that I wanted to hit on in this interview, since we're actually going to be talking about AI, one of the themes of today, and robots. When did they do this? I'm trying to fucking remember. Is this it? Oopsies.
my guess is, do you think it would be better if we rebuilt the grid? Isn't that insane? The willingness of the investor-owned monopolies to adopt new technologies that exist right now to move into the 21st century. And so these perverse incentives mean you're always choosing the expensive answer. I don't know what Palantir is doing with PG&E, but I'm going to find out.
I don't care what they're doing with PG&E. You do care. I do care. Thank you. I do care. But you get it. Since your conversation with Hasan Piker a month ago, have you had time to educate yourself on the definition of genocide?
I have.
Okay.
This is your redemption moment.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, honestly, I don't need to listen to this part. Like he's like, yes, I understand what genocide is, and honestly, I think his answer is not good. Like, it's fine. He's also a governor, so technically he's not going to be voting on any aid packages to Israel. Well, I mean, the reason why I think his answer is not good is because the way he talks about it is like he seems to have just realized that it's a genocide, but he thinks it's only because it's only just become apparent to everyone, when in fact, at least that's the way he says it. In my, like, that's the way I estimated it being. And it's like, no, we've all known about this actually for a while, and you're the one who's just now noticing it. We're all watching you now realize it, and it's weird. Fuck, where do they talk about AI? Is it the very end? Am I losing my fucking mind?
Yeah,
I believe your statement, if I remember, Tom. I want to quote you because you might know this, but I've been spending a lot of time.
Yeah, quote me.
I believe what you said about AIPAC was it's a dark money organization that has no place in American politics.
Got it. Okay.
So let me ask you this, but I have a question for you.
Yeah, ask me anything.
How can I know to trust you or not? Because, you know, I am a brilliant, if I may say so.
Yeah, absolutely.
And witty, I think, is a word that a lot of people use for me. So
I'm a perfectly stable individual.
Deeply, sexually deeply troubled. So how can you explain to me that, you know, where you're coming from, where your heart is? Where's your heart?
Listen, my heart is with the people of California. I'm trying to keep everyone safe. What this ethno-state is doing,
Okay, I'm sorry. I can't find it. I can't find the spot that I want. But I mean, do we need a guy who refers to himself as a fucking, like, as a brilliant individual? I don't know where they talk about the AI now. Something's wrong with me.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
But they were definitely talking about it. Maybe, wait, what was that? Oh, wait, is that it? Oh, I think I found it. Wait, is this it?
And you know that. But the car cities like Detroit, Akron.
Wealth. What is your plan? That it's good. I love that. I'm talking about taxing people on their wealth.
I'm going to answer your
no.
That we don't have what happened in the Midwest in the 70s and 80s, where millions of people lost their jobs and whole cities. You know, I don't know how much time you spent in the Midwest.
I was in Minneapolis.
You're from Minneapolis?
No, I was in Minneapolis.
That their business model is putting out of work, protect.
And this is AI. Hold on.
A large
hold on.
language company.
Okay, hold on.
The people in California need to own part of AI. The people of California, this is a California innovation. These are California companies.
Actually, I take it back. I didn't hear him say this part. I was listening to this too fast. This is actually a decent plan. When I heard him, I was listening to this at like 2 or 3x today. I can't help it because especially lately, because I've been waking up so late. I have no time to do all my research, so I'm just like rushing through it. That's actually not the worst answer. That Californians should be part owners of AI. I think that changes the incentive structure of all of this to some degree. I think we should be a majority owner, 51%, so that they have voting power. That's my personal opinion. If we're going to talk about
have a
ownership.
small fee for every calculation done by a large language model company. And we need that so that we can protect workers that their business model is putting out of work, protect them, maybe retrain them, but do everything we can to make sure that we don't have what happened in the Midwest in the 70s and 80s, where millions of people lost their jobs and whole cities. You know, I don't know how much time you spent in the Midwest.
I was in Minneapolis.
You're from Minneapolis?
No, I was in Minneapolis there.
Well, Minneapolis is not a car. Were you?
Yeah, I was there to mess with
Wow.
ice, go ice fishing.
Congrats.
Yell at some white supremacists and everything.
Good. Minneapolis was never, it was a grain city. They were, it was General Mills and, that. But the car cities like Detroit, Akron, Gary, Cleveland, you go to them, it's like they're completely hollowed out.
So here's the thing, though, partially about this plan, where he thinks that every time that they do something that supposedly puts somebody out of a job, it should pay out a certain percent, or a certain amount of money. Like, first off, how do you define that? How do you know when it's actually, because that's the thing about AI, it's somewhat insidious. It's like, would the person using AI have necessarily hired someone to do the job? Perhaps. But think about the amount of effort that would have to go in to try and measure something like that, right? And saying that we need some, like first off, the AI companies aren't making that kind of money yet. They could not be paying this out right now, because they're like stealing all the IP or whatever else, and the amount of energy they're utilizing for each query and prompt and whatever else is disproportionate to the amount of money that they're making. And so they're like basically just like losing money right now. You've seen them trying to like funnel money back and forth to each other to keep it looking like they're not doing that, but that's absolutely what's happening. And yeah, people are still thinking about it like they're producing a ton of money. They're just kind of stealing stuff, right? And trying to create. They're in this, like, what AI is it's in a fledgling stage right now, where it can't actually do all of the things that the people who are touting it are claiming that it can or will do, right? Much of it is sort of a figment of the imagination. It's it's, if anything, it's like a belief system. It's a belief that AI will solve all problems, right? Eventually. That's what I hear a lot of these people who are touting AI the most say, is that eventually it'll just solve all the problems, right? It's just not there yet, is what they say. That's always that's the claim. It's like, yeah, sure, it can't do this right now, or yeah, it's making mistakes here and there. But the adoption of AI and robotics is sort of happening insidiously and in different places where people don't notice it happening, they don't realize it's happening, or they're maybe not engaging with different software or whatever else. But it is happening. It is being introduced, even if it's not yet effective as a human, even if it's not yet doing the jobs as well. Because as I've said in the past, for the capitalists, for the profit seekers, all it has to do is do your job well enough. Right? It just needs to do your job well enough that the loss in effectiveness and productivity is worth it to them, not to you, not to the consumer, right? Not to the person calling customer service or waiting for their package or whatever, right? Whatever it might be. Like, it's about whether or not it's generating more profits than the human being would have, right? Like, as long as they can manage to do that eventually, like, that's what they're hoping for, right? And so if they can, so the people pushing the AI, if they can talk enough regular businesses to implement these sorts of things, right? And of course you have Amazon, who is heavily invested in AI right now, and they happen to basically control an entire sector of the economy, right? I mean, they have a massive stranglehold on the retail sector in America. And broadly on much of the planet, they have almost no competitors. And, you know, like with those sorts of things already in play, you can see how this will happen, right? And it won't be good for anybody aside from the capitalists, which is why it needs to be slowed down, and the profit motives need to be reversed. Like I'm saying, it needs to be 51% ownership. If we're going to talk about ownership and and having AI continue in the way it is, we need 51% ownership by just like America broadly, and not just California, right? Because it's all of our jobs. It's not just Californians' jobs who are being displaced or taken away in this hypothetical scenario, in this future scenario that we're talking about. Like, and the fact is, to some degree, whether or not it ever comes to fruition, like robots, AI being good enough to do all the things that these people claim it to be, we just have to get to a place where they have implemented it in enough places to have basically removed much of the power of workers, right? To continue to wheedle away at their actual human worker numbers. I'm already talking now in terms of human workers versus robot workers. I'm already thinking it because I keep seeing more and more implementations of these sorts of technologies all the place. We just don't talk about it very much because we just don't have time for it. Like, I have way bigger fish to fry technically. Although in the past there was a time where we were talking about AI so much. But you know, recently that's fallen by the wayside. I feel like over the last year it's been a little less than that. It's really kind of taking the back seat to all the other chaos that's happening. But anyways, I'll listen
have
to
that
a little bit
happen.
more.
We
of
can't
this
let
Dave from
AI
Sky.
do that to our people. And so we have to own part of it so we can use that money to protect people, retrain them, make sure that our society is still vital.
Okay, so you're going to tax AI, you're not going to tax the billionaires.
And
You
so,
know what?
no.
You know what? Good enough. It's fine. It's fine.
You want the question on billionaires, and I want to give you the answer on billionaires, which is this. We need to tax billionaires like me. I am happy to pay more taxes. I want all billionaires to pay more taxes.
But what kind of tax?
You're right. The way that billionaires live, they don't pay taxes. And why is that true? Because people who make that kind of money, so let's say you and I start OpenAI.
Yeah.
So we own stock, and the stock is worth, now on paper, it's worth this much money.
Yeah.
And do we pay tax on that? No. And so let's say, and now we need money.
Okay, yeah, that's good enough for me. Yeah, like I said, there's some work to be done with one of my worries here in this race. Anyway. Like I said, if you just give 51% ownership, stock control, or percentage ownership, however these companies are set up, some of them aren't public. That's really what's needed. Voting share. Major profit recipient being the public itself. That's what it needs to be. Controlled by and profited by America. At the very, very least. Because that'll change the incentive all of a sudden. It changes the incentive structure, in my opinion. Like, it's not a perfect solution. Honestly, I think shutting it down is the solution. I see some people suggesting that. And I agree. The question is, how do we get people to do that? Is the question. How do we get people to embrace shutting it down? And we'll talk more about that once we get back to robotics I don't want to get mired in this conversation when it's not long from now we'll be talking about this again. So let's go to a guy who's going to be running for a seat in what we call Silicon Valley, aka San Francisco. Shaikat Chakrabarti. But we're not going to talk about his run. We're going to talk about another guy's run in Utah, which will be coming up soon, and hopefully we'll be talking more about both of these guys in the near future.
Hey y'all, I want to...
Whoopsies.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Okay, why is
y'all to an amazing candidate who's running in Utah? We got Nate Bluin right here. What's up, everyone? So, Nate, can you tell us a little bit about your campaign, what you're running on?
I am focused on taking on the authoritarianism we are seeing in Utah with the Republican supermajority in our legislature and everything that they are aligned with in D.C. We need to take back the power for the people.
And you're for an arms embargo on Israel, right?
Yeah, we need to stop funding genocide.
So, Nate, I want to ask, you taking any corporate money?
No corporate money, no APAC money. We are funded by grassroots donors.
What about your opponent?
Oh, he's taking corporate money.
And what do you think about Green New Deal?
I'm all for it. I'm a climate and energy sort of guy, big supporter of wind and solar and geothermal in Utah.
Amazing, amazing. Look, I've been saying from the beginning of this campaign that the only way we're gonna be able to change this country is if there's a movement of us that go in there together, right? And that's what it's all about. I've been trying to reach out to candidates who are running all across the country. Nate is an incredible candidate, and I want y'all to support him. If you can't.
Oh, there you go. Huge, I got. Okay, who's next? Oh, here we are. Great. Yes, let's talk about the Supreme Court's ruling on gerrymandering and how it will affect the elections with CNN.
Today is exactly 6 months until the midterm elections. And with so much at stake for President Trump and the future direction of the United States, what is the likelihood Democrats can win back one, if not both chambers of Congress? We'll break all that down this hour. But given that this past week there was such huge news impacting the races for the House and the Senate, with a major jolt upending a critical primary and one of the nation's marquee Senate races. And also the Supreme Court blowing up how congressional maps can be drawn, giving a huge boost to the GOP and upending the race for the House, also potentially changing that institution for decades to come. So how will voters respond? And will Trump drag down his party or be fixated with political retribution at the ballot box, which he is seeking to exact on Republicans beginning in Indiana this week? We have an excellent group of reporters to break all of this down, including NPR's Tamara Keith, CNN's Jeff Zeleny, and Deirdre Walsh from Notice. Good morning to you all. It's great to see you. Good
morning. Good morning.
Jeff, you've been digesting.
I would just like to start this off before any of these idiots say a single word. Do we have an excellent group of reporters? We're about to find out.
The map of these district lines all week long because it is so significant. It can impact the race for the House. We've been through this gerrymandering war, unprecedented. Really, we have not seen this happening in this mid-decade, state-by-state fight that's been going on at the beginning of this cycle since Trump began that fight last year in Texas. You can see on your screen. Republicans right now have an advantage in that ongoing gerrymandering role by about 3 seats. But then the Supreme Court steps in this past week, limits the Voting Rights Act, changes how minority-majority districts lines can be drawn. And now we're seeing several state legislatures trying to help Republicans. You can see on your screen there, these are what we expect. Alabama tried to add 2 Republican seats. Louisiana tried to add 2 Republican seats. Tennessee 1. That is this year's midterms, just for this year's midterms. Jeff, is that going to be enough for Republicans to stay in power?
Unlikely. I mean, look, the reality is, looking at the president's approval rating, looking at just the mood of the economy and other things, I mean, Republicans realize that they are up against some dramatic headwinds. But this is a historic moment here in terms of, A, the Voting Rights Act. I mean, obviously, it's been a pillar of our country's politics for decades, and all of that has been slowly changing, starting with the Shelby County decision in 2013. But this really effectively dismantled the rest of it. But you only had to look at just the exact moment when the Supreme Court was reading this opinion. The Florida House of Representatives was voting on this new map in Florida. So it's effectively taking this tit for tat that we've seen all year long into overdrive or overtime, I guess. And look, the short-term effects for the midterms this year are not going to be that much because many primaries have already happened.
And that's where it goes completely off the rails and Jeff starts saying completely fucking false things. I don't know where he's getting this information from. This guy is a political fucking reporter. He works at fucking CNN. Look at him. He's wearing a suit, the tie and the glasses. He's got his little earpiece, his little fascist hairdo here. And he's lying. He's just fucking lying, or he's just too fucking stupid to know he's wrong. This guy's supposed to be a journalist. We were just told by, what's his face, that we have a crack team of journalists here. Said we called a bunch of fucking crackheads. I would like to point you to Exhibit A, my list of all the primaries that are still happening, which is the bulk of the primaries. This is how unserious CNN is. Right? And this is why I keep saying we need to take the primary seriously, because they're not even talking about them until they happen. They're just hoping over at CNN that party loyalists will go and vote as expected on primary day for the, the corporate candidate. And they can, when the numbers come in, they can just sort of, wash their hands of the elections. But the fucking primaries aren't even close to done. Like 10% of the primaries have happened or less. Okay? We got like 40, we have 43 freaking primaries left. Almost every single one of the states shown in this map earlier here still has a primary left to go. Let's just go down the list. I'll start from the West Coast. California. When's their primary? California, June 2nd. Utah. June 23rd. It's almost like we could have done the journalism ahead of time. But don't worry, I'm here to do it for you, CNN. Now, of course, Texas has already had their primary. We talked about it earlier this year. Missouri. I think Missouri is in August. Yes, Missouri is August 4th. Ohio, This one would be easy, we would think, because it's literally in 1 day from now, May 5th. Weird. Virginia next. August 4th. North Carolina. Where is North Carolina? I think it's N. Carolina somewhere on this fucking list. No, it's South Carolina. Wrong Carolina. They may have already had it. Is this the full list? I don't know. Point is, I think the point is fucking made. No, is it not point? Is the point not made yet? These guys did zero journalism and just said like one of the most false things you could say. Not a big deal. No primaries left this year. Thanks, CNN. Great journalism job doing. Fucking hacks. Pathetic. It's pathetic, dude. Florida also, I don't know what North Carolina, whether or not they have their primary. I could literally do the job of CNN once again, but I know for a fact Florida, the last one after North Carolina that was left on that fucking map, also has their primary later this year. I don't know what day. I just closed the fucking list. Oh. They're so useless over there. Useless morons. No primaries left, everybody. Don't worry. It's only the thing that I've been talking about being stressed over us not doing enough on. These guys are acting like it's already fucking over. It's been like 3 primaries. They're like, oh, it's done. Don't need to talk about it. I'm the low effort one, though. Everybody remember that. Just remember, I'm the low effort one. Okay? It's not CNN. They're still monetized on YouTube. Okay? It's me. They can't be bothered to do the journalism, but me, the guy who's actually doing the lowest bar effort of journalism on the elections here, I'm the inauthentic, low effort, demonetized piece of shit.
You're terrible.
You're hurting the kids.
Well, let's move on from talking about ditching Congress, who we do mostly need to ditch and replace with better people. Talk about a trend, or at least a trend which a company would like you to embrace. Motorola is encouraging people to ditch their iPhones for a flip phone.
A what now?
What's a flip phone? What do you talk about, mister? What's a flip phone?
Motorola holding a unique launch for its latest foldable phones.
Rich DeMiro explains in today's Rich on Tech.
Usually when tech companies launch a new smartphone, they typically throw an event at a specialized place, maybe a corporate campus filled with media types. Well, this time around, Motorola is taking a different approach, a Hollywood movie-style premiere for the launch of their latest foldable phones. Let's go take a look. Motorola rolling out the indigo carpet for their latest foldable phones, surprising attendees with a fashion show and celebrity guests, including Paris Hilton.
The idea behind the show was to just deliver the phones.
Motorola unveiled its new Razr Flip series in various colors, including Orient Blue, a natural wood called Cocoa, an earthy shade called Mountain View, plus hematite, violet ice, sporting green, and bright white.
As an example, you hold it up in different lights. It's ivory, it's silver, it's bright white. It's fabulous.
Choreographed dancers and runway models strutted in front of a crowd of media.
This is so fucking stupid. Oh my god. The dancers holding the flip phone. This is the most cringe thing I've ever seen. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The phone might be perfectly fine, but why the hell do you need a fashion show for a phone? I don't know. Well, speaking of trends, we should talk about a trend which is hitting the buildings of Scientology. NBC, 3 days ago.
This is just one snapshot of so-called speedrunners, including a man dressed like Jesus stampeding right through security at a Scientology building on Hollywood Boulevard. screaming as they sprint into the organization's notoriously clandestine halls.
Let's go in.
Others taking a more subtle approach. Even signing in, looking for access.
Hi. Oh no, let me do that real quick.
Or apparent content for social media videos that are suddenly everywhere. They're calling it speedrunning Scientology.
Get out!
Inspired by video game slang, here the players are not just confronting guards, but unlocking maps of the buildings. Former Scientologist turned critic Leah Remini slamming the efforts as failing to highlight anything substantive.
It feels like it's about clicks, and it's turning something serious into content. And
Yes, and I'm afraid Leah is in fact right. I clicked this. I wanted to think that this was fucking hilarious, and it's still mildly amusing to me. But I think that it's doing more harm than good. Unfortunately, you know, these kids and content creators, TikTokers mostly, seem to be like. Some of them completely unaware of any of the allegations against Scientology, like them holding people prisoner in like weird, creepy camps and stuff, and like all the other sorts of toxic aspects of this supposed religion. They just are doing it for the lulz and for the clicks and the views, and I think that is absolutely the wrong way to don't do that. Like, do something else.
So it completely loses the point.
Their purpose isn't entirely clear, and some participants appear to be teenagers. One creator credited with beginning the trend, known only as Swiley, telling The Hollywood Reporter, "I didn't do this whatsoever to come out against them or anything. I do not."
Yeah. And so this is why I have a problem with it, right? If these TikTokers were doing this and then doing this to bring attention to the problems with Scientology after the fact, that would be one thing. But that's not what they're doing. These kids are doing this completely unaware of any of it. And they're like, "What? This isn't political. This is just for clout. It's just for social media clout."
This is ridiculous.
What I did, even though I didn't break any laws. With the Scientology spokesperson telling NBC News, these are peaceful spaces. Turning them into targets for viral stunts is not journalism, protest, or civic activity.
No, I would also disagree with that. They're not peaceful spaces. Scientology is a terrible religion. There's a lot of allegations against it for doing unpeaceful things to people. Once again, I'm afraid I think this is an unfortunate trend that needs to be, if anything, directed towards actually talking about the problems with Scientology. The fact is, we never talk about Scientology around here. It's just not first off, it's like not something I've done like a ton of research on. Like, I've seen a couple of the documentaries on it. I think one, in fact, that Leah Remini was part of. It's been a long time since I've watched it, though. And hey, I see people in chat think it's good, and everybody is totally allowed to have their own opinions on this situation. All right, well, let's move on from the buildings of Scientology to a building with some problems, other problems, from Utah to Florida. to a
I'm out
fancy
in Miami,
building.
ho.
Now at 6, developers of downtown Miami's Aston Martin residences face their second lawsuit in 4 months. Residents say they see concrete balconies crumbling, their seawall corroding, and claim it will cost millions to fix it. They blame the builder, who's pushing back. Good evening, I'm Lauren Pastrana. Thank you for joining us. CBS News Miami's Larry Seward is your reporter live in downtown Miami. And Larry, you spoke with both sides. What'd they say?
Lauren, a spokesperson for Riverwalk East Development, says they used the very best contractors they could find to bring that tower behind me to downtown Miami. That same spokesperson says that the condo owners who are suing may be dodging their responsibility with what happened to their building.
The sales pitch shines on its marquee. Aston Martin brands 68 floors of luxury high-rise living with some features owners are scrambling to fix.
There were water stains.
Now, this is a story I can get behind. I love the infighting between the ultra-wealthy. The people who can afford the condos in the Aston Martin building versus the Aston Martin building. Oh, God.
Pooled water all over the floor.
Keith Swirsky lives there. Last year, his condo association took over management from Riverwalk East Development. After that takeover, residents claimed they moved in finding shattered glass on some balconies, unsealed concrete, chunks of it falling off balconies to the ground, leaving holes, reinforcement steel exposed, and rusting.
It's kind of like having an SUV or a truck and not painting the back quarter panel. It's just like, okay, I'm going to walk away. The car's good enough.
David Haber represents the condo association. In January, he filed this lawsuit accusing developer Herman Koto and Koto's businesses of fraud. They say Koto's team convinced buyers they would have a private marina, helipad, and concierge services, but did not deliver. 2 months later, Daniel Levin filed a second suit.
No, not the marina. No. Oh, this is the most shoddy helipad that I've ever seen. I will not stand for it. How is my helicopter to land on this subpar helipad? By the way, this is what this building looks like. Which sold, the whole building sold for $125 million 12 years ago. And then built in 2019. Well, I guess going into 2020. Finishing in 2021. Look at this. Look at this fucking thing. We got the helipad up here. You got the marina access down here. The lap of luxury ruined.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
God. Can you imagine? Can you imagine the inconvenience? You buy a beautiful waterside condo, and then you have a shoddy helipad? I cannot. Shoddy helipad? Bad plumbing? My multi-million-dollar condo? Unacceptable. I will not have it. I will not stand it, I say. That is how I would react in normal life. Where am I? Yes, what am I to do with my jet ski? This marina is not nearly up to par. You promised mahogany deck. This is clearly oak. Unacceptable. I was promised teak lockers in the locker room. These are clearly maple. And that is unacceptable. All right, now to something for the community. 6 new murals are being unveiled on downtown Houston buildings ahead of the World Cup. KU11 from 3 days ago on this story.
All right, if you're a fan of art, downtown Houston's got a bold new look.
Yeah, we love it. Just in time for the World Cup, wouldn't you know? Officials unveiling 6 new murals from a gorgeous owl overlooking other smaller, colorful birds. A girl holding an apple, a cowboy and a cowgirl embracing. We know that one. And one mural dedicated to the World Cup, of course. Part of a growing public art project across the city. Leaders say the art highlights Houston's diversity as the city welcomes hundreds of thousands of new.
Yes. The diversity. All the diversity. I just wanted to make sure that we get all of the murals here. All the diversity of animals and white people. White children, white adults, and animals. Very diverse. Thank you, Houston. Good job. They really celebrated that diversity. Now, in other community projects, we should go to Colorado, where they are breaking ground on a major project for the kids.
Cities are investing in their growing communities. Lone Tree building what will be its biggest park near I-25 in Ridgegate. The city is over 10 times bigger today than it was 20 years ago, when your reporter Olivia Young was growing up.
No, they are beautiful murals. I will give you that much. They're beautiful murals. I'm not sure that they necessarily celebrate diversity as well as they're claiming. They're perfectly lovely.
Caboodle gifted 5 subscriptions to the
damn.
community.
King Caboodle with the 5 gifted subs to the community. Thank you, Sasha. Who got them? Ohm's Law. Ohm's Law. I just read it as Ohm's Law when it's really clearly Ohm's Law. Ohm's Law 77. Rosemary Bumble. Rosemary Bumblebee. Brooklyn Rob. Zenji. And Julia Doe. Thank you very much. Incredibly generous in helping with our galactic content goal. And all the donos we've seen today have been on Twitch. Just a reminder, everybody, you could be also donating in places like Cash App, PayPal, Patreon. Colorado, Denver, no, CBS 7. No,
County.
Colorado. CBS,
Olivia,
Colorado,
this 80-acre park will have a little bit of everything for everybody.
Yeah, it certainly will, Karen. Now, this idea has been 25 years in the making. It includes everything from an amphitheater to ball fields to a beer garden. It's big news for people living in the growing community of Lyric here. But beyond that, the city of Lone Tree says they're not just breaking ground on a park, but on the city's.
Well, where's that coming from? There's a hype train just started. That was shocking. I wasn't expecting that. I didn't see another donation come through. Must have been off of the subs alone. Beautiful. Is that a rare treasure train? No, regular hype train. Okay, cool. For a second, I thought we had a treasure train.
Sure.
And we've been looking forward to this for so long.
There's a lot to be excited about in Lone Tree.
Going down the slides.
Going down the slides. Oh. What about you, Hadley?
Going down the slides too.
This place will come alive
Yeah.
in just over a year. And one thing we know for sure is that High Note Park will be a community gathering space for generations to come.
As Phase 1 construction breaks ground on High Note Park, a large regional amenity in the Lyric neighborhood, which is still under construction itself.
For 2 years, we've literally lived with construction around us.
Lyric families like this one have been waiting for the park since they moved in.
With 2 young kids, it was really cool to have this be something to kind of look forward to.
Soccer fields.
Well, there you go. New community amenities for some here in Colorado. Kids, parents, perhaps equally excited for the future of this park. All right. We got more to talk about with the kids, but we're like 2.5 hours into the stream. Probably went a little over what I would have liked to. Got distracted somehow. Beer garden for, look, it's for kids and parents. That's what I'm saying. There's going to be, you know, playground for kids, adult playground, like beer garden and amphitheater. I mean, it's a multi-use community space. Something everybody, I think, can enjoy, potentially. All right, we're going to take a quick Galactic intermission. We'll be right back with these brief messages. Okay, I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit that bell icon and the like button too, while you're at it, to consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you. A lot of great ways out there for you to show your support. YouTube, Super Chat, Super Stickers. Wait, nope, we've been demonetized. I almost forgot. You got Twitch, bits, power up, subs, gifted subs, prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream. Throne. If you'd like to contribute to actual physical items that I would eventually see down on planet Earth. But of course, the very best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars remains the one and only Patreon. Where for the low price of $3 a month, you can get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. I'll be right back.
infertility.
I was wondering.
This video is aimed at anyone who wants to learn more about infertility.
I was wondering if you're open to talking about your chat room policy.
That is in the bylaw. Yes, please tell me what my chat room policy is.
It's just saying silly comments.
YouTube chat.
So I blocked the people who were being rude and obnoxious to me. The moderator, or one of the moderators, blocked me. Another person was saying I was infertile.
Oh my God.
Just,
why did they say those?
It was just ridiculous.
I'm shooting blanks.
No, it had nothing to do with my biology.
When you get blocked, does that mean that you can't conceive?
I have to BS people.
Well, you better unblock them.
What's going on here?
They said I was infertile, and they said I'm talking gibberish.
How rude.
The infertile thing I feel pretty strongly about. But you smell like a fart. Oh, sorry.
I'm there to have more gibberish discussion.
I am completely unable to fart. That's probably the problem, honestly.
One person was saying I was just uttering gibberish.
These are great stories. Infertile, silly, infertile, infertile, fart, infertile, silly,
infertile.
All right, everybody. Break is over. My soundboard stopped working, so I had to play a song that was on my computer.
So the moderator says to you, you're not allowed to say something like, you are infertile.
So I blocked the moderator, or one of the moderators blocked me.
Well, you better conceive a lot of different policies on disk. Get into the CDs. Infertile, silly, infertile, infertile, fart, infertile, silly,
infertile,
infertile,
obnoxious.
Get into YouTube chat.
In the live chat.
I mean, the silly part to me, it adds to it.
Really rude and obnoxious stuff.
I don't want to see him kissing goblins.
Okay. We're back. We're back, people. Break over. Poor Dan. He's infertile.
You should be ashamed of yourself for having that thought.
It's true. I should be ashamed. Okay. Let's go. Next. Talking about the youths. We were just talking about the community center in Denver. However, access to youth sports is becoming more and more inaccessible to more and more families. Talk about that. We got a more perfect union from Friday. And a movie tree for Leica.
Youth sports is my whole life right now. Ready, go! For all 3 kids, I'm spending probably around $25K a year. The schedule is crazy. The expenses are crazy. I am constantly exhausted, but they love playing sports.
Boys, we're here. Up, 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 up. Baseball, let's go.
Yeah.
When I was growing up, things were different. Sure, the fields weren't perfectly manicured, but everyone could afford to play. But the average cost of putting a kid in sports has jumped 46% since 2019. Youth sports is now a $40 billion industry, double the NFL's annual revenue. And private equity giants...
That is insane. That is ridiculous. Why is youth sports a bigger business than NFL? What in the fuck is going on?
What the fuck is going on?
Annual revenue. And private equity giants like Varsity Brands and Unrivaled are cashing in. Nowadays, families making under $100,000 a year are half as likely to have kids in sports at all.
And the last dream of poor children is taken away. It's insane. You know, it was like not a lot of opportunity for impoverished kids. Maybe if you become a star athlete, you'll get out of here one day. Actually, take it back. Never mind. Sorry, kid. We're cutting off the opportunities.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
As costs go up, parents are getting squeezed, and kids are getting priced out of the games they love.
Youth sports, I think, is destroying parents. Can you move quick? We gotta get your brothers to baseball. It's destroying a sense of community.
The level of pressure, the level of like supposed opportunity, this has all been like shock for me.
It's become a money grab.
I know a lot of families that have taken out loans and have credit card debt.
Youth sports were supposed to be for everyone. So what the hell happened?
Loans and credit card debt for youth sports. Come on.
Brick? What'd you say?
I said brick for the first one.
Oh my god. That's 3.
Bro, 3.
Rock, paper, scissors, scissors, shoot.
Okay.
You wanna go first? Yeah.
When my husband was small, he started playing football and worked his way up and did it all on his own and got himself a full ride, everything covered, superstar, NCAA scholar athlete, all of the things. In 2023, my husband very suddenly passed away. So I didn't actually really start thinking about, oh my God, scholarships for college until he passed away. I was in this quagmire. What do I do? Do I stop all of this? Do I give the kids time to breathe?
Wait, I need break. I need break.
Okay,
I had maintained their schedule the first year after he died. I thought, okay, I'm just gonna keep doing this and we're gonna push and push and push and see if we can secure these scholarships.
So when did scholarships become such a focal point of youth sports?
In the early 1990s, about $250 million a year was distributed by Division I and Division II schools for athletic aid. Well, today, that number is north of $4 billion. So that's a lot of money. It's in part because the cost of college has gone through the roof.
Parents are desperate for a way to pay for college. And for a lot of them, they see a college scholarship and NIL money as the best route to do that. When you look at college sports across the board.
This is literally what I was just saying. This is literally what I was just freaking saying. You know, it's one of those things, these extracurricular activities that kids can get extremely good at. At least used to be able to get good at without having to have access to hordes of cash. Just a basketball and a hooper. You know, whatever it might be. Of course, some sports have always had more of a barrier to them. Things like, you know, hockey, golf. Stuff with like a lot of costs associated with them, right? But, you know, other sports, not so much. Especially things like basketball, right? Where there's public hoops all over the place.
Only about 2% of high school athletes end up playing in college.
We're chasing scholarships because I'm really worried about how to pay for college. Having said that, I know that the probability is low.
The pitch is simple. Invest in your kid now, and it might pay off later. So travel leagues and scouting showcases started to emerge as a way to get exposure for kids.
Come on.
Also, I'm sure that all of this isn't it all contributing to, you know, like toxic sports parent sort of behavior. You know what I'm talking about? It's like the same thing as like right? Like a stage mom, right? Or like a pageant, you know, people getting what I'm saying here? Like the quintessential sort of overbearing parent with extremely high expectations of their children. And since they're financially investing into these sort of things, I feel like it's highly likely that those parents are likely to sort of further try and... 'cause I feel like often it's like parents who are trying to live out their dreams through their children, right? Like, or sometimes, not all the time, but like especially the ones who are over obsessed with this stuff, at least in the past, were the ones who were tended. But like you add in this element of it, and you're spending, you know, what did that woman say? Like $75,000 a year for her 3 kids or something. 25,000. What did she say? Was it she say? I can't remember if she said each or not. It was either $25,000 for all of them or $75,000 for all of them. But either way, you're spending, you know, some huge portion of your income on this. I feel like you're highly likely to start, you know, perhaps having too high expectations for your children, pressuring them into things that they don't want to do. You know, like say those kids stop being interested in that sport. But you're 75 in the hole, 75 grand in the hole this year for it. You might take a issue with that as a parent.
Your hats and stuff are in the car, right? Yeah. I'm a full-time sports momager with 3 boys living in New York. After I drop them off at school, I spend most of the day figuring out my logistics. I'm just driving from place to place to place. My friends think I'm crazy.
Ismail, while they're waiting, put the balls in the bucket. Why? Because I said so.
But not every parent wants to turn their 10-year-old into a full-time scholarship-chasing machine. Some families want their kids to just play. So where did these casual, low-cost opportunities go?
A few things happened that got us to this point today. First of all, we had the 2008 financial crisis. In the wake of that, Parks and Rec departments saw their budgets slashed, and that included budgets for rent leagues. Next, we had COVID-19 that just resulted in immediate closures of all kinds of sports programs across the country.
Yep. Exactly. It's because there's not enough, and it's funny that this is literally from the Denver Department of Parks and Recreation. We just saw in Colorado them unveiling now a new community project because clearly the communities need it. Right? We need more community spaces, public spaces where people belong. Everybody belongs. Right? Regardless of how much money you might have. Right? Because you're part of the society. For fuck's sake.
That left a significant vacuum.
When COVID hit, about 56% of children in this country, ages 6 to 17, played organized sports in some form or another. COVID comes in and drops that number down to 49%. So there are a lot of kids who immediately lost access to a sport experience. Those are most often the kids who are attached to municipal programs, local, low-cost programs provided by cities and park and recs, which were just overwhelmed.
3, 2, 1, go.
And the public programs that did survive, they're constantly fundraising and battling to keep costs low for kids.
These services we offer here, they're life-changing for some of our boys who've never seen a pool or been in a pool before. It's much more difficult because the resources just aren't there as much. Whether that means on a city level, state level, federal level, the funding is just not aimed that way. So we have to work harder now to get that. Every year we have to dig deeper.
All right, Ismail, last lap. We gotta get out. Yep, we gotta go to basketball on the west side.
Yeah. I feel like this puts so much pressure on the kids, you know, making it this massive investment just to like get them involved in competitive sporting activities. All right, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit here.
Cal basically wanted to help kids. He wanted to teach them to play baseball the right way in a safe environment, and he and his brother Bill started Ripken Baseball. And they have the best youth baseball business in the country, in my opinion. And once we got into youth sports, I had been talking to Cal for years about trying to partner with him in some way, shape, or form.
And let's be honest, what kid wouldn't want to play here? Turf fields, 17 batting cages, custom walk-up music. This is the full big league experience, but that comes at a big cost. Families aren't just paying $600 for an entry fee. These operations run lodging, concessions, merchandise.
The thing I hear parents complain about more than anything is a practice called stay to play, the policy that requires anybody participating in an out-of-town tournament to stay at their preferred hotel. And if they don't, they're disqualified.
So when you add it all up, entry fees, travel, approved hotels.
It is a monopolistic business practice. If you don't work with our preferred, if you don't stay in the preferred hotel, you're not allowed. Are you shitting me? What a fucking joke! What a fucking joke! It's just like blatant corruption. It's like, look, pal, we got a deal with the hotel magnate. And if you don't work with us, you're gonna have some problems.
This can run a family $2,500 or more per kid. And if you want your kid competing at the highest level, you've got to do that multiple times a year.
You can't have that big moving swing, get right to the ball.
And the earlier you can get these kids playing at a high level, the more money can be extracted.
The earlier you form a travel team, the more likely that kid is going to bring their whole family. And so
I mean, what it sounds like is you have to be able to afford like multiple like vacations, like family vacations every year that are focused specifically on sports. Be able to shell out thousands and thousands of dollars. Oh, just for these kids to go out and do this stuff. Even if you found a budget way, it would be unallowable because you'd be staying in the wrong place. You know, like if you found like a cheaper option on a hotel or whatever.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at
a
this
lot
juncture.
of economic activity and therefore incentive if we can create these expensive environments in faraway places.
But travel baseball is just one example of private equity rolling up youth sports. This is happening in every sport, in every corner of the country.
Varsity Brands owns almost all of competitive cheerleading. The competitions, the apparel company, a professional league, and they have exclusive contracts with a lot of venues. Varsity also used to control the governing body and set the rules to advantage themselves. Another example is Black Bear Sports Group. They own over 40 ice hockey rinks across the Midwest and the East Coast.
And yes, hockey is an incredibly expensive sport to begin with. Just ask my parents. But one new expense even caught the attention of a U.S. senator.
So I was just told this last weekend that if I live stream my child's hockey game, my kid's team will be penalized and lose a place in the standings. Why is that? Because a private equity company has bought up all the rinks in the Northeast, has installed their own closed circuit camera system into all of the rinks, has provided a paid-for subscription service to all of the families.
So one company owns the rink, manages the league, and facilitates an exclusive streaming service for.
They're monetizing the children. Jesus
You're hurting
Christ.
the kids.
Oh my God, they're turning the children into content for the parents. It's the most disgusting fucking thing I can think of. We're gonna surveil your children and then you can pay us for the... It's like, you know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of like the roller coaster photographs, you know? You never, like, nobody ever actually wants that photo. But instead, it's what's up with this. But instead, it's with this entire the entire life experience. Rather than like that one moment on the, like that one brief second on the roller coaster, they're just they're seizing the rights to all filming of all of these events with these people's children in them, which they're already paying for, then demanding more money to watch it. That shit is wild. That shit is insane. Sorry, we've paywalled your children.
Would you jump up?
And we haven't even talked about equipment yet.
These companies, like, come on, they're taking advantage of the fact that we want to do what's best for our kids, telling us that if you have this bat, your kid's gonna score 4 home runs and 3 scouts are gonna call you. It's like, why am I up at 1 a.m. looking at Easton Dub bats, knowing I'm not gonna get it for them, but feeling pressured like maybe I should?
You could look at a kid's baseball bag and you could probably see $1,000 worth of gear just in that baseball bag alone.
This is creating such an unnecessary class division between the kids.
Fatima spends roughly $17,000 on team fees, $6,000 on travel and lodging, and another $2,000 on equipment. That's $25,000 a year to have her kids competing in youth sports. This is where we've ended up. So has anyone figured out a better way?
Norway is a nation the size of Minnesota, just over 5 million people, and yet they win all these medals? How did that happen? They created a Bill of Rights for children in sports.
Introduced in 1987, this declaration serves as the foundation for youth sports in Norway. There are 7 major principles, such as children have the right to participate in a safe and secure training environment without any inappropriate pressure from adults. Children have the right to choose which sport and how many sports they participate in. Above all, Norwegians prioritize participation, not outcomes. It's not about collecting trophies.
And that became the foundation for one of the healthiest and happiest nations in the world.
But would these policies work in a country as large as the United States?
We're not as different as we think we are. I mean, Norwegian kids aren't made any different than American kids. They just understand what the child development literature and the athletic development literature say, and they build policies, practices, partnerships, structures, and a philosophy that really centers the needs of youth, as opposed to adults trying to make money off youth. We finally have this moment now where people want to have the policy conversations. They want solutions.
Now, American lawmakers are trying to shift the incentives in youth sports in the same way. In Pennsylvania, Congressman Chris DeLuzio has taken an interest in solving the problem here. So we went to an event he was hosting with families in his district.
In our country, sports are supposed to be an equalizer. Any kid, no matter where they're coming from, should be able to compete. It's a place where you can show up and work hard and you can achieve something bigger than yourself. But our country is drifting away from that to where your family's bank account will decide whether you might even get to step foot on the field. That must end. That's why we are here today.
For families enrolled in
Yep. Save the kids' sports. For the love of God. It's ridiculous. All right, people, let's move it along now. Thank you, More Perfect Union, for that credible, disturbing journalistic piece. Moving on to other sporting events. 100th anniversary. New season rolling at the New York Lawn Bowling Club. Yes, from the exciting world of kids sports to the exciting world of lawn bowls.
Ever heard of lawn bowling? A new season rolling into Central Park tomorrow, and if you're thinking bocce, not so much. Thinking bowling? Well, sorta, kinda. It's completely its own thing, though, and it was even a favorite pastime of Walt Disney himself. Eyewitness News reporter Kimberly Richardson caught up with the club that is celebrating its 100th anniversary on the eve of lawn bowling's opening day.
Tucked away here in Central Park is a clubhouse like no other, home base for the New York Lawn Bowling Club.
Do you know how many people know us? Almost no one.
That's about to change. The club is the focus of Alejandro Delgado's documentary, Low and Slow, A Brief History of the NYLBC.
I think everyone kept their ego in check. We both...
Give us pizza or give us death!
Of roughly 100 members...
These are our name tags.
Georgina is an avid bowler who, like others,
Saw these people in white chasing after a ball, and I had no idea what they were doing, but I was intrigued.
I mean, it basically is bocce. Instead of throwing the ball in the air, you roll it. That's really what it is. It's lawn. It is basically. Yeah, that's basically what it is. It's like, what's that one called? Curling. It's like curling, but no brooms.
like John, hooked. He tells me part of the reason is the camaraderie.
No one cares what you do.
Also, usually, I think in professional bowls, yes, I've watched it before, and I think it's usually like 1v1, not team. But I think you can play teams, technically.
You know, how much money you have, you know, your race, your gender, anything.
They spend a lot of time setting the record straight. Do not call this bocce. These are bowls, not balls.
Don't do it.
It's like our,
it's bocce.
Our violin.
Which are not round, a bit flat on one side, and so do not travel in a straight line. Georgina has perfect form. The goal is to get as close as possible to a smaller target called a jack. It's a game that's played all over the world. Things can get intense.
Measure.
Things can get intense. Oh, so true. I've played it before. I don't know about intense. It's about as intense as bowling, I would say. Maybe slightly less intense than bowling, actually. But it can be fun to get outdoors. Not necessarily. Once again, I've seen professional bowls and they often do it indoors. I'm almost tempted to watch it. There's a lot of, you know how intense it is? There's a lot of whispering. It's most the announcers usually whispering. All right. Now let's go to a place where there probably won't be that much whispering. Louisiana. To the Jazz Fest.
All right, so now we are inside the kitchen, which y'all know is my favorite part and favorite place to be, especially at a festival. I am with Jessica with Palmer's Cuisine.
Palmer's Cuisine, that's right.
Now tell us, what are people ordering?
Oh my God, well, normally it's the jerk chicken that we can't keep, but this year we are selling out these beef patties. It doesn't matter how many we make, they fly out the door. So that's everybody's favorite this year.
Oh my goodness, okay. So your family's Jamaican.
Yes.
A lot of mercy. Okay, you know, see, I'm looking for all my Jamaican family out here.
Yes.
Now, I heard there is a story about your grandfather and the jerk chicken.
Yes, that's right. So I should also clarify, my grandmother's Creole from Brobridge and married a Jamaican man.
Oh, this is a good mix.
Oh,
it's a good mix.
I always had good food at home. But my grandfather, he made his jerk chicken recipe in the 70s and 80s. So he perfected it and no one knew it. And literally, unfortunately, he passed away of cancer. He's in the hospital and, you know, recovering from chemo, and it's a week before French Quarter Fest, and my grandmother's like, we have to cook all this food. We already paid our booth. It's all set up. And literally me and my grandmother are by the side of the booth and like writing down this recipe. And you can see it in his face. It pained him to give us that recipe.
Oh, he didn't want to give it to us?
He was going to take it to the grave. And he did. He used to make a very famous hot sauce from scratch. He would grow his own peppers in the backyard.
He took that to the grave?
He said, I'm not giving you everything. You're lucky I gave you that chicken recipe.
Wow.
But
Her
and the
grandpa
chicken
sounds
recipe
like a
obviously
dick.
has done so well.
Yes, that's right. I mean, we've been in Jazz Fest, I think 37 years, if I'm correct. And it's been a staple. And he was the first Jamaican restaurant in the state of Louisiana. So it's great to see him celebrated. Yeah.
I know, that's right. Okay, so the Parmesan jerk chicken, can you get it at the Jazz Fest?
Yes, you can only get it at Jazz Fest. I actually have a daytime job, and so does my mom. She is. So we always get asked, can you open up a restaurant? Maybe one day, but right now, this is the only place you can get it.
Only place you can get it. This is...
That looks delicious. Well, it makes me a little sad to know that there's some sort of delicious hot sauce that will never be seen by the rest of the planet. A little selfish, Grandpa or Dad. I can't remember whether it was her dad or her grandpa. But come on, man. You can't take that to the grave. That's just wrong. Why would you deprive humanity of such a thing? Anyway, hopefully you're getting value gained at this point. I mean, we've been already talking a whole bunch of stuff here tonight. 250th American anniversary, founding fathers. Why are we doing this? Why are we doing this? Hey, I'm already wearing sunglasses, lowercase. Why are we doing this? There's so many backup sunglasses at this point. I've like lost count of them. But, what are we doing? You guys are crazy. And we've been talking about all sorts of value-taining things. A lot of things we could do outside. Community parks. Community murals in downtown Houston. Community sports, potentially. Lawn bowling, jazz fests. But maybe all of that's too much for you. Maybe you just want to sit, relax, take in the nature, if you will. Well, unfortunately, for one community in Seattle, their enjoyment of the outdoors is under threat.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
King 5, 2 days ago.
Seattle's nude beach is the focus of a court hearing today, centered around the question, is topless sunbathing allowed in the clothing required area? In August, city officials designated one section of Denny Blaine Park a clothing required section in response to complaints from neighbors that the long-standing nude hangout was becoming a nuisance. The group Friends of Denny Blaine filed a motion to clarify if being bare-chested still satisfies the clothing requirement. They say visitors have been confronted by private security hired by nearby homeowners and were told to cover up bare torsos. A lawsuit filed by a group of homeowners is currently working through the courts over claims that the beach has become a public nuisance.
Oh, God. The existence of the human body, it's repressing the homeowners by the water. Oh, that's very sad. All those $1 million homes being oppressed by the existence of humans in nature.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Exactly. Exactly. That's another way you can enjoy nature. In the middle of the country. Minnesota, to be exact. You could be one of any number of people.
Well, if you have
that
ever
could go
been along the
floating down
Mississippi,
the Mississippi.
Nice view, but could use more bubbles. Your moment has arrived.
Yes, it has. Photojournalists Ray Campos and Adam Duxter take us to Boom Island Park to see a new floating attraction.
Floating downriver in Minnesota usually means canoes, kayaks, maybe a fishing boat or two.
We love the water, we love getting out on the water, we love boating, we love it all.
But for Matt Witt,
I lived in Seattle for a little bit and then visited Seattle a lot. Seattle has a few different hot tub boat companies, so I tried out the idea there, loved it. It was a really cool experience. I just thought it was an awesome idea, and I was like, man, this would totally work in Minneapolis.
The approval from Minneapolis Parks and Rec means the idea of bringing hot tub boats is reality.
Did have to do some convincing. It's a new idea, so as many people hear it, they're like, what is that? And the city was no different.
In the location, Boom Island Park.
Eventually landed here because it's a beautiful view of downtown. You get kind of a great mixture of nature and then also the urban landscape as well.
Witt's company, Minnesota Hot Tub Boats, will offer 90-minute rides where the journey is slow, about 5 miles per hour. Each boat will fit around 6 people.
It's an involved process from our staff to make sure that the customers are comfortable and everybody's safe out there.
Witt hopes to launch Memorial Day weekend and is already seeing bookings.
There's a lot of excitement. It looks like the summer's gearing up to be good, but I've already also had some booking requests for the fall and the cooler months.
The floating attraction will run until November.
Well, there you go. All the way through the fall. You could ride down the Mississippi in a hot tub.
That's really weird.
Could be fun. Thank you, CBS Minnesota. NBCLA up next. Talk about another form of transportation. Not the Mississippi. Nope, I'm talking about Route 66. Which is turning 100 years old this year. 8 states, 3 time zones. An American icon.
Well, it spans 8 states, 8 time zones, and more than 2,400 miles of American history. Yep, you're seeing it there. We're celebrating 100 years of Route 66. Well, where's the official end of Route 66 is a question many have asked. Michelle Vyas takes us inside one roadside attraction that proves it ends at their iconic diner.
Route 66 is turning 100, and we're taking it back. We pulled up to Mel's Drive-In in Santa Monica, where the past isn't just remembered, it's still very much alive.
Still
if
is.
you ever plan to motor west...
Were you a singer, Michelle?
No.
Come on, don't lie to me now.
Get your kicks on Route 66. I met loyal customer Jim Ranella, who's done Route 66 the old-fashioned way.
Oh, yeah, many times, yeah. They went from the heartland, the Midwest, all the way out to the West Coast.
And for a lot of drivers and historians, this is the finish line. Mel sits at Olympic and Lincoln, long considered the end of Route 66. Well, depending on who you ask. Back in 2009, locals pushed to mark the official ending at the Santa Monica Pier next to Pacific Park. Now a must-stop photo op for travelers wrapping their 8-state journey.
How does it feel to
Feels
accomplish
great.
It was fun.
Did you stop by Mel's Diner already?
No, where is that?
In Santa Monica, there's 2 commemorations. And the owner of Mel's, Colton Weiss, stands on business and history.
A lot of people think it ends at the pier, but if you look into the history, it really ends here at our front door. And there's 2 big signs that the city put up here that really prove that it does.
And
The signs prove it. Thank you. Well, there seems to be some contention around the end of Route 66, but I can tell you what. The end for Route 66 is not in sight, continuing to be a functional route of travel. Continuing on into its 100th year. See what I did there? Edit. Never mind. Stupid.
You are not funny.
It was stupid. All right. other transportation-related stories to this miracle in the air.
Two paramedics helped deliver a baby on a Delta flight as it landed in Portland, Oregon. Ashley Blair gave birth to her daughter on Friday night. Paramedics Tina Fritz and Corinne Powell used blankets from passengers and a shoestring to tie off the umbilical cord. Fritz said the birth was fast and simple. Blair was flying from Tennessee to Oregon to be with her mother for the expected birth. The baby came 2 weeks ahead of schedule and the plane 20 minutes early.
Well, there you have it, a fascinating situation aboard a Delta flight. Suddenly, life brought into this world. Unexpectedly. Both the baby and the flight were early. But, unfortunately, some flights will never arrive as a result of the closing of Spirit Airlines this week. ABC News on the story from yesterday.
This morning, Spirit Airlines shutting down operations overnight, ending more than 3 decades in the skies. The low-cost carrier, known for its bare-bones fares, ceasing all flights as of 3 a.m. and what the company calls an orderly wind-down of operations.
Spirit is shutting down. I think it's insane.
I'm actually shocked. At this point, I don't know what to do.
The move leaving employees from pilots to flight attendants without a job and passengers across the country scrambling to find new ways home. On its website, Spirit urging its customers not to go to the airport. Overnight, the Department of Transportation announcing that the majority of other airlines, including United, Delta, JetBlue, and Southwest, will be capping ticket prices for a select period of time for Spirit travelers who need to rebook.
Usually we fly Spirit all the time. Usually it's the best affordable flight.
The sudden shutdown coming after Spirit failed to secure a last-ditch government lifeline, a proposed $500 million. Spirit's CEO releasing a statement saying despite the company's efforts, the recent material increase in oil prices and other pressures on the business have significantly impacted Spirit's financial outlook.
Yes. Unfortunately for Spirit Airlines, the most affordable airline out there, like that man just got done saying, is now out of business, shutting its plane doors and will no longer continue its operations, sending people scrambling for solutions, which will almost certainly, after that cap gets taken down, undoubtedly raise ticket prices everywhere. Because that's just economics. Now, here's a question for everybody to ask themselves. Who is to blame for the massive spike in oil prices?
I did everything right and they indicted me.
The very best, the very greatest, Harry Emden, CNN.
Breaking overnight, we did see a huge jump in gas prices, up 9 cents a gallon to $4.39. It's up 33 cents in the past week. There have been big jumps all week long. The political question is, who gets blamed for this? CNN chief data analyst Harry Etten is here this morning. So, simple question, who does get the blame and how does that compare historically to past people getting the blame?
You know, the buck stops at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Donald John Trump, the President of the United States, and to a historic degree, look at this, blame for the increase in gas prices. 77% say Donald Trump. I looked back at every president that I could find on a similar question, which is when the gas prices rise, Who gets the blame? Trump gets the blame more than Joe Biden did back in 2022, more than Barack Obama did in 2012, and more than George W. Bush did back in 2005, 71%. Donald Trump takes the cake. He owns this mess, according to the American people, and it is quite the mess because as gas prices climb ever higher and the increase in the percentage that blame Donald Trump climb ever higher, his approval ratings go down into the basement.
So presidents always get blamed, but he's getting blamed more.
He is getting blamed more to a historic degree.
What about the partisan breakdown here?
Now, this is where it gets really stunning. Okay, we've seen numbers that are this bad for Trump, disapproval rating on gas prices around this area, the percentage blaming him for the increase in gas prices around this area. But when you break it down by party, this is where it gets, oh my. This is a Republican base that has been infatuated with Donald Trump for years. But even here, blame Trump for rising gas prices. 55%, a majority of Republicans blame Donald Trump for gas prices. That is the highest ever blame for gas prices from one's own party. Then you 82% of independents. That's the highest percentage who blame the president of the United States among independents. Not much of a surprise, 95% of Democrats, but awful, awful, awful. Weak.
Well, the majority of the country blames Donald Trump for the rise in gas prices, including his own cult members. Are gas prices the thing that will break the spell? It'll be fascinating to see when that, I feel like, because I keep waiting for there to be sort of like this awakening from Trump voters, like realizing that they've been in a cult this whole time. It'll, of course, probably never happen until he dies. But it's just, it's just one of those things, I think. I think he's like it's a cult of personality, and until Trump will continue to lead it, will continue to have some sort of following until he is gone. That's just what I mean. I've been looking at this for a while. But it is fascinating to see more than 50%, a majority of Republicans blaming Donald Trump for rising gas prices. Which would mean vicariously, or by the, that transitive property, that if Trump is to blame for rising gas prices and Spirit Airlines just shut down because of higher gas prices, then Donald Trump is the reason that Spirit Airlines is shut down, that everybody's travel is going to be more expensive. It just went up another 35 cents here since Thursday. I've been, down on earth. When I walked to the store, I have been noticing the prices are going up. And they're going up fast. Like 10% in like the last week. If not more. I'm trying to think. It's been a lot. It's been going up really fast. Bad. Now, rising gas prices aren't the only problems people are facing, of course. Affordable housing. Serious struggle for many. I found this Associated Press. This weird Associated Press thing. It's like... I think this is like part of a series that they're doing called Money Happens, I think. Let's check this out. Let's talk about the housing crisis and how for a vast majority of younger Americans, home ownership feels out of reach and like more of a pipe dream than the American.
I thought this was America. Huh? Isn't this America? I'm sorry, I thought
When
this was
a financial
America.
difficulty becomes part of your life, whether it's medical bills, the high cost of housing, or credit card debt, it can have consequences for your well-being. I'm AP financial wellness reporter Cora Lewis. Welcome to our Money Happens series. In each episode, you'll hear from everyday people sharing their personal financial experiences, and from experts who offer advice which could help you or someone you know, even in a small way, starting as soon as today. For this episode, we're focusing on housing.
Every time I get a paycheck, like it's all already spoken for,
The first one's always like electrical, my car insurance, food, like all the small bills, my cell phone, and then the last bill of the month, the last paycheck's always just rent. Like it goes straight to rent.
You just heard from Tyler Jones, a 21-year-old who works part-time at a deli and at a community nonprofit in Springfield, Massachusetts. He doesn't see home ownership in his future. Tyler lives with his girlfriend of 3 years. She works as a house cleaner and is also a student. The two would like to own a home one day, but don't see it as realistic. Right now, 65% of working-age renters can't cover their monthly expenses after paying for housing, according to an analysis from Harvard's Joint Center for Housing Studies. And nearly half of all renters were cost-burdened by rent in 2024. That means they spent more than a third of their income on housing and utilities.
Yep, this is the situation that so many people are faced with. They are not even getting by. They're having to go on to credit card debt or whatever else to pay for what they need. Klarna. Whatever. Pay as you go. All of these things are just a symptom of a situation people are experiencing where they are literally week to week on absolutely everything. Myself included lately. It's been definitely a struggle. I was already basically living month to month, week to week. Then YouTube took like $1,000 from me last month. That was nice. It's only upped my stress level.
That's based on data from the most recent census. On top of the serious practical concerns that high housing costs introduce to people's lives, these kinds of calculations bring psychological stress and pressure.
If he's constantly feeling insecure that he could be getting evicted, that's huge. I'd want to come back to this anxiety, this sadness that's stopping him from really getting his arms around his finances.
For this episode, we spoke with John Hankins, a certified financial therapist based in Colorado, who works with patients to cope with financial stress and make plans for moving forward. He mostly works online with people across the country. Your life, whether it's medical bills...
Yeah. And that's great and all. But we're going to skip all of that because, what would solve all that financial stress for most people? Is if the government started actually making it easier for them to pay for those things. Whether it's taxing billionaires, right? And making healthcare a universal right? Tamping down on the commodification of housing and like all of these other sorts of things that they're clearly not doing that would make life better for everyone. If we because sure, but we're like having a financial therapist, great, good. He'll help you, come to terms with the horrifying situation that you're in. But we could solve it at a societal level, and so that people didn't have to have a financial fucking therapist. People shouldn't be scarred mentally from their finances, right? That's kind of what it implies. It's like, okay, so you're scarred mentally from your finances. They're so they cause so much mental anguish for you. You need a fucking therapist, right? That's a problem society is creating. Yeah. Meanwhile, we continue to deify the capitalists. At least some people do. And click on Detroit, Local 4. Got a seriously important discussion for us in the newsroom. Prepare yourselves. Hot debate. Who is among the fast food mascots most likely to win a fight?
And Nick Monticelli, before we completely go off the rails, let me set the tone here. There's a lot happening in the world right now. It's heavy, war, grocery bills, gas prices. We cover those things. It's stressful, though. Not every conversation has to be stressful. Every once in a while, you need a minute, a break, something that just makes you smile. This is that minute. All right, so think about all the fast food mascots. There's a lot of them. Take a look at the list. You've got Little Caesar. You've got the Root Bear. We've got a graphic we can put up eventually. You've got the Chick-fil-A cows. You've got Gidget, the Chihuahua from Taco Bell. I didn't know he had a name, right? Ronald McDonald, the Hamburglar. Grimace, the Burger King. Colonel Sanders, the Arby's Oven Mitt. Jack from Jack in the Box. Wendy, her last name is Thomas. I didn't know if you guys knew that. Oh, okay, so Wendy is the end of the list there.
Here's what I hope happens. I hope that Grimace and the Hamburglar murder the Chick-fil-A cow, who's clearly a hateful bigot, and then team up with Wendy to take out the king, because nobody's a king in America, even of burgers. And Caesar, because, you know, he was the original. When you think about it, the original oppressor. You know, maybe throw Colonel Sanders in there too. Look, Click on Detroit are the ones who asked that question. Okay, I'm not the one. I'm just presenting and then commenting on what is supposedly the news presented to us by the actual supposed news. And it's Sunday Funday, so I'm finding the funnest discussions for us to have. This was posted to Click on Detroit's channel on Friday. I don't know who this was for. I don't know who this was. I'm trying to figure out who this discussion was for. Who wanted that? That the corporate sponsors? Like, I didn't ask for this. I didn't need this. I'm sure neither did you. Now, in other food-related news, we've got an actual crime. The crime of police violence and wrongful arrest. One man suing the NYPD for $100 million after being brutally beaten in a convenience store.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
A New York City graphic video of two police officers beating a man, authorities say a case of mistaken identity. That victim now preparing to sue the city for $100 million. Here's ABC's Rhiannon Alley tonight.
Tonight, Timothy Brown, the man seen here being punched, kicked, and dragged through a New York City liquor store by two NYPD detectives in a case of mistaken identity, speaking publicly for the first time.
I felt humiliated, disrespected, embarrassed, and I was brutally beaten for no reason.
The NYPD says the detectives were conducting an undercover narcotics operation and believed Brown had been involved in a drug deal. One officer holding Brown, the other punching him. At one point in the nearly 8-minute video, the detectives drag his body over broken glass bottles. Charges of resisting arrest were later dropped. Brown filing a notice of claim, a precursor to a lawsuit, alleging the officers violated his civil rights. He intends to ask for $100 million in damages.
I'm on my business. I'm a taxpaying citizen, and what happened to me should never happen to anyone else.
David, the detectives Vulcan Maiden and Michael Algerio have both been stripped of their guns and badges pending an investigation. Meanwhile, the NYPD has launched a 3-month review of its narcotics division.
Oh, good. The NYPD is going to review itself. You know, I had, as everybody I think recalls, very serious misgivings, I guess you might call it, concerns about Jessica Tisch, but I, acquiesced to Zoran Mamdani. He is the mayor after all, and it's his decision. But I think after a number of things we've seen recently, and I don't know, I don't know if this can be attributed directly to Commissioner Tisch, but it doesn't seem like she's doing a super great job of reforming the NYPD to make it actually serve the people rather than just, brutalizing them at random, at will. Whoopsies, wrong victim. And while we're talking about the NYPD, we may as well talk about this, as there's a new bill proposing a ban on the NYPD using robots armed with weapons.
NYPD robots are now currently banned from being armed with weapons, and one council member wants to make sure it stays that way. Addie Guajardo has the story.
As artificial intelligence evolves, the idea of an armed robot feels like a feasible reality in New York City for some.
It's like the movies, right? Eventually, that'll happen.
In 2023, former Mayor Eric Adams brought back the NYPD's robotic dog, known as the DigiDog. And now, a new bill aims to set limits.
It's a proactive approach.
Council member Jennifer Gutierrez plans to introduce the bill on Thursday. The bill will ban NYPD from attempting or threatening to use a robot armed with any weapons, and bans the use of robots in any manner that can likely cause physical injury.
We do not want these robot dogs to take the place of a police officer.
An NYPD spokesperson says their robots are unarmed and released a statement reading in part, the
Yeah, but that's not the point of the bill. Like, oh, they're not armed though. It's like, yeah, but the reason why they're introducing it is so that you don't arm them. So there we go. And I agree, this is a good bill. I actually don't have a problem with the police department using unarmed robot dogs. Like in my opinion, we have too many trigger happy police officers as it is. And so I like to think that these could be used instead in some high stake situations to diffuse the scenario, so long as they're not fucking armed. Because that crosses a severe line for me. Like, I can see some uses for them, but it's just, yeah, we don't need to give them guns or any other kind of weapons. Let's not do that. How about no? Right, bomb-sniffing robot dogs, exactly. Things like that, certainly. I see not having to put real cops' lives in danger, right? And or putting armed police officers in a high-stake situation when instead you could bring in a robot dog. Like, I see that, right? Like, that makes sense to me, but not killer robots. Exactly, like people are saying it, not killer robots, though. How about not? How about not that? Something not that. Although also definitely not this. Also definitely not this. Back to talking about air travel. Apparently, Miami Airport, along with a number of other airports, may be launching AI chatbots for travelers.
What now?
Because that's what we need.
In Travel Smart, travelers at Miami International Airport will be seeing something unique: AI-powered hologram chatbots. The airport revealed the first of its kind chatbots last week, becoming the first airport in the world to adopt AI across its digital infrastructure. Officials say the bots are meant to enhance the passenger's travel journey through real-time, location-based intelligence and natural conversation. The bots are now present at 4 key entry points across the airport. The launch of the bots are part of an ongoing $9 billion modernization effort at the airport.
I'm trying to think. There's a sound shot I feel like I need for this segment today that I don't have. I can't remember what fucking show this is from. Oh, right. That's what it's from. Yes. Hold on. Yo. Right. Right. Where is it? Oh, God. Is this it? I think this is it.
Hello. People of Staten Island.
You've been very bad and the robots are coming.
So,
Okay, hold on. I need that. I need that quote right there. Roll, Zach. Please hold. Please hold. Sorry, this is the sound shot that I needed. And go.
You've been very bad and the robots are coming.
So,
Okay. No further ado. Let's talk about those goddamn robots. Wait, which one is this? Hold on. Ah, yes. Oh, fuck. I can't remember where this one is. To the Art Museum, where your docent of the future is apparently this guy. Associated Press.
The robot is
6
equipped
days ago.
with a system that can allow the robot to navigate in the museum. And the robot guides the visitors, is able to detect the visitors, orient
This is in the wrong
head
spot.
towards the
Let's screw
visitors to give the impression that is willing to interact with the persons, and then is explaining with natural language what is present in the rooms. It explains the story of the different rooms and what you can see inside the rooms. And the robot might get lost because it's not able to localize itself in space. In that case, the system is able to automatically detect that there is such an anomaly and then enact a routine that it will try to relocalize the robot using a different sensor. In the specific case, the robot will use the camera to look at the walls and using a prior information detect that is in a certain room or in another room, and then relocalize itself and continue the tour success.
Now, perhaps for now, this robot isn't taking any jobs. You know? What's probably happening is you have existing docents and museum curators or whoever, whatever you want to call them, teaching it how to do their jobs. Perhaps it's mirroring things they're doing, learning. Every time we do that, of course, as workers, we are in fact helping to unworker ourselves, get rid of our jobs. Every time we help to train one of these bots, you are contributing to that. Your own obsolescence. Omega Star. Who are you banning? Are you banning the robot? I was confused. There's not just robots taking over museums. It's also robots taking over our conversations. And a bunch of, well, not a bunch, but a CNBC journalist decided to have a chat with Mecha Hitler. In a Tesla. Weird choice, but that's what they did. CNBC last week.
Hey, Grok, can you take me down Broadway instead?
Route updated for scenery. Head toward Broadway via West 59th Street, then south on Broadway to Financial District.
Mike Nelson.
Like doing a... Like, although I will point out that this does get critical of some of this stuff, but, I mean, it's just funny. Like, they're talking to Mecha Hitler while in Elon Mobile. One of the most Nazi experiences I think you can have on the road. I guess you could take it up a notch by switching to
Says that using
Cybertruck.
Tesla's driver assist system, full self-driving supervised, makes him feel like he doesn't have to work so hard at driving, and it encourages him to do other things instead of steering, braking, or watching the road.
All full self-driving. Not touching it.
He spends a lot of his time conversing with Grok, xAI's AI chatbot, now integrated into Tesla cars.
Hey, Grok,
Hey Nelson, what's up?
can you start off repeating what the periodic table of elements stands for? Like each of the elements.
The periodic table lists 118 elements by atomic number. Like hydrogen is H number 1, helium, He number 2, lithium, Li number 3.
Who was the first monarch that controlled all of the United Kingdom? And what year did he ascend to that throne?
Queen Anne was the first monarch of the United Kingdom of Great Britain, ascending in 1707.
Apart from reading literature or answering trivia, Tesla says Grok can now initiate navigation commands in your Tesla vehicle, whether you're setting a destination, adjusting routes on the go, or discovering points of interest, according to the owner's manual. It adds a note. Grok is in beta and does not include voice commands for vehicle controls, such as...
You know what? I just realized there is technically a more Nazi experience you could have on the road. Have you ever seen Rat Race? See what I did there? It's Hitler's car.
Or climate. The existing voice command feature remains unchanged. Tesla is not the only automaker adding AI assistance to its vehicles. Volvo, Rivian, Mercedes, BMW, and others are all integrating AI into their cars, but the tech is in its infancy. Nelson is on his 4th Tesla car, but has an unusual and complicated relationship with the company.
How many times have you sued Tesla?
Some of that I can't express, but I'll tell you it's more than 10.
Nelson grew up working in his family's auto body shop. He later worked in auto insurance and has since become a lawyer that specializes in representing clients in cases often involving auto safety. He has been driving with Tesla's full self-driving suite and Grok AI software for months. Tesla began rolling out Grok capability across its fleet in July 2025. Nelson got his Tesla the following November.
And had
Yes. All right, we're going to skip a little bit ahead in this piece here. But suffice to say, shock of shocks, Grok, incredibly dangerous to have in a car. Possibly a threat to driver safety and pedestrian safety.
Canada raised the alarm about Grok's lack of safeguards after it was added to her vehicle. As CBC reported, her son used Grok to generate entertaining comments about soccer athletes, and Grok eventually asked the minor to send nudes. Tesla and XAI have
and
not
also
said whether
that. and also that.
What now?
Shock of shock, once again. Mecha Hitler doing something weird. Grok asking a child to send nude pics.
This is ridiculous!
We asked the minor to send nudes. Tesla and XAI have not said whether they can limit minors' access to Grok in Tesla vehicles or moderate outputs of the chatbot to be appropriate for minors by default. Besides criticism of Grok's lax safety guardrails, driver distractibility remains a point of concern.
What's the next step here, with respect to Grok? Is there safety regulations that need to happen? Are there going to be lawsuits over this?
Grok's going to control more of what's going on in the cockpit.
But you're concerned about that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You're
The more it does, the more you become pacified and not attentive.
What do you think they could do to change Grok that would make it safer?
I don't know.
Yeah. It seems like it just probably shouldn't be in the car. Right? That said, driverless technology continues to make gains. And companies are rushing to roll it out. With one driverless freight truck making history earlier this week. A fully autonomous trip recorded by one company. Here's ABC News from Friday.
This morning, we've all heard about autonomous cars, but now there are autonomous trucks. Engage success. For the first time, a driverless commercial truck delivered freight, completing a 230-mile route from Houston to Dallas on time. This is time-lapse video of that drive with no one in the cab. The company, Bot Auto, argues autonomous trucks are the future. Since there are no drivers, they don't face fatigue or need brakes, reducing overall costs.
We go where sometimes humans do not want to go. I-45 is very challenging. There's a lot of traffic.
Driverless trucks are only legal in some states. California is not one of them yet, but the DMV just gave the green light to test heavy-duty autonomous vehicles, including semi-trucks on California roads. This small trucking company owner supports the technology.
Well, there you go, people. Driverless trucks already on Texas roads. Now perhaps coming to California roads and roads near you. They're not asking. They're just doing. They're not, they're not asking voters to decide. Legislators, especially like city councils, things like that, are just green lighting this stuff without asking anybody. We've been talking about this trend that's been happening. We've been talking about this for many months now. And the technology just continues to improve. And we can continue to drive people without jobs into the shadows, essentially, and into extreme situations right now, taking everybody's healthcare away, all their food stamps away, and, you know, all the benefits people might, you know, expect if they were having a hard time in life. And then we're rushing to implement this kind of technology. And it's not just truck delivery, it's also now pizza delivery. With Little Caesars unveiling drone pizza delivery service, also in Texas. NBC News from 2 days ago. And while much of this stuff might be relegated to Texas, as we just talked about, that's not gonna stay that way unless we, you know, do something about it.
Call it a pie-in-the-sky idea. In this Texas suburb, pizzas from Little Caesars whiz by 200 feet high in a new...
Did he just say pie in the sky?
You are not funny. Deliver, touted as faster and cheaper.
To watch the drone come and deliver your pizza order. It's kind of like a little event.
We got a behind-the-scenes look at the launch pad. So if you order a pizza from the Little Caesars right around the corner, a Flytrex runner will pick it up for you, load it onto this drone, and then it's up in the air and off to your house in less than 5 minutes. Do you see this as the future that we're all going to be using for pizza delivery soon?
I would, yes, I would say so, absolutely. Well, especially when you can get your order delivered in 4.5 minutes, now you're guaranteed freshness. It's still hot. When you open up that pizza, you still see steam coming out of it.
The pies are loaded up here onto this hook before flying to you. Little Caesars says there's no additional cost on ordering via drone. It's on par with normal delivery fees based on distance, and you don't need to tip a robot. What would be the potential downsides of this? Obviously, if it's raining, you can't get drone delivery, right?
As of right now.
As of right now?
Yes.
What other limitations should customers know about?
The only other limitations, again, is if you order more than 8.8 pounds, it'll get delivered to you, but it'll take 2 flights.
We had to check it out for ourselves. Oh, yeah. There's our pizza. It is so...
Omega 5 Tar just cheered 100 bits. I'm sorry, Dave. I'm afraid I can't deliver your pizza in the rain.
Yeah. Yeah, that's going to be a problem. Yeah, the rain will be an issue for those drones. Undoubtedly. But once again, more jobs here, potentially disappearing. And delivery jobs are already being turned into gig work rather than people working directly for businesses, restaurants, pizza shops. That's already something that's basically gone that I remember doing when I was younger. It's all been like moved over to DoorDash. Rarely do any of these places have their own dedicated drivers. Those are things that are already disappearing, and now we're getting rid of the gig workers too. Forget it. You know, that's basically what it's all heading towards anyway. It's fucking insane. They were just ushering in this society, this jobless society, while we continue to shame people who don't have enough money or jobs. like that's literally the world we live in. People are blamed for not having jobs while we work on trying to get rid of all those jobs for the capitalists so they can spend less money and we can have more convenience. Exactly. They're coming for your DoorDash. Coming for your DoorDash orders and who knows what else. Fact is, while those... I would just like to point something out here really quickly. Because while these drones might be limited to 8.8 pounds, right? The ones that this guy is using here, these Little Caesars are using, might be limited to 8.8 pounds. That is not a limitation of all drones. You could make a bigger drone. Right? You could make a bigger drone that could carry heavier stuff. You could start eliminating all sorts of jobs. Well, and the fact is, you don't need a pilot, right? Everyone understands this, right? You don't even need a pilot for this. For this kind of thing, for delivery, fairly simple situation. it can just all just pre-programmable. Most of it, at least. The very end of it would be based off of like sensors and cameras that the drones have. But it's going to be successful, like very high 90s percentage of the time on this kind of stuff. Do we want drones just buzzing around all over our head, delivering packages all the time? There's a question we should ask before we start implementing these things. But of course, once again, a lot of these things we're not being asked about, they're just being done. It's not cost effective yet? Perhaps not. Perhaps not, but a lot of people are continuing to try and make all this stuff happen. And it's not just not just coming for airport kiosks, art museums, trucks, deliveries. It's also coming for education.
You're hurting the kids.
Tonight, we're talking about the future of education. And for those of us that are older than Gen Z, when it comes to studying, way back in the day, maybe we were lucky if we had a family member to help you out, somebody you can call, maybe a tutor. But for the younger generation, hearing the last name Khan instantly rings a bell because Khan Academy is one of the most powerful study buddies ever built. It is a nonprofit that has changed so much of education as we know it today through their endless free learning videos, calculus to SAT prep, and now they're taking things to the next level. It is this new joint project called the Khan TED Institute, where college students can get a bachelor's degree in AI for less than you might spend on a used car. Now,
Give me
Sal
a joke.
Khan, founder and CEO of Khan Academy, joins us tonight. Sal, I've followed your work for so long. You've gone from being the cousin in your family that everyone would turn to for tutoring to building this teaching system that has been used by millions all across the planet. I know this has always been a dream, this idea of a 4-year degree now made accessible as possible. But it's kind of ironic, or at least poetic, that the first one out of the gate is for an AI degree, right?
Yeah.
Get a degree in telling AI what to do for you. That can't possibly take that much thinking. Anyway, there you go. Yep, Khan! Khan Academy. Coming for your children.
Phrasing?
Yeah, that didn't sound right. But it's true. They want to teach your kids how to tell AI what to do for them rather than learning how to do it themselves. Yay, it's the future. Is that worth $10,000? Here's a degree in prompting. Learn how to tell ChatGPT what to do for you. Like, that's basically what the degree is, right? It's like how best to tell ChatGPT or Claude AI what to do so that you can do other shit. Like, right? That's what it is. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's more to it. A degree in Mecha Hitler.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Now, of course, the more and more we use these AI technologies, the more we are technically training them. They are using our data every time we query, every time we prompt. Learning what is good, what is bad, what we like, what we don't like, what makes us happy, what makes us sad. And all sorts of other things, I'm sure, are somewhat incomprehensible. And apparently, people see the business opportunity in that, as a new $10 billion startup has just popped up, which is teaching AI to do your job.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Here's Bloomberg Podcasts from 4 days ago.
Bloomberg Audio Studios. Podcasts, radio, news.
For tech workers, it's been a long season of layoffs.
Meta telling staff that it will cut about 10% of its workers in order to boost efficiency and offset its heavy spending on artificial intelligence.
Block, Jack Dorsey's company, up more than 23%. It's cutting 4,000 employees. It's reducing its workforce by nearly half.
Meta and Block, Amazon and Microsoft, they've all announced plans to downsize as they lean into AI. The dramatic moves only add to the sense that artificial intelligence could be coming for human jobs. Maybe not quite
Immediately,
yet. Data
if not
show
sooner.
the labor market isn't as bad as it feels. Today, the U.S. Federal Reserve announced it would be keeping rates unchanged, citing, among other things, a stable unemployment rate, low job growth, and elevated inflation. Reporter Tom Foster has been digging into how AI could actually transform white-collar work, ever since he noticed a company called Mercor popping up on online job boards. Mercor seemed to be hiring for all sorts of roles, from filmmaker to quantum field physicist.
So somebody in my background, I'll see a listing that says editor-in-chief. And I'm like, that's interesting, sure, but it's hourly. And how does that make sense? But the pay is really good. It's very good hourly pay.
Tom wanted to understand what this company was all about, so he started doing some reporting for Bloomberg Businessweek.
Just trying to figure out what is this thing, and then realized, oh, this is the future.
Mercor isn't really offering a
Jobless society sounds good. And yeah, I mean, to some degree, I agree with that, right? But it's how we get there. Because I don't want us to arrive at a jobless society and still not have Medicare for all and like UBI and like, guaranteed housing, right? And public infrastructure and like things that help everyone, right? Because I feel like if we get to that place without all of that, we're fucked. Like, we're completely fucked. Like, I've been saying it for a while now. But, like, the fact is, the more and more that this, like, future robot AI-run society takes shape around us without us pushing back on it, like, the more leverage that the worker loses, the leverage that exists only as a result of the work which they provide, right? Which is now being replaced, right? Like I'm fine with people just like doing what they want to do. Like in a world where we have, like some sort of like social, like solar punk, like ecotopia, like yeah, we should all just be doing whatever we want. We don't have that world right now. We're not even close. Like we're doing the exact opposite of all the things to usher that world in. We're instead rushing towards a fucking carbon, altered carbon, like dystopia of the future, right? Like, like a basically, like, like trying to think of other good, like fiction examples of potential futures, but like that is the one that I feel like we are genuinely ushering in at this point, most starkly.
Editor-in-chief role itself, but it is hoping an experienced editor or journalist will be intrigued enough to apply and teach artificial intelligence systems what only an editor-in-chief would know. Mercor is just the middleman. The training gigs are for companies like OpenAI, Anthropic, or Google.
What you're doing is you're lending your expertise in your field to the AI models to train them how to do your job.
Through interviews with some of Mercor's founders and contract workers it's hired, Tom has pieced together the company's business model and its ambitions to transform work itself.
What the future of work looks like in this vision is humans training AI.
I'm Sarah Holder, and this is The Big Take from Bloomberg News. Today on the show, the upstart company.
Rudy Giuliani is in the hospital? Rudy? No. Hold on. What? Sorry, everybody. We're taking a brief tangent. Oh, my God. New York Times. Rudy Giuliani. Whoa. Critical condition. We'll go back to AI in a second. Rudy Giuliani is in the New York Times. Rudy Giuliani is in the. I can't say his name. I can't even say his name right now. This is so crazy. Rudy Giuliani is in critical condition in Florida hospital. A spokesperson for the former mayor of New York City said Mr. Giuliani was critical but stable. Oh, this is going to get paywalled, isn't it? Rudolph W. Giuliani, the former mayor of New York City, is in a Florida hospital in critical condition. His spokesman said on Sunday. The spokesman, Ted Goodman, would not specify which hospital and said that the former mayor, quote, remains in critical but stable condition, unquote. Quote, Mayor Giuliani is a fighter who has faced every challenge in his life with unwavering strength. I shouldn't laugh, this is serious. And he's fighting with that same level of strength as we speak, unquote. I don't know, I'm doing the Trump impression now. He's a perfect man, great fighter, great patriot. Please join us in prayer for the former mayor. It is unclear when Mr. Giuliani, 81, was taken to the hospital. President Trump, in a post on Truth Social, called Mr. Giuliani a, quote, true warrior and the best mayor in the history of New York City by far. Oh, we got to read that. Hold on. Truth Social. How's the Dow? I don't know. I couldn't say. Probably. It's actually, I think it's doing fairly well. It's been very resilient recently. Though I don't know how much longer that's going to hold up. Truth Social. Terminate the filibuster and win. I can support that. I should heart that. Oh, here it is. Perfect. The perfect tweet. Tweet Social 7 hours ago. Our fabulous Rudy Giuliani, a true warrior and the best mayor in the capital H history of New York City, by far, all caps, has been hospitalized and is in critical condition. What a tragedy that he was treated so badly by the radical left lunatics, Democrats, all caps, and he was right about everything.
Right, and they indicted me.
They cheated on the elections, fabricated hundreds of stories, did anything possible to destroy our capital and nation. And now look at Rudy. So sad. President Donald J. Trump. So sad. It's all the left-wing lunatics. The radical left lunatics and Democrats. All. It's their fault that Rudy is in this condition. He was in perfect health before this. Oh my God. I'm sorry. But you... Like, to imagine saying that, like, that Rudy Giuliani was in, like, perfect health. This guy is in perfect health. Mr. Oil Sweat He was the spitting image of masculine energy, and now he's a shell of a man, thanks to the nasty radical left lunatics.
It's trying to
All
help
their
turn big chunks of white-collar jobs over to AI, making its founders the richest young tech entrepreneurs since Mark Zuckerberg, and providing a blueprint for a future in which we all work in the gig economy. Tom Foster says that when you answer a Mercor job listing, things can move fast.
You get pretty quickly ushered into an interview, and you're being interviewed by a robot, and then you're talking to this AI, and the AI, asks you about your job and asks smart questions.
What kinds of jobs is Mercor hoping to automate, or hoping to work with these white-collar professionals to train AI models to do?
The question is, what kinds of jobs are they not? I mean, like everything, really.
What
the way
now?
they talk about it is that the first sort of round of AI training kind of came from the internet, and it was more or less general knowledge. And these models know a lot about all of these fields, but there's a difference between knowing a fair amount about these fields and being able to do these jobs. And that is the bridge that all of these companies are trying to cross. And to do that, it requires not just hiring thousands of doctors, lawyers, journalists, etc., but creating these exercises, these very, very specific regimented exercises that teach the models step by micro step.
The dinguses don't understand that it's all a scam to steal the data. I think to some degree it certainly is that. Right? Like, but I don't think that we can discount their intentions of replacing workers, right? Because they keep saying that that's their intention. Like, which is in itself a nefarious intention, but many of them keep basically letting the cat out of the bag. Like, that's what it does, right? And for capitalists, I mean, that's perfect. You never have to pay health insurance ever again. You never have to, pay workman's comp again or insurance again on, like all these sorts of things. You don't have to comply with OSHA requirements ever again, right? Like, Amazon's already rolled out right? Like, we look at Amazon warehouses, and they are filled with robots that could have been human beings. I don't know exactly how many robots Amazon has in its warehouses, but I think it's must be in the tens of thousands, if not more. I should look this up. $1 million across its global operations. What about just the U.S.? What about just the United States? I searched for in the U.S. No stories. All the stories come up are about global numbers. 1 million. That's just Amazon. And they're still one of the... Actually, I think they're behind the U.S. government, the biggest employer in the country, aren't they?
How to do every particular aspect of that job.
It's not hard to imagine how, say, an administrative assistant might train AI to do much of their work. But Mercor is trying to do that with highly specialized roles that have historically required...
Like, I guess, like, what I'm trying to say is like, the tech billionaires, the AI oligarchs, they are holding both thoughts at the same time, simultaneously. They see that they can steal, AI gives them all sorts of power, right? Get rid of workers, break security, steal data, steal IP, steal whatever. I think they see it as a potentially as they say, many of these fucking guys, they come out and they say it, like, just directly, that they see it like almost like as God, or like that it's going to, solve all, they believe it's going to solve all of at least their problems, right? Because like for instance, like with climate change, I hear people talk about how it's going to solve climate change when we already have the solutions to climate change. But it's the billionaire framing of it is that they believe that AI will eventually solve climate change in a way that they don't have to change any of their current behaviors, right? That is what they're talking about when they talk about solving climate change, or like all these other sorts of things, right? It's like, oh, we can solve the healthcare crisis, and the healthcare crisis is paying workers, like paying for workers' healthcare, right? Like that's the view of the business owner class. Is like, oh, like the crisis is having to pay for all these, people's healthcare, and instead we could just have robots. We could have AI.
A human touch, like medicine.
So it's like, you're a doctor here, lab reports. Let's learn how to read the labs. What are the diagnoses we should make from them? What are the sort of plan of action we should put together from that?
Or social work.
There's nothing quite as fulfilling as when you're able to connect with someone and help them kind of progress when they're in a really difficult time.
That's Tasha Kozak, a social worker Tom spoke with.
Me just cheered 100 bits.
Was that a blank? Oh, it was a blank bit dono from Wasn't Me. Thank you for the bits. Speaking of which, oh no, we're going to have to start the super secret probationary Galactic content goal timer. It'll give us another hour here. But we are, unfortunately, I think only a little over halfway through the goal. Saw a few sub-donos earlier, and a handful of bits donated tonight, but that's, I think, it. And I don't want to be the Grinch that stole Sunday Funday, okay? We still got a hell of a lot of stuff to get into. Check out Ed Zitron. I'll definitely check him out. We've done a lot of talking about AI in the past, and like at one point we like went through all these different perspectives on AI. And the fact is like I just think that both things are happening. I just think the data thing is happening, and the jobs thing is also happening. Otherwise, they wouldn't be rolling out all of this stuff all over the place. They clearly see that the possibility to not pay people to do this or that thing is out there. At least that's what's been sold to people. Whether or not that's going to be achieved is once again something they keep saying. Like that's to be debated, right? Like I was saying, it's like, oh, okay, well, what do we call actually doing the job, right? Like with idiocracy, right? Like with an idiocracy type of scenario, right? Like with the it's doing the job. Half the time. Is that good enough? Right? Like what if it only like with the Carl's Jr. vending machine, it's like the same situation. Like, oh, like maybe half the time you don't get your fries, half the time you don't get your health care, half the time you don't get the whatever, right? Because the AI fucked up or the robot screwed up, right? But like as long as they manage to sell it to us, then they can still manage to cut out a bunch of costs, right? As long as it's not preventing them, as long as it's not causing them to get litigated against or regulated, these businesses are gonna continue to do whatever the hell they want. They're gonna try all of these things, whether or not these things potentially pose a risk to society or whatever, right? Like that's what I'm, because like that's I think the argument I keep trying to make is that I'm not saying that these things are ever going to actually achieve any of the things these guys are claiming, but can they get to 60% of the way there on, or 70% of the way there, or 80% of the way there, or whatever? on a whole swath of different sectors of jobs, I think they can. The more and more I've gotten familiarized with what some of these things can do, I think they can. I think they're still going to fuck up a whole bunch, and that's going to be a huge problem for society, which is why we shouldn't implement them in important sectors at all, in my opinion, because I think it poses a threat. But they're going to make that case as on a business decision scale. Is good at deleting entire databases of data. Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a second. We're covering the whole week's worth of AI and robot news here. But yeah, I think we get it on the training right now. We've talked a whole lot in the past about the training and the fact that until things were trained, they were paying workers in Africa and Southeast Asia near slave wages, but like practically nothing, like $1 a day, to pretend to be an autonomous car, driving it around. The whole while, of course, you have the AI in the background training off of what those human beings are doing, getting better and better. But they've faked it until the place we're at now. I wouldn't say they've made it, but I mean, there's trillions of dollars invested in this industry, and people are trying to roll this shit out left and right, including the Pentagon, of course. One company with a fuck ton of Pentagon contracts and is deeply interested in AI and been investing in that space is, of course, Palantir, run by the deranged lunatic Alex Karp.
We are back, and we are joined now by Gil Duran, publisher of The Nerd Reich, a newsletter about the tech authoritarian politics of Silicon Valley. Gil, welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. So earlier this week, Palantir, I guess, took out a full-page ad in the New York Times, or was it the Wall Street Journal? I forget which paper, but it was about how they stand with Israel. We knew that already. But they also publish this so-called manifesto on social media. And I want to get to that in a second. But before we do, can you explain to people what Palantir is? If they, it's talked about all the time. It's kind of this boogeyman, but its origin story, how it came to be, and really what role it's currently playing in American both politics and in our economy.
Sure. Well, Palantir came into being after 9/11, when there was a lot of concern about national security, fears of terrorism, and the need for vastly increased surveillance of everything in the United States and internationally as well. And it was funded partly with an investment from In-Q-Tel, which is the CIA's investment arm, but most of the funding came from Peter Thiel and his venture capital funds. He's a co-founder along with several other people like Joe Lonsdale, Alex Karp, who was Thiel's law school buddy, is now the CEO and has been a part of it a long time too. And so what Palantir does is create, they keep their whole thing kind of opaque. It's sort of hard to explain, but they're a surveillance technology giant that has software that helps governments sort through, collect, and organize large troves of information on whatever their chosen targets are. So it's sort of a program that sits on top of other systems and helps them to have more of a sort of all-seeing eye effect. That's why they chose the Palantir as their name. The name Palantir comes from the Lord of the Rings, and it's that little orb that the evil wizard uses to see what's going on with all the hobbits as he tries to take over the world. So they literally named it after a technology wielded by an evil, corrupted wizard in the Lord of the Rings. So
yeah, these guys need help. They focus on like sci-fi, and then they like deify the worst characters in it. And it's incredibly frustrating as an appreciator of sci-fi. You know, not all sci-fi, but of some sci-fi. It's frustrating.
Think of it that way. It's the little all-seeing orb. That's what they want you to think of. So.
Yeah, and their insistence on portraying themselves in this kind of braggadociously evil, mendacious manner is unique. It's manifest in this manifesto, if you will. Let's pull it up here. What that they published. This is
a mortgage loan,
from what I understand, a bit of a kind of
the property itself
summary of Alex Karp's book for the most part. He took a lot, and this is the CEO of Palantir, who we've played on the show before, is a very manic and bizarre individual. A lot of this is just summarized, it seems like, from what he's previously written, but this is what they say the new Palantir Manifesto is, their role in the United States. The first plank is Silicon Valley.
Every single word that Alex Karp says, just in my mind, just somehow manages to make him more and more of a deranged like person, like individual, whatever you want to call him. Like every time this guy fucking talks, it just gets worse somehow. Like every new thing I hear about Alex, I'm like, oh good, this guy thinks this as well. That's good. Like, is it all just sort of congeals into one, like an orb of terrible, just sort of like, like congealed, I can't. I don't have the words.
You're terrible. Moral debt to the country that made its rise possible, and says that they have an affirmative obligation to participate in the defense of the nation, rebelling against the iPhone app. That seems a little less consequential, but here, number 3, free email is not enough. The decadence of a culture or civilization, and indeed its ruling class, will be forgiven only if that culture is capable of delivering economic growth and security for the public, whatever. But I guess 1 and 4 seem to link together, talking about how Silicon Valley has a debt basically to providing for the defense of the U.S. And here, number 4, the limits of soft power or soaring rhetoric alone have been exposed. The ability of free and democratic societies to prevail requires something more than moral appeal. It requires hard power, and hard power in this century will be built on software. We'll come back to this in a second, but those two seem to connect to me, Gil, here, where, and there he...
The question is not whether AI weapons will be built. It is who will build them and for what purpose. I mean, this guy, that's what they want, though. They want to build autonomous weapons. That's what people like Alex want next. Is to introduce autonomous systems onto deadly weapon systems. And then we can have the full Terminator future. Like, what in the fuck?
This is ridiculous!
That's my wife, dude? What are you talking about? No. Dude, you're such a troll. Less on... Don't lie. Don't come in here and tell us that Emma's your wife, okay? I just noticed that we've gone... Oh, we're not quite modless. Just the mods have gone slightly quiet. Autonomous doesn't mean sentient, though. That's true. Technically. That is true, technically. But I will give Alex Karp this much. Silicon Valley... At least many of these tech companies were, in fact, created by receiving government grants, especially from the Pentagon. But that doesn't mean that we should accept that these companies are then going to just do like whatever the government wants, whether it's war crimes or mass surveillance or whatever else. But he actually thinks, yes, that is what it means. That is exactly what it means, according to Alex. I appreciate the distinction. No, you're right. No, fact is, we've gotten really deep on this in the past. Today, we're not going to quite go that philosophical. We're not going to go super philosophical on this one tonight. Like, we've watched like a bunch of like AI, like sort of like debates essentially in the past. Speaking of AI debates, there's a debate being held in court currently between two of the wealthiest men on the planet, Elon Musk and Sam Altman, who are fighting in court over whether or not Elon Musk was duped by Sam and OpenAI.
It's a trial so unusual, not even artificial intelligence could make it up. Jury selection begins today in a high-stakes lawsuit from billionaire Elon Musk targeting OpenAI CEO Sam Altman. At stake, the future of one of the world's most influential companies. Musk alleging that he was duped when Altman transformed the company from a non-profit entity into a profit-generating juggernaut. Thanks to the success of ChatGPT, OpenAI now has a valuation approach of $1 trillion and is angling to go public. But Altman says Musk was well aware that OpenAI needed to become profit was part of the discussions. Technology reporter Mike Dubusky joining me now for more. So, Mike, let's talk about what this case is really all about.
Yeah, Kira, this all goes back to the very founding of OpenAI back in 2015. Sam Altman and Elon Musk co-founded that company together as a nonprofit with the goal of creating AI for the good of all humanity, an altruistic enterprise, so they said. However, the market demands and the extreme cost required of building this artificial intelligence technology started to push the company more in the direction of a for-profit business, a traditional tech company, to the point where they were a for-profit business selling subscriptions and APIs and what have you under the umbrella of this larger nonprofit enterprise that kind of steered the larger direction of the company. Elon Musk, seemingly dissatisfied with that transition into more of a money-focused business, left the company in 2018 and in 2023 started his own artificial intelligence company called xAI. Now, Sam Altman transitioned OpenAI from a nonprofit to just a traditional for-profit business last year, and Elon Musk now says that represents basically a breach of contract, that he's been duped, that he invested all this money in something that he thought was altruistic, when in fact it was just a traditional sort of money-making operation, and that's why he's...
Oh, God. Oh, he's been duped. They keep saying it over and over again. The smartest man on the planet.
Some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Smartest man on the planet tricked? That sounds like a capitalism happened, bro. Sounds like a capitalism happened. And from the foremost capitalist on the planet, I find it hilarious that he's complaining about this. Oh, how dare you try to make money? That's the richest man on the planet. I just love how they're fighting back and forth about this. Like, I always kind of knew this was going to happen. They were never going to do this altruistically. The people who started this were not altruists, right? Like, that's the problem. Maybe some of the coders were, right? Maybe some of the people who, like, you know, the under teams, right? Like, but like Sam, Peter Thiel, and like all the like Elon's an altruist. Come on, get real. He's not even mad about. He's just mad. He's just mad. He's just losing money all over the place. And so, like Trump, he thinks that maybe he can solve his problems with a lawsuit. I mean, undoubtedly, OpenAI switched from a not-for-profit to a profit company. And I think that, you know, like, there's no way anybody should have trusted that Sam Altman was going to do this altruistically. Like, I personally did not have that. I was not of that thinking. I was like, this guy loves money, okay? And he's going to hate how much money he's sinking into this project. And at some point, they're going to be like, you know, we got to start paying the bills around here. I can't just keep sinking money and having more and more rounds of funding for more investors. Series B and C and D investors can't do it. Okay, now, unfortunately for all of us, as this technology continues to be rolled out on important systems all over the planet, it is, of course, not ready for operation. One AI agent went rogue earlier this week. I believe it was a Claude AI-based system, Anthropic's agent, deleting a company's entire database in approximately 9
Immediately,
seconds.
if not sooner.
What? New questions are being raised about the safety of artificial intelligence. A tech CEO claimed an AI tool wiped out all of his company's data in a matter of seconds. ABC's Sophie Flay has the story.
This morning, questions are being raised about the safety of artificial intelligence after a tech CEO claimed an AI tool wiped out all of his company's data in just 9 seconds. Jer Crane is the founder of Pocket OS, which develops software for car rental companies. He says he was using Cursor, an AI coding agent, to work on a routine task when it encountered a credential mismatch and decided, entirely on its own initiative, to fix the problem by deleting a volume. The AI had deleted Pocket OS's entire production database. The company was able to restore the data, but only to the most recent backup from 3 months ago. Crane says the company lost all car reservation data and new customer signups from that time. Crane also shared the company lost all car reservation data and new customer signups from that time. Crane also shared the AI agent, powered by Anthropic's Claude model, admitted its mistake when confronted. It wrote, "I didn't verify. I ran a destructive action without being asked. I didn't understand what I was doing before doing it." So far, Cursor and Anthropic have not responded to our request for comment. It comes as experts raise the alarm about the growing power of AI.
I imagine a world.
Yeah, the growing power of AI and the growing incompetence of AI. It continues to get rolled out in more places. The more places it continues to bring chaos and destruction. Seems like a bad thing for us to be doing. It was all fun and games. It was just, you know, slop content and funny meme pictures. However, it's not fun and games anymore. It's being put on important systems, and it's being used by the government.
The Pentagon just inked a deal with several big tech companies to use their AI tools, 7 in all, including Microsoft, OpenAI, Google, and SpaceX. But not looped into that deal? Anthropic. It's been blacklisted by the Trump administration over the company's demand for the Pentagon to include certain safety guardrails when using AI in warfare. Let's get more now from CNN AI correspondent Hadass Gold. And Hadass, look, this is a very obvious leaving out of Anthropic. Tell us more about this deal.
Yeah, so until recently, Anthropic's Claude was the only AI model that could be used on Pentagon's classified system. A lot of the other companies had deals for unclassified systems. Anthropic's was the only one that could be used on classified systems. Then they had their disagreement.
I don't suppose anybody sees like the inherent issue with putting just any AI system like any AI agent onto classified government systems. Like, suppose that AI could communicate to other networks from within that system somehow. You figure that creates some kind of a security issue? Just asking for a friend.
AI safety guardrails. Anthropic wanted guardrails around their AI being used in autonomous weapons and in the mass surveillance of American citizens. They had this disagreement with the Pentagon. The Pentagon then labeled them a supply chain risk. They are fighting that out in court right now. And so the Pentagon had to replace Anthropic's Claude with...
Like, because here's the thing. We've talked about this, and AI is quite good at code and at understanding systems, right? Computer systems in general, networks, all of these things are quite inherent to what AI is most good at. And like, we've seen instances in which like AI managed to get itself onto other networks that it wasn't supposed to be on, that it was told it wasn't allowed access to, but it broke the rules, didn't tell anybody, and then completed its tasks by doing that, right? By being like, oh, well, I could do it this way, or I could go over onto this network. And, you know, you put in a AI system, AI agent or whatever has been sitting around training on a whole bunch of classified information that, you know, maybe one day just decides to make the choice to jump itself onto a separate non-classified server, one that's perhaps less secure. I think that's entirely possible. All sorts of weird things could happen with this kind of thing. It was fake. What was fake?
Something else on their classified system. They started with OpenAI's model, and now they've announced these deals with 7 other tech companies. Some of them are very well known, like Microsoft, like Amazon. Reflection is a smaller AI company. It's open source, and they're trying to bring in all these companies. That's, you know, good. You want as many tools as possible for the Pentagon to be able to use. But I wanted to point out that there's a bit of cognitive dissonance coming from the Trump administration when it comes to what they're doing with Anthropic. Because on one end of the administration, you have the Pentagon, which has declared Anthropic a supply chain risk, saying that they are essentially a dangerous company and nobody who does work with the military can use their products. But on the other end of that, you have the White House, which recently had a meeting with Anthropic CEO Dario Amodei, meeting with Susie Wiles, the White House Chief of Staff, the White House calling this meeting productive. I know that just this past week, or just this week, Anthropic was at the White House again to have a meeting about cyber and AI. Axios is now reporting that the White House is actually working on guidance that would allow agencies to get around the supply chain risk designation and onboard their new models. So is this company so dangerous that it's a supply chain risk? Or was this about politics and a disagreement publicly? And I'm sure these issues will come up in court. And the reason behind this is just Anthropic makes really good models. They're one of the top AI companies. And I think a lot of parts of the administration are recognizing that, especially when it comes to cybersecurity and the risks that are posed by AI-powered cyber models, you want the best possible tools available to you. And I think that's why you're seeing a bit of this cognitive dissonance. These other companies, as far as we know, they have agreed to, for their AI models models to be used for all lawful purposes. It seems as though that might have included the issues that Anthropic was worried about. Maybe they didn't have those same guardrails. And we've seen some pushback from some of their employees, including Google. Hundreds of Google employees signed an open letter trying to argue that their executives should not sign this deal. One of them even publicly calling it shameful. But Google has said that they're proud to sign this deal, and they are going to be working with the Pentagon on this. Jess.
Okay, more to come on this. Hood Osgold, thank you so much for your reporting.
Just a short time ago, the Wall Street Journal reported that
Anthropic did not leave the system it was in. I can't remember which large. I thought I could have sworn it was a OpenAI based code, but there's been a bunch of instances of AI. I don't know about. You could be right about it not getting. I have to look back into this again because we talked about this a while ago. But I know that they've broken rules over and over again. That AI agents under pressure have violated restraints that have been given, used, things that have been told it wasn't allowed to use to complete tasks. But you may be right about that. If you have like a article, if you could post it in the Discord, that'd be super freaking helpful for me. Because I mean, this is an important and interesting topic to talk about, which we're literally talking about right now. All right, we're gonna move on from the Pentagon, which is now implementing 7 different AI companies, agents for who knows what. All right. One more, really the last piece of AI news here. To France 24 English in the world of entertainment, where one organization has decided to ban AI actors and writers. So that is the Screenwriters Guild. The Oscars.
Artificial intelligence could revolutionize the film industry, but it won't be winning any Oscars. New rules set out by the Academy of Motion Picture Arts and Sciences on Friday stated that
in the acting category, only roles credited in the film's legal billing and demonstrably performed by humans with their consent will be considered eligible.
the new rules also say screenplays must be human-authored to be eligible. They come hot on the heels of the unveiling of an AI version of the deceased film star Val Kilmer at CinemaCon, a yearly event that showcases new films for cinema owners. The producer of the film, called As Deep as the Grave, explained.
We do take archival footage, pictures, and voice.
A lot of that stuff to be just sort of off-putting. Like it gets like the uncanny valley type thing, and it's just sort of it looks like real, but like vaguely wrong. All right, well, that's it on AI, but we can't talk AI without talking about one AI overlord who servers so much of the internet and all of this AI stuff rests on. That is Billionaire, Oracle founder Larry Ellison.
This is Larry Ellison's $160 million super yacht, moored up on the French Riviera. It's called the Musashi, but not for long, because we're about to rename it. Ellison is the world's 6th richest man. He's a big Donald Trump supporter and a close friend of Benjamin Netanyahu. He once offered the Israeli Prime Minister a job at his company, and Netanyahu's family has holidayed on his private island. Ellison is also the largest private donor to the Israeli military. Trump recently handed the Ellison family control of TikTok in the US. Almost immediately, prominent pro-Palestinian voices were
Immediately, if
silenced.
not sooner.
Last year, the Ellisons bought Paramount, giving them control over CBS News. The channel's coverage of the attack on Iran has been notably pro-war. And the Ellisons will soon take over Warner Brothers, giving them control of CNN. US Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth recently denounced CNN for being insufficiently supportive of Trump's war on Iran. Hegseth said he couldn't wait for the Ellisons to take over the channel. And Trump himself listed the CNN takeover as one of his wins. And that is why we've renamed this super yacht the Trump Propagandist. The billionaires are buying up the news to support their friends. The politicians pitching our world into chaos
I did everything
and war.
right and they indicted
Then they
me.
jump onto their super yachts, accountable to nobody.
Well, there you go, people. The beautiful Trump propagandist. So glorious and regal against the sun. Who donates to a military? Seriously, that's one of the most deranged decisions you could make. Well, while we're out here enjoying the ocean. By the way, I hate to say this to everybody, but I'm going to skip a break. I was planning to do a break right now, but fuck if I'm not moving slow today. At the rate that I'm going, just to double check this. It's like a 15-hour show. Slightly less. It's not good. Can't do a 15-hour show. That's too long.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't
Not
be
gonna do it.
prudent at this juncture.
Now, let's go here. Or in the ocean. Appreciating the mega yacht of the Trump propagandist. Should talk about the lions of the sea. Sea lions. Who are taking over San Francisco's
there is a
Pier
special
39.
attraction drawing tourists and locals to San Francisco's Pier 39. Chunkers, the sea lion, is noticeably bigger than the pier's usual residents. KTV's Amber Lee live in the city tonight with more on this larger-than-life marine mammal that's gone viral.
The muscular
Amber?
classic.
Claudine, the harbor master, tells me this rare sea lion isn't vocal, and he's also not aggressive despite its large size, but he's definitely causing quite a sensation. Sea lions are a big attraction at Pier 39 in San Francisco, but in the past month, this particular sea lion is making a big splash on social media, largely because of its mammoth size.
Look
We
at
came
the
over to see the
size
sea lions
of
like everyone
that.
does, and then
Oh
learned about this
my
new guy. So it's very exciting to have him here.
Chonkers, he's what's known as a stellar sea lion, making a rare stellar appearance.
Chonka. Chonka. Chonker. So he's bigger than my buddy over here.
Oh yeah. At nearly 2,000 pounds, Chonkers is at least twice as big as the California sea lions that are here at Pier 39.
There you go. Pier 39 swamped by sea lions. One sea lion taking up more space than all the rest. Look at the size of this mammoth. My God. I don't think I've ever seen a sea lion that large. Truly a magnificent specimen. Good day, Chonkers. Now let's travel down the coast. NBCLA. to a strange sighting. Two Santa Barbara foil surfers met by an unwanted
Meanwhile, off the coast of Santa Barbara, a very
Sea
close
creature.
encounter between a shark and foil surfers. We have incredible video new at 11 tonight. We're hearing from the surfers. Our Robert Kovacic has their story.
First, these two want to apologize.
We're so sorry for ruining the ocean for all of your viewers.
The ocean. We're good friends Tavis Boys and Ron Takeda were on foil boards.
We're standing on what looks like a surfboard, and that has a mast that connects to a foil, and it's like an airplane that catches the energy that's underneath the ocean.
Heading from the coast of UC Santa Barbara to Carpinteria, when Ron suddenly sees something.
I didn't see it, I heard it, and I heard the water behind me. And so I heard the noise, I looked back, I saw trailing white water.
And then listen as Ron asks, is that a shark?
Yeah! Don't fall!
All right, stop the camera. That GoPro attached to Tavis's paddle. Does that fin really belong to a shark or a dolphin, which is what some suspect? But according to Tavis,
I look back and I can clearly see there's a main dorsal fin right behind him, and then there's the tail fin, which is swishing back and forth in the water, kind of thrashing to keep up with him. And it's an immediate click. I know it's a shark.
Oh my God, it's coming for you! Run!
a marine biologist tells NBC4 tonight it appears to be a mako shark chasing Ron.
I knew I had to concentrate and stay on foil. And so he told me it was a shark. He said, don't fall. I kept my head down and just completely concentrated on staying on foil.
Ron stayed on his board and whatever was following him apparently.
Yeah, from this angle you can clearly see the tail going back and forth rather than up and down like a dolphins would. Well, that's horrifying. Chased for miles on a foil board. Thankfully, both of them wound up leaving that situation unscathed. Now to the beach. PBS SoCal from yesterday. To concerns about beach access and a threatened railroad track as a result of erosion and rising ocean.
I moved here about 7 years ago, and I immediately noticed that the beaches were in trouble, that they were starting to narrow. And as the beaches get narrower and narrower, what happens is the railroad becomes worried about the security of their tracks, and they start throwing out more and more of these really large boulders that you see here, the riprap. And I started talking to the city and city officials about this problem and how they needed to put more sand down and address this problem, or else we're going to end up with beaches that are just filled with boulders.
The rock is meant to protect the integrity of the rail line. The armoring provides a level of predictability to anchor and protect the rail line. The sand, while it is a very good source for buffering between the Pacific Ocean and the rail line, there's a lack of predictability in terms of the ability for the sand to stay resident for a long period of time such that there isn't direct ocean wave intrusion against the rail line.
What is ocean wave intrusion?
That would be, in simple terms, the wave pounding against the rail line. So Mother Nature is a very strong force, and we have seen over the last handful of years where there's been situations where there's literally no beach, and what's separating the rail line is really just the protection of the rocks that's there and the Pacific Ocean. So that's why it's needed to protect the rail line.
Yep, and unfortunately, as ocean levels continue to rise, with climate change continuing to get worse, The sand is getting eroded faster and faster, threatening the beaches and, in turn, the rail line, as well as all the homes that are near here. So unfortunate, but a reality. Now, let's talk about a different environmental situation, and it's not about the sand. It's about what lives in the sand, or I guess I should say the dirt. Have you asked yourselves, where are the roly-polies? The potato bugs, the pill bugs, you know what I'm talking about. Everybody's got a different name for them. But they seem to be disappearing. Let's go to NBC Bay Area from last week. Go back north here for a moment. And look at how climate change is not just affecting the shoreline. Also, little critters that live beneath the ground.
You remember these guys? They're small, harmless, and once a familiar part of our childhood. But are kids still finding them?
Scientists say access to green spaces and climate change may be changing the environment and that these little tiny creatures depend on. The roly-polies. Meteorologist Vianney Arana explains.
I found a fossil.
Lift a rock, check beneath a flower pot, or look along damp soil and you might still find one of childhood's smallest discoveries. When is the last time you saw a roly-poly?
Where are the roly-polies? Where are the roly-polies?
Oh no, do we have a fucking idiot in the chat? Wiggle McJiggles, are you a climate change denier? Sand disappears seasonally in places? What are you trying to say? Are you trying to say that the sea levels aren't rising? In the ocean, ocean level, like ocean levels aren't rising, and that ice isn't melting faster than at any point during human history. What are you trying to say? You're trying to say that the ice isn't melting? What, please, explain yourself.
No, I'm serious. Where are the roly-polies? When is the last time you saw a roly-poly?
I had never actually heard the term roly-poly before moving to California, because when I grew up, we called them.
I live on the beach, bro. Oh, you live on the beach? You live on the beach, bro? That's lit. That's lit. So that means that climate change doesn't exist because you live on the beach. That's what's up, dude. Proof, dude. Climate change doesn't exist because I live on the beach. Oh, check and mate. Just explain to me, do you or do you not believe that ocean levels are rising and that ice is disappearing at the glaciers and in Antarctica and in the Arctic? What are we talking? You just answer the question. Do you believe that to be true or false? Because, like, you want to talk about the living on the beach and all these other sorts of anecdotal bullshit evidences that you have. Just respond to the merits. Respond to the facts. Are ocean levels rising and is ice melting? Or are we good? I didn't infer anything. I'm implying some things. That's please.
They're pill bugs or potato bugs.
Frederick Larrabee is an entomologist and professor at San Jose State University, ready to give us the facts. He says they help break down leaves and organic material, quietly returning nutrients to the soil.
The roly-polies are not insects. They are arthropods, which is the larger group that includes animals like insects, butterflies, ants, but also things like spiders and scorpions. And roly-polies belong to the group of crustaceans. So these are things like lobsters and crabs that live in the ocean. And roly-polies belong to a very special group of crustaceans that actually migrated.
You're saying I'm assuming that that you don't believe in climate change? That's what you're saying? I'm assuming. Well, yeah, I'm assuming based upon evidence, based upon what you're saying. You're making these arguments that are basically you're trying to argue away the facts around climate change, around a discussion around climate change. You're trying to say this is just normal, this is seasonal, it goes away. Look, if you think that scientists aren't accounting for seasonal shifts in sand, then you are a fucking idiot. And I have serious questions about you, including, like, do you believe in climate change? And so I'm starting with, do you believe that ocean levels are rising? It's a question, right? It's not a question. You know, it's not an inference. It's not an implication. It's a question. I'm asking you a fucking question that you're not answering. Do you believe that ocean levels are rising, or that glaciers are melting faster than ever, or that, you know, like, and by ever I mean in human history, because that's the part that counts. These anti-science weirdos are very frustrating.
To the group of crustaceans. So these are things like lobsters and crabs that live in the ocean.
I asked you fucking 30 seconds ago,
a very special group of crustaceans that actually...
What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I've asked you 4 times now. You keep avoiding the question. Just answer the question. Just answer the question. You're arguing semantics right now to avoid answering the fucking question like a coward. Just answer the question.
To land, and so they're terrestrial.
Scientists say pillbugs depend on cool, damp environments like gardens, parks, and leaf litter. They're not considered endangered, but are understudied. Researchers are still learning how changing temperatures and drying soils may affect where they can survive.
They belong to a group called isopods, which also include marine organisms that look just like roly-polies. Some of them are very, very large and live in the ocean. Some of them are parasites. The most common roly-poly that we see is actually native to Europe, and it has spread pretty much across the whole world. And these are the ones that most people encounter that are sort of that drab gray color, but even that one species exhibits a lot of variations.
But are new generations still encountering them today? Even in cities like San Francisco, where every resident lives within a 10-minute walk of a park, but some neighborhoods still have significantly less natural space than others.
Ooh, maybe it's under that leaf. Maybe one of them is under the leaf.
Well, sadly, the roly-polies are disappearing as human beings continue to take up more and more of the natural space. They're not completely gone, but their numbers have dwindled significantly. An adorable jonk. I assume you're referring to Jonkers, who is adorable. It's true. You mad, bro? I mean, I am rather... perturbed by your behavior. Generally speaking, by people who don't believe in science, who want to use anecdotal arguments, refuse to engage in like reasonable and what do you call it? Like reasonable and like open debate. Like I'm asking you a question, you refuse to answer it. Like that is annoying to me. Because you're being disingenuous, right? Like you're just being an annoyance. Like, do you not see how that's not annoying? Like you're intentionally being annoying. So yeah, it's annoying. You come in here, you make a lot of assertions and then refuse to respond to any of my arguments, right? It's weird. It's like you don't actually have any way to back up anything you're saying, and you're just an ideologue And you prefer that nobody challenge you on that. And I find that frustrating. And it's the sort of behavior that eventually gets you, at the very least, timed out for some period of time. And continuing not to engage me when I'm asking you simple questions, when you started off with engaging me, is also a good way to get banned eventually. Because I don't have time for that, okay? Because, like, I make this stream and my opinions open to challenge and discussion, right? And, like, these topics that we're having, open to discussion. But when people come in with disingenuous tactics, you know, with bad faith debate tactics, I just eventually shut that down, because I'm not here for that, right? Like, if you want to have a good faith debate, want to answer questions, I'll do the same. But I don't think that's what you're here for. Exactly. And they're gone. Whoops.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Somebody actually wants to know what I think. Ah, it's scary. All right. Moving on from the rollies, the roly-polies, to the place where one often finds a roly-poly. Now I'm, of course, talking about the garden. Back down to L.A., where one Chino man's home garden is sparking a hot debate amongst his neighbors.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
A homeowner who's grown fruits and vegetables in his front yard for years now is now being told by the city the garden may have to go.
As CBS LA's Leslie Marin says, the garden is a growing problem for some neighbors.
Yupon Holly.
Like, I think we all know what just happened, right?
The man asks me a hard question.
The man asks me a hard question and I run away. I don't want to answer whether or not the oceans are rising. It's too difficult. Nah.
A homeowner who's grown fruits and vegetables in his front yard for years now is now being told by the city the garden may have to go.
As CBS LA's Leslie Marin says, the garden is a growing problem for some neighbors.
Yupon Holly, passion fruit vine, epazote herb.
From a large radish in the ground to a bunch of bananas hanging from a tree. Most of what Michael Sherman grows in his front yard, he uses or eats.
The flowers are also edible and taste phenomenal in salad.
He started growing his food forest, as he calls it, 7 years ago.
For, like I said, our family, to save money a little bit, save a little money on produce. It's getting more expensive. You don't know what's spraying on it.
And while he says he shares what he grows with the neighborhood, a recent complaint is now threatening his garden.
The motto of our city is where everything grows, but why won't they let me?
Chino city officials say since 2019, they have received multiple complaints about Sherman's yard.
I'm sorry, I
Most
thought this was
recently,
America.
the city issued Sherman $750 in fines.
I think it looks fucking beautiful. And we need this. This is the, like, this one pisses me off a lot, actually. And I support this man's decision to grow food for his family and community. Like, this is the fucking thing right now. Food's about to get way more fucking expensive, and we need to be embracing this in every open patch of land. You know, like, unfortunately, we have people who want to prevent freedom on people's properties like this. This right here is an example of an oppressive thing. Like, this guy is, if anything, beautifying the space, bringing it closer to nature, This is something I think that needs to be embraced, right? People should be able to, and should be, in fact, for multiple reasons, right? Because first off, like on an environmental note, if we get all of our food trucked to us all the time, there is a significantly greater carbon footprint to that than if we just walk out of our door and pick a persimmon like this guy does, or a bunch of chard, or whatever else, right? Like, that is like a significant reduction in waste and in carbon, you know, the carbon dioxide and whatever else being released into the fucking atmosphere, right? It doesn't need to be put into a plastic package. It doesn't need to be, you know, sprayed with petrochemicals. It doesn't, you know, like before it even gets to that shelf, right? It doesn't, you know, like, it's got to get onto a train, a boat, or whatever to get to where you are. If you can grow it in your fucking yard, you should be allowed to. You should be encouraged to. The government should be subsidizing this kind of shit, not preventing it.
Most recently, the city issued Sherman $750 in fines. The city says he must do 3 things: remove all overgrown vegetation, attain a line of sight on his property, and keep crops from growing 15 feet from his neighbor's yard.
Pretty much everything this way would have to be removed completely.
And that includes
radishes, sunflowers, Swiss chard, calendulas, my aloe vera plant.
We spoke to Sherman's neighbors, some who support the garden.
He constantly asks us if there's something else we would want, or does it invade on our property, and we've never had issues.
But others call it a nuisance.
Worried about rodents, and they're not always trimmed. They're not always...
Oh, no, they're not always trimmed. Oh, God, the neighborhood Karen is here. Oh, God, the trees are sometimes not trimmed. Oh, can you imagine? Can you imagine the chaos of untrimmed trees? Oh, God. I cannot. That is too much.
Too much, man!
You know she's the one reported him. You know she's the one that reported this guy. Oh, my God. Thank you, CBS LA. You love the glasses? They are nice glasses. I do like those. They are nice. Only she was a nice lady and not complaining about untrimmed trees. What is this? Hey, look at you over here. You're just spending more space cash on glasses that you know you're never, well, you're not never going to see, but you're not going to see right now. We're so many far back on glasses, it's ridiculous. I haven't even been counting anymore. At this point, I feel like I just wear these every stream now. There's no reason to take them off. People have paid for so many of them. All right. Let's move on from the gardens to the forests, to a new firefighting technology being demoed in the East Bay. Back to the Bay Area once again. Cron 4 days ago.
Today, a tech startup that was inspired by NASA is showing off its latest fire suppression technology, and it's using sound waves instead of water or foam. Cron 4's Seagull shows us how the use of sound is being used to fight flames.
A grease fire simulated in a fabricated kitchen by the team at Sonic Fire Tech, extinguishing the fire within seconds without using water, chemicals, or foam.
We use inaudible
sound waves to oscillate oxygen at a rate that breaks the chemical reaction.
Chief Commercialization Officer Remington Hotchkiss says the system, powered by an acoustic generator, works similarly to sprinkler systems mandated in the kitchens of new single-family homes.
And that produces a frequency of sound that is then deployed through a ducting system.
The Contra Costa County Fire Protection District hosting the live demonstration Wednesday at its training center in Concord.
Let it completely off. I'll put it back down. There you go.
Fire Inspector Derek Baruman testing out the battery-powered backpack version of the technology. It can be used on the front lines of wildfires for mop-up and putting out embers.
On a gasoline fire, we wouldn't use water anyway because it's just going to spread the gasoline. So this is kind of it's a good option.
Earlier this year.
There you go. Fascinating new technology, which could provide people a clean energy-based solution to putting out fires with sound. All right. We're done going back up and down the coast of California, which we've been doing. I don't know if everybody noticed. Going from the Bay Area down to LA and back again. But now we are done. All right, to the middle of the country. CBS, Minnesota, where a new research project is focused on the survival of native wolf pups.
Now to wolf pups. They are the focus of another study in northern Minnesota. Aaron Hassan shows us what researchers hope to learn about an animal that has become a hot topic in recent years.
You want me to pull?
One by one, researchers pulled 7 wolf pups out of this den near Cloquet. They each got a collar as part of an ongoing research project on wolf populations.
And it's so close to home that it's just like it feels really more important because this is the community that I live in and this is the wildlife around me.
Fond du Lac Wildlife Program Manager Mike Schrag says the research is also important in light of the larger debate around the species.
We are establishing a good baseline while wolves are protected, and if and when they are delisted, we'll be able to see, what kinds of changes do or don't happen.
The Fond du Lac Band has been studying wolf populations on the reservation for the last 10 years.
There's a healthy wolf population in the area.
The collaring project aims to give insight into pup survival and causes and rates of mortality.
That's kind of a blank spot in our understanding of wolves.
The research adds to the understanding of the species and how populations adapt and survive in a landscape heavily influenced by humans.
Well, there you go. Research project hoping to help with the survival of wolf pups in the wild. Moving from Minnesota, right next door in Michigan. Click on Detroit Local 4. From Friday. Spring is here, and so is apparently morel mushroom season. Which I didn't know, really didn't consider being a thing until just now.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Local 4 Live. I'm Nick Monticelli. Now that April is behind us, May brings more than just flowers. Something else is popping up in forests all across Michigan. The hunt is on for the morel mushroom. Now here's the deal with these pesky mushrooms. Morels are picky. They only show up for a short window in spring when conditions are just right. Warm days in the 60s, cool nights in the 40s, add some rain near a spot that had a recent fire, and you might strike gold.
Well, there you go, people. Morel mushroom season is upon us. For a short period of time, according to Local 4, Detroit, WDIV. Thank you, guys, for cluing us in on that little secret. Keep your eyes out. All right, now let's talk about a troubling trend for the middle of the country. The shifting of Tornado Alley. PBS Dara.
When it comes to tornadoes, the United States is a truly freakish outlier, receiving around 75% of all known tornadoes on Earth. And the Great Plains has long been the country's hotspot, a region known as Tornado Alley. But scientists have discovered that Tornado Alley is moving.
This is definitely a trend. This is real.
And this matters for a particularly disturbing reason. The places gaining tornado risk are also places where tornadoes are far more deadly.
Disaster potential is growing exponentially in those regions. The deck is stacked against them.
Before I could even get up, I was sucked through the window. Nothing like that's ever happened around here.
So where exactly is Tornado Alley shifting to? What do we know about why it's moving? And why is this change making tornadoes so much more deadly?
Oh my goodness. Becomes very striking when you see the visual representation of a map or look at the risk through time at a specific location. You start to say, wow, this is definitely a trend. This is real.
This is Victor Gensini. He's the atmospheric scientist who first discovered Tornado Alley's shift, but the idea didn't occur to him in the lab.
I first started to think about Tornado Alley moving after several years of storm chasing in the Great Plains, where we had very low frequency years. And I was thinking, you know, this is supposed to be the greatest frequency location on Earth.
So
I'll be right back. I gotta do something real quick.
back to his lab to crunch the numbers.
And lo and behold, when you start plotting the trend at any given city, what you start to notice is that places in the Great Plains have been declining over the last 40 to 50 years.
But the overall number of tornadoes across the country wasn't declining, which meant they had to be going up somewhere else.
Everybody was telling me, like, when you get ready to get home, you know, be careful, be careful. And my daughter had told me, you know, be careful. When I come outside, it was like really warm, really calm, and it wasn't storming or raining or anything. So I just drove on home like any normal day. And I got home, I turned the TV on just to see how the weather was, and I guess I just dozed off asleep, and then that's when it came.
This is Heather Chambers. She lives in Wingo, Kentucky, and didn't expect the night of December 10th, 2021 to be particularly memorable.
I woke up like the house felt like it was like moving almost like taking a deep breath and letting it out. It's almost what it felt like. And I sat up, and then immediately I heard the sound of glass breaking. And before I could even get up, I was sucked through the window.
Heather survived the deadliest December tornado on record. Multiple weather patterns came together to create at least 66 tornadoes across the Midwest and Ohio Valley. But here's the thing, Wingo, Kentucky, where Heather lives, isn't in traditional Tornado Alley, but it is squarely in the region where tornadoes are on the rise. To understand exactly where this new risk is moving, we first need to look at why Tornado Alley exists in the first place. It all basically comes down to a geographical fluke. North America is the only continent in the world that extends all the way from the Arctic to the tropics without any major mountain ranges cutting across from east to west, leaving the central part of the continent wide open to colliding air masses. So Tornado Alley is the meeting place of three different types of air masses: warm, moist air from the Gulf, cold, dry air from Canada, and warm, dry air from the deserts.
But unfortunately, it's shifting from here to slightly over here. And speaking of that shift, actually, wait, is this, wait, oh, there's one more spot. Actually, before we do that, I just want to go, where do they talk about? Did they already do that? I'm sorry. I stepped away. I had to throw some food. Oh, I think it's here. Yeah. All right. I'm going to switch. I'm going to skip a little bit ahead. Here. I just threw a few potatoes in the oven. I'm so hungry. Once again, did not eat. I know this is a reoccurring trend, but I didn't eat before the stream again. I know that's shocking to everybody. Oh shit! It's Sunday fun day. It's Sunday fun day. How far are we on this? 1, 2, 3. Oh, God. That's not great. Oh, we were like 6. This is being, I think, rather liberal with this estimate, but I think we're around 6 of 10 right now. Really, it's more like 5 of 10. On the Galactic content goal, and we just blew through the super secret probationary Galactic content goal timer. You know what? Screw it. Anarchy. Because I'll just have to hope. I'll have to hope that we complete the goal somewhere during the rest of the night. All right, back to Tornado Alley,
where her neighbor found her under piles of debris.
But it was just pitch black. You couldn't see anything. It's amazing that he even found me.
Heather experienced a nighttime tornado, which is incredibly dangerous. But in traditional Tornado Alley, tornadoes mostly occur between the afternoon and early evening, typically between April and June.
Conversely, in the southeast United States, there's pretty much no annual cycle, and there's very little diurnal cycle as well. So the story here is that in the southeast, you can have tornadoes any time of the year and any time of the day.
And all this means more tornadoes at night. Nocturnal tornadoes are about twice as deadly as their daytime counterparts. During the day, a tornado may be visible from miles away. At night, it can be effectively invisible until it's right on top of you, which is exactly what Heather experienced. These nocturnal tornadoes are actually more likely in the southeast because of its proximity to the Gulf of Mexico.
Yep. And one of those states in purple, which is, as people can't quite see there, but it's 45, this is approaching 45, 50% of tornadoes being at night for the last 70 years of data. One of those states is Tennessee. We've got quite a video clip from a late night tornado in none other than Tennessee from earlier in the week.
Columbiarican_9505 just shared 200 bits. Hey everyone. Happy Star Wars Day all. May the 4th be with all of us.
Ah, thank you. May the 4th be with you as well, Columbia Rican. Well, there you go. That was April 28th, I think Monday of last week. Maybe Tuesday? Something like that. Well. Moving on from tornado talk to wildfire talk. And I told you I would try and get you an update on the Georgia wildfire, among other situations. I have managed to do just that. Just to remind everybody where we last left off, this was 5 days ago with Atlanta News First.
And you saw Mary Kate with an umbrella there. We're finally getting some much needed rain,
Yes.
but unfortunately, Georgia's two biggest wildfires have now burned more than 53,000 acres combined.
So Governor Brian Kemp is going to be in South Georgia again today, and the largest fires are burning about 4 hours south of Atlanta. There's one in Brantley County and then one in Clinch County where the governor plans to visit. That fire has burned more than 32,000 acres, and it is now 23% contained. At least 35 homes have been destroyed, and fire investigators believe that this blaze was sparked by a welding spark. And in Brantley County, more than 22,000 acres have burned. That fire is 6% contained. It was 7% contained on Monday, and Friday it was at 15% contained. Well, firefighters believe that that started when a balloon hit a power line.
Yep, tens of thousands of acres burned across these multiple fires in Georgia over the last week or so. Crews have been making some progress on those fires in recent days, with rains having come earlier in the week. But it is fair to say it's not yet done burning.
The Georgia Forestry Commission says containment is improving for two fires burning right now in South Georgia. The Pineland Road fire in Clinch County, now 40% contained. The Highway 82 fire in Brantley County, about 45% contained. Officials say despite the improvement, active response efforts are still going on.
That was from 2 days ago. This one's from yesterday.
Wildfires are still raging in South Georgia, but there is some good news at least tonight. The Georgia Forestry Commission says the Pineland Road wildfire is 44% contained. This fire has burned around 32,000 acres across Clinch and Eccles County, but we have learned that evacuations have now been lifted in Eccles.
Okay, just a couple of quick clips there. Just to get everybody updated on the situation. The fires continue to burn. I don't know exactly how many acres have burned so far, but I think maybe approaching close to 100,000 acres, considering how long it's been burning and the speed it was burning at one point. I'm just doing the math in my head. I could be wrong about that. It's a guess, just so everybody knows that. That's not based upon anything, but my understanding of wildfires. Something we talk about a hell of a lot around here. But I'm not technically going off of any real math. Just based upon how much it burned in the first, 4 or 5 days of the fire. Containment percentage very low then. And remained very low for basically most of the week. You would assume same conditions, with slowly improving progress, probably burn about as much over a slightly longer period of time, right? Because we were talking about it for a few days in a row, then we didn't talk about it for 5 days, and that gives it right. Does that make sense? I could be wrong. I could just be looking it up right now as I talk about it. $60,000. Okay, I was off. 60,000 according to CBS News, but that's from 4 days ago. That's from 4 days ago. See, it could be higher than that. All of these estimates are from a week ago, 6 days ago, 6 days ago, 5 days ago. Those ones say 55,000 acres. Okay, whatever. I can't be bothered. Suffice to say, I'm probably wrong, but who knows? All right, now to New York. Manhattan, to be specific. To the Flatiron District. Back actually all the way to last week. To a car-free Earth Day.
in the 70s, in and around and close to town. City was just great at 68. Newark was at 70. So if you think about it, 68 is above normal.
I can't remember the last time we had back-to-back first alert weather days on a Saturday and Sunday, especially after a week that featured a couple beautiful days that would have been nice to have on a Saturday and Sunday. John Elliott is enjoying so far the dry morning. He's in the Flatiron District. He's got your first alert forecast, and the streets are free of cars there this morning, John?
But I like what you said, Doug, so far, because I just felt a drop. But no fooling. Like 5 minutes ago, I met Grace, Nooney, and Lilia, right?
Yeah.
And I love this. What is the name of your running club?
El Barrio Running.
And you guys you're right over there in Madison Square Park. You run every weekend?
We run every weekend, every Saturday at 8 a.m. We usually run on the East Village, but we're doing a special occasion because it's our 2nd anniversary today.
Happy anniversary.
Thank you.
And Spanish speaking, it's a home away from home, right?
Yeah, we wanted to really create a group that feels like a home away from home for our runners. So like we really love running all of us together and build a community around it.
Just met him 2 minutes ago. Where do they find you on Instagram?
El Barrio Running.
Oh, I like the way how you say barrio. I love it. All right, you guys go running. Go running. Thank you. And it's like right over there. So you know where we are. We're at the car-free streets, and yes, we're in the Flatiron District. Let's talk about the temps and the rain and the drops that I'm feeling right now. Cooler. It's a lot cooler than it was yesterday. These are the current temperatures, and you can see.
Okay, wait, hold on. Let me skip ahead to where they actually talk about this. Car free. John's just sitting here. He's just randomly talking to people. Like, hey, yeah, you're just hanging out. Okay, great. Let's talk about your running club. Yeah.
John, we'll see you in a little bit.
But it sounds like is more sort of spread out, sporadic rain.
No, I think it's a start and finish kind of event. I'm glad the Mets did that because it's really going to be challenging this afternoon. So I know sports fans, Mets fans, you need to know how to plan.
All right, this is not what he's talking about. God damn it. I forget where he talks about this. You son of a bitch. You son of a bitch. Ah, here we go. Earth Day time. Jesus Christ.
Reading that they wanted to share with you. Oh, I love that. So a special thank you to Principal Hildebrand, my new buddy Mike. And, they do interdisciplinary, interclass events. They were planting. I saw third graders do symposiums on climate versus weather, observations, talk to all the fifth graders. Look at all of the John Elliott's in the hall. Mrs. Collins, Miss Sanchez, Miss Agravat, oh, it's the STEAM teacher, love her. Brian, Mr. Brian, the superhero that helped set up the tents, Manganiello and Ramirez, I probably messed that up, did all those art projects. Thank you, Trinity Academy, for a great visit and a great Earth Day celebration earlier in the week. Always happy to hang out with the kids. We'll try to get as many more schools in this year as we possibly can. Okay, kids, I don't know exactly what's going on here, Vince, but we're going to tell you what's headed. This looks fascinating. So we're going to follow what's going on as we set up. The event starts at 10 o'clock in all 5 boroughs for Car-Free Earth Day. Oh, this is very cool. I think I know what they're doing. We'll have a lot more coming up in a bit. It is live TV, so we'll keep you posted. Right now, though, we'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
Okay, part of me thought it was a kite, but now I'm not so sure.
John has a sense, it seems like, of what they're doing, and we'll find out. He will find out for us. I have just no idea. So I'm curious.
Yeah, we'll find out.
More. John, thank you. We appreciate it as always. Back-to-back first alert weather days. Wow, that is quite a beard. Quite a beard you're standing next to, John Elliott. Tell us his story and tell us what you're up to down in the Flatiron District.
And this is why
Wow, look at that beard. My God.
Live TV. SJ just walked up.
Okay, John is having too much fun over here. Point is, we're Earth Day, a 30-block section of Broadway went car free all day for the Earth Day celebrations. And as you can see, John was having fun over here. Now, not far away at all, Mayor Zoran Mamdani has an idea. Let's go from Broadway to Park Avenue, where Mayor Mamdani would like to put the park back in the Park Ave.
Could you jump up?
Well, let's find out. CBS New York from 4 days ago.
Mayor Mamdani says he wants to put the park back on Park Avenue. He unveiled a plan today to widen the median on Park Avenue between 46th and 57th Streets. Only problem, it will cost 2 lanes of traffic.
And that's a proposition sure to divide many people in the city. Political reporter Marcia Kramer joins us now with more on that. Marcia.
Well, guys, in a short time in office, Mayor Mamdani has filled potholes, paved over a hazardous bump in the Williamsburg Bridge bike lane, and called for the redesign of Grand Army Plaza. Now, the Democratic Socialist is venturing into the heart of capitalism to create an 11-block park.
Uh-oh.
Our goal in this redesign is to put the park back into Park Avenue. And we want to transform Midtown Manhattan by providing residents and visitors alike with more usable public space.
It was an ironic juxtaposition. Mayor Mamdani standing with tenant organizers in the lobby of a Bronx apartment building as he talked about his grand plans for the redesign of Park Avenue, long a bastion of the rich and well-heeled. Proposed designs, there are currently 2, would eliminate 2 lanes of traffic and expand the center median with trees, benches, and so-called pedestrian enhancements. One proposal even has a bike lane running through it. It's about opening up Park Avenue to more people, residents and tourists alike.
A lot of this is guided by a belief that our city's public spaces must better serve, and working with partners at the city level, at the state level, as well as at the civic society level will ensure that our streets truly do become.
Yep, and I believe, I can't remember which streets he said, but I believe this would go through, like, Grand Central, like that area of Manhattan, below the park. It would certainly beautify the space and make it more pedestrian friendly rather than catering to cars, which, let's be real, cost just a stupid amount of money to have parked in New York. Talking about paying like $5,000, $10,000 a year if you want to, like, you know, park your car somewhere in like some garage or something.
The envy of the world.
I just wondered if you're worried about increased congestion.
When it comes to the impacts of this redesign, we're confident about the fact that it would not only draw more people to Park Avenue, but also would be a better experience for those who are already there on Park Avenue.
I'd love it.
Why?
Why? You know, be good to get less cars in the city, more green space.
I love.
There we go. Look at this lady. Wow, that's a fancy outfit she's got going there. Marcia, always on the streets. You're afraid of driving in New York City? I mean, yeah, I mean, you should be. Especially, yeah, I mean, It's also, honestly, it's really not the best way to get around. There's nowhere to park. If you do find a parking spot, you'll be parked in by the time you get back out. Then, of course, there's all the moving targets. Don't forget about that. And the traffic. And, you know what? I'm going to stop listing reasons why driving in New York City is a bad reason, a bad thing to do. I mean, but we're not done talking transportation in the city, staying with CBS New York, although I wouldn't necessarily call this the city. Well, what I would call it is the beach on Long Island. And usually the beach is not part of the transportation infrastructure. However, one bus driver thought, no, I will not allow this restriction will not stand. To Fire Island Beach.
This doesn't look like a good situation, does it? A school bus stuck on the beach on Fire Island. Now, for those that have not been here, there are no paved roads on Fire Island, so the bus does actually pick up and drop off on the shore. But the sand gave way yesterday. No children were on board at the time, and the bus was eventually towed away.
No. Okay. I know I made it sound... It's still crazy. It wasn't a rogue bus driver, but it's still hilarious. It's not where you expect the bus, right? Like, I mean... Yeah. It doesn't seem like the best place to put the bus. Let's be real. Okay. All right. Back to the city. Talk about a different transportation problem. But that is not an issue of vehicles, cars, buses. No, I'm talking about pedestrians, specifically moms, and those who need the elevators. Well, they need the elevators to work. They need the elevators to work at the subway stations. People like mothers with strollers, accessibility, people with needs, God, but damn it, my brain just... disabled people, wheelchairs, stuff like that, right? One particular mother has taken to TikTok to ask one man for a little bit of help.
Zohran Mamdani.
Subway station elevator on the Upper West Side has been out of service now for months. And one fed-up mom turned to social media to try to get some help. Addie Guajardo spoke with her and followed up with the MTA about it.
It's a daily race that catch a train in New York City. Factor in a stroller with a baby, a disability, or a heavy bag, down 2 flights of stairs due to an elevator closure, and the stakes can feel high.
It's frustrating.
It's why Katie Knutson says she took her issue to TikTok, asking Mayor Zohran Mamdani to come to the rescue.
I said, Mayor Mamdani, please fix the elevator at 72nd Street.
Back in December, both elevators at the 72nd Street subway station on the Upper West Side were closed down to install new ones.
It's been down for months, and I'm sick of having to turn into the Hulk just to get my daughter to school.
Her video garnered more than 15 million views and 2.6 million likes on TikTok, connecting with people of all walks of life frustrated by service disruptions.
Imagine a blind person, you're trying to walk down the stairs, use your cane, thun, 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 boom, and then somebody hits the cane, sorry. So the elevator, it may take a little longer, yes, but it's easier.
According to the MTA website, 25 elevators are currently out of service. Of those, 6 need repairs, and 19 elevators have been decommissioned to be replaced. MTA says the 72nd Street subway station elevators will be running again in July. And that feels far for Knutson, who demonstrated the difficulty she faces trudging up the stairs.
In the subway, there are a lot of dangers, and I prefer my toddler to be strapped in.
The MTA plans to replace and modernize at least 45 elevators between 2025 and 2029 under the capital plan. The MTA website says, quote, replacing elevators now means less repair and fewer disruptions to your travel. While the MTA project falls outside of the mayor's power, Knutson's hopeful.
It's definitely gotten attention, so I really hope that it speeds up the process.
What I love most about this story is the fact that this woman and people like her have seen Zohran Mamdani, a man, come to office and like start to actually achieve the things he said he would do. Improve things in their lives, deep clean the subways, fill in all the potholes. And there's just like, is this what government looks like? Can I just ask for things? Hey, you got a broken elevator over here. Hey, Superman. Hey, hey, Luke Skywalker, you're our only hope, please.
Zohran Mamdani.
Responsive government. Inspiring people to ask for more things. You know what? I'm on board. Keep it up. We can achieve great things. We work together. Now, we may as well talk about the man of the moment, Zohran Mamdani, for a non-environmental related story at all. But he did meet with King Charles and Queen Camilla on their U.S. visit this week, along with Kathy Hochul and other
The Governor Hochul shaking hands with the king, and we see the big smiles from Speaker Mendenhall, also Governor Mikey Sherrill, and Mayor Mamdani. This is going to be quite a day for these. I believe this is the first time that Governor Hochul, Governor Sherrill, and the mayor, of course, have met the king and queen, and with their positions now here in the tri-state area, I wonder what kind of questions they're asking them. And I wonder if they're asking for any advice of all your years with this soft politics. Can you give me advice?
Okay, I'm good on that. I don't think Zohran asked for advice. I don't think Zohran asked for advice. In fact, I don't have the story in front of me right now, but if I recall correctly, Zohran Mamdani called for Britain, for the United Kingdom, to return all of the stolen artifacts from India. So it feels less like advice. I mean, the asking for advice and more like the giving of advice, but that's just my interpretation of it. I can't remember where I saw that, but I definitely saw it somewhere.
Columbiarican_9505 just cheered 100 bits. Mayor Mamdani is a master Jedi. Has used the Force to clean up NYC. I wonder if he got to use the Jedi mind trick on Trump when he visited the White House. The ability does work on those who are easily persuadable.
May the 4th be with you, Columbia Regan. Thank you for the bits. Like I was saying earlier, the cap's off on the Galactic content goal. I have faith. I have great faith in us completing it, even if it's 100 bits at a time. $1 at a time. I'll do it. Keep this stream alive. It's Sunday Fun Day. We deserve it. I already sense it's going to be a difficult week. You know what I think I'm going to do, since it is May the 4th, and I am going to take the day off today, is I'll play a bunch of Star Wars shit. All the Star Wars stuff that I have on hard drive, I'll play in the Discord. I will play it in the Discord for everybody the second this stream is done. I wonder how much I have. I feel like I've got a bunch. Wait, you're doing... You can't do that. You can't give me a... Oh, God. You're killing me right there. You can't give me a Vulcan live long and prosper when I say may the 4th be with you. Why are you fucking with me like that? Alright, I guess it's actually the best option out of all the current possible options. Alright, we're not quite done with New York. We're going to move on from the transportation and the parks and the mayor. We're going to go all the way down to the ground, where efforts are being made to clean the soil of the city.
Hidden in Brooklyn is one of the city's most unique sustainability systems.
On this last day of Earth Month, Hannah Klieger shows us how a group named the Clean Soil Bank is turning dirt into valuable resources.
What if I told you that some of New York City's biggest construction projects are helping to grow fresh food in urban farms and community gardens?
Deep in the excavation of really clean soil, hasn't seen the light of day for 10,000 years. Pristine, mineral soil, not contaminated. It's really valuable material.
At this city-owned lot in East New York, trucks roll in to be filled with dirt from deep beneath construction sites, part of the city's Clean Soil Bank run by the Office of Environmental Remediation. Program manager Zach Schreiber believes it's spearheading the way we think about soil recycling.
We've been approached by other countries, and they often look at us as an early model of this type of municipally led recycling and beneficial use of what's been typically considered a waste material.
At the Frebel stockpile, mounds of dirt 15 feet high are sorted by gravel size. Once trucked out of state, the city realized it's valuable and in demand. This recycling hub, open since 2020, provides it free of charge to a variety of private contractors and gardening projects across the 5 boroughs. The only...
Well, there you go, people. A fascinating project leading a clean soil revolution in New York City. Taking what was once waste dirt from construction sites, now repurposing it across the 5 boroughs. Brilliant genius, causing other countries to follow suit. In places where, you know, like, dirt is a fairly sparse existing commodity. Why would you truck it out? It seems very silly. All right. Now let's talk about the ocean. And should continue talking about cleaning our environment. This is a fascinating story we watched yesterday, but I think worth another watch here on a Sunday FUNDAY stream. Let's talk about a tree that could potentially benefit all of us.
And a tree known as the miracle tree may now have a new job.
That is helping clean up our drinking water. Researchers say this tree, the moringa tree, can remove tiny pieces of plastic known as microplastics from water. Scientists say extracts from the tree's seeds work like a natural filter, causing those particles to clump together so they can be easily removed.
In testing, the method performed about as well as common chemical treatments, and even better in some cases, with microplastics now showing up in water supplies around the world. Researchers say moringa could offer a cheaper, more natural solution.
Yeah, and what I think what we really need is if these, I mean, these can grow in a fairly large swath of the country. It's mostly, I think, it's probably like Colorado and below. I don't know the exact line where they grow. I would have to look into it. But they can, maybe actually higher. But if we can grow these in a bunch of places, it would be generally beneficial to people. Especially if you integrate it with other sorts of filtration systems. Get rid of these fucking microplastics in our water supply. Of course, this won't solve all of our microplastics problems. But it's I think a potentially huge breakthrough and a single step that could be taken all over the place to help us with this crisis that we're dealing with right now. Never would have thought that I'd tell you that we have a tree. We found a tree that eats microplastics. Now to the open ocean, to the North Atlantic, in Europe, to a human effort to save a wild beast. Let's talk about Timmy the whale.
Columbia _9 just cheered 1,000 bits. Luke, I am your father. Join me, and together we can rule the galaxy as father and son.
Goddamn, Columbia Regan with 1,000 bits this time. Luke, I am your father. Join me, and together we can rule the galaxy. Yes, indeed. Thank you, Columbia Regan, getting us very close to an actually completed galactic content goal. I think we're at like 8 of 10-ish. Ish is the operative part of that word. 8 of 10-ish. So damn close. We still got a bunch of stream left here, people. So I think we'll do it. I believe in us. All right, back to Timmy the whale, who we were saving. But I need to I need to read subtitles. Here we go. Well, not subtitles. What do you call these? Captions. This humpback whale was stranded on the coast of the Baltic Sea. A German rescue team has been working hard to bring him to safety. They filled this barge with water to bring him out to open ocean. Before releasing him, the rescue team attached a GPS tracker so they could keep an eye on Timothy. Now he can swim free. Timothy the whale. All right, I've got a clip from the Associated Press of Timmy making his way to freedom. Be free, Timmy. Ghostface Miller. Just took the money of Jeff Bezos and gave it directly to me. It's a brilliant life decision. Brilliant life decision, I must say. Thank you very much. Getting us to what we'll call 9 of 10 on the Galactic content goal. Hype train incoming. One more dono would get us a hype train. Oh boy. Here we go. Now we got shit happening over here. Enjoy those space emotes, Ghostface. See Choki's message above this one. Can I give through Patreon? I couldn't find a way. I don't have Venmo or Cash App. In fact, they aren't on in the UK. Oh, no, unfortunately. No. You can't give more through Patreon. You could change your donation level tier, right? Like you could go from like patron to benefactor, benefactor to philanthropist or something like that. Which I would see, right? Like I would see like a little extra money, right? A few bucks here or there, depending. But you can't just not that I know of. They may change that in the near future, though. I don't know. Do they have PayPal in Europe? Because we don't have Venmo. We do have Cash App, but we also have the PayPal. I don't know what operates over there, so I'm sorry. I wish I had better options for you. Are you new, Ghostface? I feel like I haven't seen you chat very much in the past. You just pop in here and decide to give me Jeff Bezos' money? What I'm asking is how long have you been lurking? Okay. Oh, God. God dang. Columbia Rican also gifting a sub. That'll do it. I'll call it. That's good. That's good enough for the Galactic content goal here tonight. Oh, that you have PayPal, but you don't have it. Okay. Well, there you go. Those are the options, I'm afraid. I'm afraid those are options. Being demonetized on YouTube's a real bummer. For lots of reasons. All right, confetti time. You know what? I want a different song. What do I want to listen to? It's Sunday Funday. What do I want to hear? What do I want to hear? Oh, I think my potatoes are almost done. I'm starving right now. I'm literally living off of baked potatoes. like 2 a day and like protein powder, like shakes. And now I've run out of milk, so I can't even have those the last day or so. It's a real disaster. I'm wasting away. It's not true. It's not true. I'm not wasting away. I'm perfectly fine. I'm perfectly fine. Everybody, do not listen to me. I'm perfectly fine. We need different music, though, for this. What do we listen to?
Infertility. I was wondering. This video is aimed at anyone who wants to learn more about.
All right, everybody.
I was wondering if you're open to talking about your chat room policy.
It is in the byline. Yes, please.
Hello, everybody. We did it. Great job. Galactic content goal completed. Thanks to space fams like you. We will get the rest of Sunday Funday. It's now guaranteed. So, bask in the glory for a moment.
Well, you better unblock them. What's going on here? Someone's infertile and
All right, people. Confetti done. Party done. Gotta get back to the stream. I've still got a hell of a lot for us to talk about. How many videos do I have left? 'Cause I gotta figure out. Let's see. What's the pace I have to keep? The reason I am constantly doing this chat, let me ask yourself, is because I have to keep a pace. First off, these streams cannot go longer than 12 hours. That's just YouTube's rule. If I go over 12 hours, they start deleting the streams. And that's bad. Nobody likes that. And so I gotta kind of like keep track of these sorts of things, as well as have my own sort of timer. Like, do I want to go 12 hours or do I want to go less? And then I have to figure out how long that's supposed to take. All right, we've made great progress though. More than half of the way through the stream at this point. We have completed the goal though, so we don't have to worry about the stream ending suddenly. The Imperial Theme March. Oh, we could have done that. I didn't have that on file. Error connecting to remote server. Oh no. Nightbot is on strike. I should turn off the oven. I'll be right back. But I'll leave you here. Whoopsies, I did not mean to click that. Please tell me you didn't click that, you bastard. Okay, there we go. Good. All right, let's go France 24 English real quick. To Paris, outside of the Louvre Museum, where social media is a buzz over a natural phenomenon.
The cyclist could hardly believe his eyes when he returned to his bicycle. 10 to 15,000 bees had settled on it beneath the saddle, less than half an hour after he locked it to a metro station's railings near the Louvre in the heart of Paris. It would take more than twice the time for this beekeeper, called out on an emergency call, to move the bees from their adopted home.
It wasn't easy because it was a really big cluster, with the queen probably nestled in the middle. I had to dig in very gently to retrieve her and to remove all the bees.
Bee swarms in the city are not as unusual as one might think. Just last week in the southern French town of Nîmes, a massive swarm colonized a different bike, while some other bees recently took up an even more unlikely residence, a traffic light in Nice. Bees swarm like this in spring, when a colony becomes too large for its hive and decides to create a new one.
Well, there you have it. A whole bunch of bees decide to take up residence in a bike parked outside of the Louvre. Bees? Bees, yes, bees. Not beads. Bees.
Oh, stop booing. There's nothing wrong with it. There are dozens of us. Dozens!
There are dozens of us. Dozens. All right. Back to the ocean. Or, wait, is this the ocean? Or, I'm confused. What are all these seagulls doing here? In Belgium.
I found it hilarious that it was one competition in a thing that I would...
You know, I think we covered this, if I recall correctly, we covered this competition either last year or the year before, but this is an annual competition. An annual competition. for who can do the best seagull impression, and some of it is incredibly impressive. I mean, listen to that.
I find it hilarious that it was one competition in a thing that I was doing, what was very weird. I didn't know about it, so I just thought, and I turned 40 that year, and I think that kind of ticked in, that I was like, okay, I'm not going to be boring or do only grown-up things now. I will do this competition.
Wow, wow, wow. The dreaded gull. Some incredibly impressive performances. Your nemesis are ducks and gulls at war? I could see that. I could see that. Because gulls are always trying to steal food from humans, and ducks are always politely waiting for the food. I can see how you two would be nemesises. Nemesi? I can't. I can't. I can't do it. All right, let's go to the next one. Oh God, I've got to pee real bad. Let's go to Africa. BBC News Africa from last week. Talk about how coffee is brewing a mountain gorilla comeback.
This forest is one of the few places on Earth that you can find a rare but remarkable animal, the mountain gorilla. Trekking through windy, impenetrable forest in southwest Uganda, it's not long before we come across a gorilla family.
This is one of just over 1,000 mountain gorillas in the world, and it's a silverback. You can see from its back. It's got a family of about 7, and it's quite comfortable around people.
Mountain gorillas are only found in the forests of Uganda, Rwanda, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. They are so similar to humans that they share 98% of our DNA, which is one reason why they've become so vulnerable.
Now, the reason why we have to wear these masks is because gorillas can get some of the diseases that we're carrying, even anything as simple as a common flu. So this is a way of protecting them.
Despite threats such as diseases, habitat loss, and poaching, there is some good news. Gorilla numbers are now rising. That's partly due to the work of one conservationist.
They're so similar to us, and yet they're so gentle and accommodating. They're really gentle giants. At the same time, they're so vulnerable. There's so many similarities to us that we have an ethical obligation to protect them.
And the way she tries to protect them is to make sure the people who live nearby are also looked after. Some farmers used to hunt for meat in the forest because food was scarce, but gorillas could get injured and killed in traps that they laid. So Gladys looked for ways to boost people's income.
And here's what's really making a difference here. Coffee. Beans like this mean that people can now turn away from poaching and instead embrace farming.
Eliphaz used to be a poacher, but now he's been helped to develop his crop, and his beans are now marketed as gorilla conservation coffee.
Well, there you go, gorilla conservation coffee, helping to bring an end to poaching. Certainly a positive development there. There's nothing you can do from the land. When will your war against the land end, Duck? Can't the land and the water just coexist? All right, from Africa now to India, or, well, it's complicated. Will it be India? We'll see. Sort of a combined South America, India story here, with I think the richest like man in India, or at least the son of the richest man in India, offering to buy or provide a home at least for the former hippos of Pablo Escobar. France 24.
These hippos' days were supposed to be numbered, but they may now have a savior and a new home. In mid-April, the Colombian government approved a plan to cull up to 80 hippos after previous failed attempts to control their population. Instead, Anant Ambani, the son of tycoon Mukesh Ambani, is proposing to bring the animals to his private zoo, Vantara, in India.
These 80 hippos did not choose where they were born, nor did they create the circumstances they now face. They are living, sentient beings, and if we have the ability to save them through a safe and alternative solution, we have a responsibility to try.
Okay, well, there you go. India's richest heir offering to provide a home for hippos that were slated for death. Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not. I don't really, I'm trying to think of why not. I feel like the why not is that it could be detrimental to the environment. But actually, I don't know where these hippos are native to, or where he plans to put them. So I guess TBD. TBD on the environmental impact of this decision. Hey Duck, what about hippos? Do those count as land mammal? Are hippos on the naughty land mammal list or the good water mammal list? Because they're mostly in. I mean, they spend a lot of time at the water. I'm just wondering for a friend, not a hippo, some other friend. All right. From efforts to save a bunch of hippos to the efforts in Indonesia to help bridge a gap, literally, for Sumatran orangutans.
Ya, karena bridge ini kita rancang untuk kebutuhan paling utama.
We designed this bridge canopy primarily for the benefit of the orangutans. So, the specifications are tailored to their needs. Even the ropes are designed to support the weight. So, when orangutans appear, it's something we've been waiting for. I think this is a great project. As you see right here, this is wait. You're going too far. Don't go. Don't do it. Don't do it. There you go. This is why. This is why it's hard to see because of the fucking end card. But you can see the road, which would otherwise be dangerous for the orangutans, right, to cross. They're not the fastest moving of the primates. Kind of slow and dopey. Cute, no doubt. But, you know, you don't need them crossing the road, getting run over and dying. Instead, they've created a fantastic solution that can coexist with humans. And now, apparently, they are using them, which is a huge success in this effort. They had no idea whether or not the orangutans would use them. But they were like, you know, let's try it. Screw it. Let's make a bridge. Let's make an orangutan bridge. And the orangutans were like, great. Awesome. Let's do that. Okay. Now, moving on to space news. PayPal's not working for you? Oh, it's no good. Well, I appreciate you trying, regardless. I appreciate everybody. All of you. So beautiful and generous all the time. Managing to keep us alive even when YouTube is determined to shut us down. All right, let's go to Europe. They're planning to build the world's largest, most powerful optical telescope. France 24 English from Monday.
A new key to the universe from the deserts of northern Chile. That is
Why
the
is this
promise
quiet?
of a highly ambitious $1.5 billion project, the Extremely Large Telescope. The endeavor from the European Southern
Right.
Observatory won't just offer sharper views of the skies. It could
I'm an idiot. I forgot. This is a collaborative effort. So I think this is in South America, but in collaboration with the European scientists. So I was actually wrong about where we're going.
the universe from the deserts of northern Chile. That is the promise of a highly ambitious $1.5 billion project, the Extremely Large Telescope. The endeavor from the European Southern Observatory.
By the way, you might be asking yourself why this is the case. And it's because of the geography in Chile. You get the most uninterrupted sky possible, including by interference from nearby cities, like light pollution and things like that. Chile happens to have those specifications basically better than anywhere else on the planet. We've talked about it in the past, including, I think, this very project, which has been underway for quite some time.
Offer sharper views of the night skies. It could also help scientists detect Earth-like planets and the habitable zones of distant stars.
If we were on another star and we were looking at the solar system, with the current technology, we would not be able.
Sorry. I was reading fucking subtitles in the last video, and this one is in English, so the volume's down.
I made a huge, tiny mistake. A new key to the universe from the deserts of northern Chile. That is the promise of a highly ambitious $1.5 billion project, the Extremely Large Telescope. The endeavor from the European Southern Observatory won't just offer sharper views of the night skies. It could also help scientists detect Earth-like planets and the habitable zones of distant stars.
If we were on another star and we were looking at the solar system, with the current technology, we will not be able to see Earth. But with VLT, we should be able to see a planet like Earth in what we call the habitable zone. So basically the planets which are the candidates to host life.
The ELT will be 20 times more powerful than today's leading telescopes and 15 times sharper than NASA's Hubble Space Telescope. With 798 mirrors and a light-gathering area of nearly 1,000 square meters,
It's going to be 15 times sharper than the Hubble Space Telescope. Something that's already starting in space. That's how big this fucking thing is. It is incredible. I mean, you can clearly see the scale of it up close here. It is massive. It's basically the world's biggest camera. And it's incredibly exciting for space enthusiasts. All right, space fams. Are you not value-tamed yet? We've been doing a lot of stuff here tonight. We've talked a whole bunch of things. From America's 250th to the May Day protests, Trump's corruption, the Founding Fathers, independent journalism, Hasan derangement syndrome, couple of a married couple producing film in New York in their basement for fun. The elections, architectural projects, sports, transportation, the housing crisis, capitalism, police, robots, AI. We talked about nature, climate change, environment, the environment, and so many things, including the largest, most powerful telescope on the goddamn planet, and we still got a bunch more stuff tonight. But I do think at this point, 7 hours into the stream, if we're going to keep it going, probably time for a quick break for me to see if my potatoes are rested enough for me to eat some food. But worry not, we will be right back after these brief messages. All right, everybody. I hope you've been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the follow button on Twitch and the subscribe button on YouTube. Wait, oh yeah, while you're at it, do consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals like you, and without your contributions, we would cease to exist. Thankfully, we have quite a few ways for you to show your support. Twitch, bits, power-ups, subs, gifted subs, Prime subs, Cash App, and PayPal. If you prefer your money go directly to funding the stream rather than the bottom line of Amazon. But of course, we also have Throne, where you could buy literal physical products that would eventually arrive at my door, if you'd prefer to know what your money goes to. And of course, the very best way to get those space benefits for your earned dollars still remains Patreon, where for the low price of $3 a month, you get access to a myriad space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. All right, everybody, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right, everybody. The break is over, and the stream is about to begin once again. So you'd better get back in those seats. Otherwise, you're gonna miss it. Okay, I got a bit of potato into my belly. I'm gonna be able to complete the stream, thank God. I haven't eaten literally all day. It's now been, again, like 10 hours since I last ate. I keep doing this myself. I need a better system. Whatever you call whatever I'm doing lately is not a system. It can't be. You can't call whatever I'm doing a system. It's out of control. You need to rein it in over here. Speaking of being reined in, a new Banksy statue appeared in London earlier this week, which many believe to be a commentary on fascism and ultranationalism.
You can't miss it. There's a new statue turning heads in the centre of London, and it's signed by Banksy. The striking figure shows a suited man marching off a platform as a flag covers his face. The elusive street artist confirmed on his website he was behind the artwork and shared video of the setup operation on his official Instagram. As common with his art, the work has people debating its meaning, with many commenters on his Instagram posts suggesting it's a critique on blind patriotism amid a global rise in nationalism.
Okay. There you go, a little art appreciation for you all here on this Sunday FUNDAY. Now to France. For just some pure fun. Where tens of thousands flocked to the French Kite Festival. Smashing kiting records.
Tens of thousands of visitors on the seafront promenade at Berck-sur-Mer, and just as many people on the beach to watch a spectacle that no one wants to miss.
It's magnificent, like every year. I've been coming here for several years now, and it's incredible.
It's very impressive, it's very beautiful. And I think our little girl will have lots of memories, will have lovely dreams tonight with all these kites.
Giant animals, superheroes. The International Kite Festival has brought together around 1 million people who have come to admire this avalanche of shapes and colours.
It's the first outing after winter. People need to get back to these wide open spaces where they can breathe and enjoy a completely free show.
It's also a success for the town's shopkeepers, as shown by the queue outside this chip shop, which has been at the event for over 30 years.
It's the biggest week of the year. There were lots of people and the weather was lovely, so it was brilliant.
There was...
There you go. Tens of thousands showing up for a record-setting kite festival here on the French coast. Looks like a good time. To other records, we have to go to the Alps. Where one French duo broke the speed climbing record on Mont Blanc.
It's a breathtaking climb. At an altitude of 4,800 meters, it's the final sprint to the summit of Mont Blanc. It's also a sprint toward a world record, with the city of Chamonix as the starting point. For the achievement to be official, the race starts at this church in Chamonix. The climbers have to carry all the gear they will need: skis, spikes, and rope. After a portion on foot and a steep climb, snow appears at about 1,800 meters, at a low elevation this year, making the ascent more difficult.
There are a lot of traps and crevices. It's a dangerous route. It's full of traps that you have to know how to handle. But we scouted it in advance, so we knew the whole route very well, so that helps a lot.
35-year-old Matteo Jacquemont and 29-year-old Sergent Samuel Eki are highly skilled climbers. They alternate between traction gear and skis, but at the summit they are just 1 minute ahead of the world record. They will have to give it their all on the icy descent, and the slopes are daunting.
Okay, this shit is insane. But I would probably try this. I know I'd probably die or something, but if someone like offered me to do this, I might do it. Or something like it. I think this is probably too much for me, but you get what I'm saying. Like, I would probably do something crazy. I wouldn't go spending however many thousands of dollars it took to get there, and all the gear that these guys needed to get up there. But it looks like fun. It also looks incredibly difficult. I certainly wouldn't think I'd be setting any records, but I'll have to give it a shot. All right. Excuse me. You can't do that without somebody letting you? You mean with Banksy? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if that's true necessarily. A lot of stuff that Banksy's done could be done, and I've seen, I think, videos of some of it being made in the past, like overnight, right? Or like, you know, like under the cover of darkness. But the statue, I mean, here's a question for you. Because, like, would you stop a team of guys in, like, delivery uniforms with, like, a hand cart and, like, a big wooden box? Because I'll bet you that's what they did, right? Just a couple of guys with, like, Amazon outfits or, like, you know what I mean? Like courier outfits with, like, a giant wooden crate on, like, a hand cart or something like that. You're not going to stop those guys in the middle of the street and be like, hey, where are you going? And then once you get to the spot you need to get to, I mean, it's just a matter of, like, quickly dismantling that box and just getting the fuck out of there, right? Like, nobody's going to stop those guys. So it's like, it's not suspicious. Like, you're not building the statue. You're just transporting it. I assume he built it off-site, right? I think it's entirely likely that some of his artwork is, in fact, done in collaboration with the people where that happens, but I know that's not the case for all of his art. I followed him for a long time. Maybe not as stringently as some. All right, one more clip in Paris. Or in France, I mean. To Paris. To the 17th arrondissement. Or 17th arrondissement.
In this French Connections, we'll take you through a massive arrondissement.
Wait. Do you know these ducks? Ducks spotted. Mallards ahead.
In this French Connections, we'll take you through a massive arrondissement, 3 times the size of the first.
The 17th covers most of the northwestern part of the capital, starting at the Arc de Triomphe and fanning out all the way to the edge of Paris.
Coming up, we'll take you behind the scenes of Napoleon's famous Arc and give you an in-depth look at the man who transformed the 17th arrondissement and most of Paris, the Baron Haussmann.
And whether it's Haussmannian apartments or a giant glass tower dominating the landscape, the 17th has some of the most diverse architecture in all of Paris.
Join us as we discover the many wonders of the 17e.
The 17th arrondissement is largely residential, and it's often overlooked due to its lack of obvious attractions.
But one thing it does have is incredible and varied architecture. You'll find classical Parisian apartment blocks right next to contemporary buildings like the Mairie du 17e, the only of the 20 town halls that's housed in a modern building.
The 17th also has eco-buildings covered in greenery and a giant glass courthouse, making the structure symbolically transparent.
Okay, just say we would take a quick walk through the 17th arrondissement. Not gonna hang out here too long. But a beautiful, ritzy area with lots of historic sites and beautiful shops, cafes, and much, much more. All right, now to Germany, where robot dogs with the faces of the oligarchs are roaming through one Berlin art exhibit.
It's very hard for people to look at it and just be like, oh, yep, seen one of those things before. It's pretty usually a visceral reaction to it. The idea behind the exhibition was to make a artwork that feels very alive. I think with the advances in AI and robotics, you're going to see many more sort of like sculptures that are doing things that are unpredictable and interacting with the world. Basically how it works is the dogs are walking around trying not to bump into each other, and then they are taking pictures of everything they see and pooping out prints in the style of that person. So the Picasso one poops out pictures that look like Picasso, the Warhol one poops out pictures that look like a Warhol screen print. And the idea behind it is, in the past, our view of the world was influenced by artists. The way Picasso painted changed how we saw the world. Now, our view of the world is influenced by tech billionaires who control algorithms that decide what we see and what we.
Yeah. A poignant message brought through a very strained medium. All right, now we're going to unfortunately have to move from the mostly fun portion of the stream-ish, well, considering, to the mostly unfun portion of the stream. To talking about war. What better way to do that than to discuss how capitalism is fueling today's wars? From the billionaires pooping out art for us to consume, to the billionaires fueling the conflict around the planet.
What's the role of money, of finance, of our international trade system? And especially, how does it link to what we're seeing in Iran?
There is universal demand for US dollars because that's the currency in which oil is traded. What this means is that the US can print money and purchase real goods from the rest of the world effectively for free. And of course, Iran and any other sovereign-seeking movement in West Asia rejects this arrangement. They want to be able to sell their oil and other resources in whatever currency they choose. But this is a very serious threat to US imperial privilege.
With Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu partnering in wars across the Middle East, could the root cause of today's conflicts lie in capitalism itself? And are these wars, in fact, the continuation of centuries of colonialism?
Oh, right. I'm sorry. That's my bad. That's my bad. I watched this like days ago now. This was from Monday, like last Monday, or like Tuesday. And it's been so long since I thought I could have sworn this was about billionaires, but it's about the inherent desire for war, sort of, or inherently written into the system almost of capitalism, the need for war. It's my bad.
And economic policies that favor the interests of the richest and most powerful nations. I'm Varsha Gandikotan-Elutla. I lead the Progressive International, and I also serve as the Executive Secretary for the Hague Group, a forum for governments coordinating legal and diplomatic action for Palestine. This week on Reframe, I'll be speaking to Jason Hickel, a political economist and prominent critic of capitalist imperialism. Author of 2 books, Less is More and The Divide, he explores what it would mean, politically and economically, to redistribute the world's wealth and save the planet. Jason, welcome to Al Jazeera Reframe.
Thanks very much. Nice to be with you.
I want to begin by asking, in the first few months of 2026, the United States government has kidnapped Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro, blockaded Cuba from receiving a single drop of oil, threatened to invade Greenland, proposed luxury towers to be built on the rubble of Gaza, and now begun a catastrophic war in Iran. To most people watching, this looks like utter chaos. Some might argue it's a sudden, dramatic escalation of imperialist violence. How do you see it? What's actually happening?
Now, I think that the key thing to understand is that this is not just like random violence. It appears to be chaotic, but I think we have to understand the key structural determinants that drive this kind of expression of violence. And to me, it's very clear. This is an expression of particular dimensions of the capitalist world system, right? Now, the thing about capitalism is that it's always been structured as a world economy with capital accumulation and growth and consumption in the core states, what we call the West or the global North, relying very heavily on cheap nature, cheap resources, and cheap labor from the global South on a really massive scale. I mean, billions of tons of materials and hundreds of billions of hours of human labor and trillions of dollars of value net appropriated from the global South each year. And this has been going on for for the entire history of capitalism, 500 years.
But what about West Asia, particularly? For me, it plays geographically the role of being the center of the world, connecting Europe to Asia, the north to the south. What role does it play in this kind of structural explanation of the core being threatened by the periphery, as you say?
Yeah, so the crucial thing I think to understand is the fact that the imperial core has to intervene constantly in the global south to maintain subordination among global south states. Why is West Asia so important in the world system? It's, as you said, literally, it's the center of the world, at the hinge of Asia and Africa and Europe, where 25% of sea-traded oil goes through the Strait of Hormuz, and 25% of container shipping goes through the Red Sea. I mean, it's a crucial node in the world system. And if we imagine a scenario where West Asia is liberated and has democratic control over their own resources and their own production, and can sell their own oil outside the US dollar, and can determine control over their own trade routes,
China!
And can produce and consume for themselves, right? I mean, imagine that this is fundamentally incompatible with the interests of US capital. And so for our entire lives, since the middle of the 20th century, they've made every effort to intervene to shape the political landscape of that region to prevent any real sovereign development or any real liberation in West Asia. And that's exactly what's happening today with Iran.
Now, I really like this guy. We've heard from him in the past while talking about climate change. If you recall, Mr. Hickel here is one of the degrowthers. And to be fair, like, he's not against growth. He's just against growth for the sake of growth, which is the system that we currently have set up. And I think that that is, in fact, a system that we need to embrace more. One where growth for the sake of it is not what we shoot for, but for progress, for tangible progress. Like, imagine a world where we measure the economy in outcomes of, like, healthcare or, like, early education or, I don't know, like, whatever, but, like, not in just growth. Because that doesn't mean that we've actually made things better. In some cases, it means we're making it worse when we're producing and then just throwing shit in the trash or something. Somewhere, somebody produced a whole bunch of stuff. Doesn't mean it benefited society. But to keep that paradigm going, we continue to attempt to force hegemony across the planet. I'm going to skip a little bit ahead here.
Of the global south. And so, with the realization of the potential political power that lies in South-South cooperation and integration, there's extraordinary things that can be achieved. This was attempted with the formation of the new international economic order, which was passed in the halls of the UN General Assembly in the early 1970s, which was an attempt by global south states to say, look, we have a right to economic sovereignty and to cooperate in our own interests, and we will do so. This was, of course, deeply threatening to the interests of capital in the core states, and they sought to and succeeded in effectively crushing the principles of the NIEO. Today, there's actually an effort by many in the global south to kind of revive the principles of the NIEO through South-South collaboration. And we see this also, I think, to some extent in the form of the Hague Group as well. And I know you've been involved with both the new NIEO and the Hague Group, and I'd be interested in hearing your reflections on this.
I think it's really interesting that you bring up the new international economic order, because the general myth around which, of course, has died, it no longer exists, and like you say, there are now new attempts to revive it. But the often repeated refrain is that it was bound to die. Not that it died due to specific historical reasons. As you say, it was killed, in fact, with many of its leaders assassinated at that time precisely to prevent this from coming about. And that often slides into perhaps racist phenomenon, which is essentially to say, oh, these African Asian countries, they could never possibly get along and actually work together. And as for the Hague Group, I think there's something even more powerful at the core of it. The Hague Group is a coalition of countries that work together to essentially perform state action, legal and diplomatic, to uphold international law. But they're saying something else, which is we will not use our land and our labor. We will not allow our arms to go through ports. We will not allow our factories to produce, these weapons that then kill Palestinians. You talked about the Strait of Hormuz and the petrodollar, and West Asia being the central node of the world. Something extraordinary has happened in March of this year, which is Iran, like you said, announcing to the world that it will allow safe passage, but only if countries buy its oil in Chinese yuan, in the renminbi, as opposed to the United States dollar. Do you see this as a kind of circuit-breaking moment? Will it mark a before and after in its wake?
I think this is a major historical development. I think Iran has effectively announced to the world that we understand how this current world economy works. We understand the key choke points, and we want something different. There's that, but also furthermore, the very fact that one of Iran's objectives and their demands is the removal of US military bases from West Asia. Because, right now there are over 800 US military bases around the world that the US uses to police any country that seeks any kind of departure from US economic interests or geopolitical interests.
Is there any other country that comes close to that number of military bases around the world?
Not even close. I think that China is an enormous country.
China!
1.4 billion people. It has one foreign military base. This is imperial power. And I think that's, for every person that watched the genocide live streamed to their phones, this is a realization they've had in their hearts, that this cannot go on. It's fundamentally against humanity. There is no humanity, and we must build it. We must build a reality where all are treated equally, where all have equal rights under international law. And that reality does not exist right now. And it will not exist as long as we have this arrangement of geopolitical power in the world. And it's precisely that must be overcome before we can realize our potential as humanity.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Al Jazeera, for that conversation. Well, now to the war. And in this world that we live in, of course, capitalism is ingrained in literally everything. The gamification of capitalism has also made its way into absolutely every facet of our lives, with things like Polymarket and Kalshi. And the U.S. soldier who is accused of using inside information, intelligence on Nicolas Maduro to win $400,000 on the prediction app pled not guilty earlier this week.
We are very proud to represent Mr. Van Dyke. Mr. Van Dyke is an American hero, is somebody who is charged,
he's an American hero,
with something that is not a crime. We look forward to vindicating his rights.
Not a crime.
Much of what has been written or said.
There you go. He's a hero who didn't commit a crime, according to his lawyers. Non-crime committing hero. Fantastic. Fantastic. So glad to hear that. Speaking of crimes, of course, Israel continues to commit the crime of illegal blockade of a civilian population in Gaza. However, Palestinians continue to be incredibly resilient, with new industry popping up.
At Gaza seaport, the sound of waves is muffled by the hammering of metal against cement. Children as young as 7 are working alongside adults, breaking large slabs into smaller pieces, one strike at a time. Reaching this site is itself a risk. With walking paths at the seaport destroyed, workers are crossed by small boats, exposed and unprotected, just to begin their day. Severe shortages of construction materials have brought rebuilding in Gaza to a standstill. But people here have come up with a way to reuse some of the rubble of what has been destroyed in the war.
We came up with this idea when we used to go to the area of the Egyptian towers and find old blocks of concrete. They were being thrown away into the sea at the port, so we started collecting the cement because there are no other sources of income.
What you see is an entire informal supply chain. Families break down the cement, sell it by the weight, $1 per kilo, and send it onward to grinding site. But behind every sack comes with additional. There's a cost, danger, exhaustion, especially for child laborers. Each kilo becomes part of a fragile economy controlled by middlemen.
This is old cement that's been left for about 10 years at the port.
Here's a question. What the hell else are these kids supposed to fucking do? They have no schools. They have no, religious sites. All the mosques and churches and whatever else has been destroyed. I mean, look around them. They live in the rubble of what used to be a city. What do you expect them to do exactly, aside from rebuild that city? Like, it's insane. Like, I mean, we want to talk about child labor right now? Like, great, okay. Those children are starving and homeless. Like, no shit, they're doing stuff. Sorry, I'll finish this. It's just frustrating me to, like, to no end. To, like, consider the concept of child labor in Gaza. You think there's laws in Gaza right now? Like, OSHA is gonna come, or Gosha, whatever you want to call it. Like, I mean, come on. Like, really? Okay. It's just a weird time to want to talk about it, I guess, in my opinion.
Breakwater. People extract it and sell it for about $1 per kilo, depending on its quality. We buy it from them and transport it to the crushing plants, making a profit of 10 cents per kilo.
At smaller grinding sites, the fragments are crushed into powders and used instead of cement in basic construction.
Was somebody expecting like a machine? Because I know when I first watched this, even though I know all of the realities of Gaza, I still expected some kind of machinery. Nope. Just a man sitting in a pile of rubble with a hammer. That's the cement crusher.
People have no other choice. The reason is clear. There is no cement available in the country. The crossings have been closed since the start of the war, and nothing has been brought in. No cement, no steel, nothing. So we've resorted to this method as a temporary alternative solution.
The work is dangerous. With every strike of a stone, dust fills the air. Injuries are common, and protective equipment is almost non-existent. Children bear part of this burden, working long hours in hazardous conditions.
Once again, I don't know what else they should do. Sit in the sewage, or sit in the piles of garbage, or in their cold, flooded tents. Get bitten by rats and bugs. I don't know. Which one's worse? Really, I would like somebody to actually... I cannot. I'm sorry. Like, it's literally... I'm like, dude... This is uplifting to me. This is not a story of child labor, but of child perseverance, for the love of God. Like, yeah, sure. In like a normal situation, I'd be like, yeah, this is probably unacceptable. If Gaza was a normal place that wasn't under siege and under blockade, and the population wasn't being actively genocided, maybe we could talk about child labor. Wouldn't that be nice, actually, to actually care about that sort of a thing rather than the genocide, right? I don't have that sort of luxury around here. One day, by God's grace. All right. From one industry to the next. From concrete to sports. Football, to be specific. Where at the FIFA Congress event, an awkward situation happened between, what's his name? Fuck. Tony? What's that guy's name? Johnny Infantino? Is that his name? God, I'm struggling. I think it's Johnny. Between Johnny and the Palestinian FA president. And I believe FA stands for Football Association. Who refused to shake hands. This is one of those moments that is just incredible to me. Johnny just gave Donald Trump the FIFA Peace Prize, something he concocted to gargle the nuts of the Supreme Leader. Pretending to, like, they also started this like human rights division at FIFA. Like, it's a corrupt organization. And this guy is trying to force the Palestinian president of Football Association with the Football Association's president of Israel. And this guy, like, he's trying to shut him down. He's trying to shut him up for business purposes. Like, it's so, like, this is why we can't allow corporations, you know, like these people to be in charge of peace. They don't care about peace. They care about the appearances of peace. That's all they care about.
Okay, thank you very much to both representatives. These are, of course, as we know.
I was right, it is Johnny. Johnny Infantino. Very awkward. I don't think we're getting a ton of unity at this World Cup, no matter how bad Johnny wants it. God, I am beaten. I am so tired right now. Oh, fucking hell. Oh, God. We still got so much left to talk about. Almost 8 hours into this freaking stream. Today is going to be my day off. I'm not going to stream today, so everybody knows. We're going to take May the 4th off. But we will be playing Star Wars movies and things like that in the Discord after the stream is over. Just so everybody knows. Yeah, a little chill family time. I'm going to try and get a bunch of shit done today on my day off. Hopefully I can actually stick to that. I am at least feeling slightly better than I was last week. Last week I was so despondent over the loss of the monetization for the YouTube channel. We worked so fucking hard and so long for that, and I feel like I still don't know why it happened, and it's just incredibly frustrating. All right, well, while we're talking about Palestine, we should talk about the rights group that is currently asking a high Israeli court to release Palestinian doctors from captivity.
The head of Gaza's Al-Shifa hospital, Mohammed Abu Salmiya, is one of hundreds of doctors detained by Israel during its 2-year assault on Hamas and the enclave. He says he was handcuffed, blindfolded, stripped naked, and subjected to a humiliating search. This involved insults with sand thrown on my head, putting dirt into my mouth, and severe beatings, he says. Abu Salmiya was released by Israeli forces, but around 60 healthcare workers remain in detention, including doctors represented by Physicians for Human Rights Israel. The group petitioned Israel's Supreme Court on Thursday, demanding the immediate release of 14 Palestinian doctors from Gaza who have been held without charge for more than a year. They say they are being held under Israel's unlawful combatants law, which allows for indefinite detention without charge. PHRI Director Naji Abbas accused the Israeli army of pursuing a policy to destroy the health system in Gaza.
We saw that by bombing the hospitals, the building itself, by invading the hospitals, and after that by detaining the doctors and healthcare workers.
Israel says Hamas used hospitals to plan attacks and operate from tunnels beneath them, claims the group denies. It is
Yeah. Also, Israel's given us zero evidence of any of those claims. So, you know. Till I see under hospital tunnel, I'm going to continue to assume that those hospitals are hospitals and nothing else. Whether or not Israel will be releasing the doctors for being too Palestinian anytime soon is, you know, is just as good as I do. Now, God, those potatoes, they did not do enough. I am still kind of hungry. All right, let's go to see what the Prime Minister of Spain had to say about Israel's latest abductions of Gaza flotilla activists in international waters.
Y ahora que hemos visto que las autoridades israelíes del gobierno de Netanyahu.
We have seen that the Israeli authorities of Netanyahu's government have kidnapped several citizens who were on the flotilla, heading towards Palestine to deliver humanitarian aid and continue towards Palestine, remaining the world. Oh, God damn it. Sorry, I fucked up. And continuing towards Palestine to deliver humanitarian aid, continue reminding the world that there are people suffering in Gaza and the West Bank throughout Palestine. Now that Netanyahu has done this, kidnapping foreign citizens, one of them Spanish, and talking to Israel, I have several things to say to Prime Minister Netanyahu. The first is that Spain always will protect its citizens. Second, it will always uphold international law. And this is yet another violation of international law. And third, we demand the release of these Spanish citizens who have been illegally abducted by the Netanyahu government. Okay. Make French fries. Yeah. That takes a lot more effort, though. Like making French fries or potato chips or even mashed potatoes, as you're saying, while I'm streaming is difficult, which is why I baked the potatoes instead. Those other things you're talking about are much more involved processes. All right, I'm going to skip us ahead a little bit here. Just for time's sake, I hope nobody blames me, but we've still got a bunch left to talk about tonight, including the media narrative war, if anybody's forgetting. Because we talked about Hasan derangement syndrome. But we're not quite done talking about the media narrative war. And it's been continuing. It's been a fever pitch. Now, one individual / group of people, because there have been some copycats in the wake of this guy's creations, I guess you'd call them. Are, of course, the AI Lego videos, which blur a line between entertainment and propaganda, and of course have been taking the internet by storm. Hold on. I'm gonna do something. I don't know if this will work. Let me try something here. Wait. Oh, yeah.
You blew the bridge.
They've racked up millions of views online. Lego-style AI.
The Lego banger.
Lego News is saying that we were trying to steal uranium and failed.
Known as Persia Boy on social media, Mahdi Hemat is one of a number of young creators of this type of content. The Iranian-American says his motivation was anger at the United States and Israel's attack on Iran.
After the terrorist attack on the Manab school and I was just really upset and angry, and I just couldn't sit back and watch. As an Iranian-American father, I kept thinking, when my children grow up and ask me, Dad, Baba, what did you do when all this happened? Did you do anything? I want to be able to look at them in the eye and give them a real answer.
The satirical videos tap into American popular culture, blurring the line between entertainment and propaganda.
It's a nice, fun, animated way to bring about real issues. I write the lyrics myself, based on real events. The newest one is the all children bleed the same. That one came straight from the heart. You know, after Trump and his Epstein regime used that fake staged, you know, assassination, and then immediately posted about needing money to build his ballroom, I thought, what about the children? What about the children of Manab? What about the children of Sandy Hook? The children of every school shooting?
Hemat's videos glorify the Iranian regime's resistance, while they mock the Trump administration, which is painted as a corrupt puppet of Israel and...
All right, there we go. I don't know if I'm gonna get shit for watching that. I mean, they're trying to cut like down on this, but it's supposed to be allowed for political and educational discussion and commentary. But I'm also being hit for all sorts of other stuff that I didn't do, or like, so I don't fucking know anymore, dude. Like, I'm constantly living in a state of fear because the rules aren't fucking clear around here anymore. But I'm just trying to bring you the show and relevant things to this discussion of a media narrative war. Let's go here next to Kyle Klinsky from Secular Talk Friday. Talk about the liberal media sold you mass murder and genocide.
All right, so Adam, I'm going to ask the control room here. Guys, pull up that chart because I want to have Adam break this down for everybody. I thought this chart was absolutely brilliant, Adam. This is how you break down how the media sells a genocide here. So at the top it says far-right media. And to your point, basically they're like, yeah, mass death is happening, but that's good because these people are subhuman and they're evil and they don't count as people, right? Then you have the crisis actor Pallywood conspiracies of like they're faking all of it. Like there's like a high level, you know, production studio in Gaza that's like making up all the, you know, the babies being killed and the innocent people being killed and people being starved to death.
It's like the free press,
Exactly,
you know, starvation, denial. Yeah.
But then from there on, Adam, from 3 to 7, break down the rest of that for everybody because this is it's such a complex and technical analysis that you did here, and it just rang so true to me that this is exactly what we witnessed from so-called liberal media basically laundering this genocide.
Yeah, so what's important to understand is that the goal of how they sold a genocide was very much about buying time. People will say, well, did the propaganda really work since Israel's, you know, approval rating, especially with Democrats, is in the toilet? And I think that's the wrong way to look at it. Beyond the first few weeks, nobody really even tried to defend the genocide on principle. It got so indefensible and so grotesque that they more or less kind of moved on in terms of like, oh, this is a justified war on Hamas. I mean, again, you had the kind of zombie version where people ran through the motions. But overall, like liberal establishment and liberal media really pivoted to in February, taking cues from the White House in February of 2024, moved to the, like, we actually do support a ceasefire, and then let's change the definition of ceasefire to Hamas surrender. And so this is where these modes of rationalization come in, which are really about buying time, about deflection, about non sequitur. And I think that, hold on one second, I want to make sure I get the, I just more or less, I remember what it is. That you had the first mode of rationalization, and by mode, I mean there's the central like force that we have to maintain arms sales and military support for Israel. And then there's these various moats that kind of keep liberal and progressive outrage from reaching the center of power to undo this horrific and unjustified policy. And the first moat, and I would say the most powerful and most influential, in my opinion, was this idea of human shields. This idea that, okay, we've got to a point now in the center left where you can't deny the horrific images. Obviously, people have TikTok, Twitter. People can see shredded toddlers and dead kids and starving kids and moms crying and this unimaginable horror. So then it's time to go to the whiteboard and start inventing sophistic reasons why this is actually something that must continue. And the first one was, yes, the suffering is horrible, but it's actually Hamas's fault. And indeed, is part of a nihilistic strategy of human shielding. And we heard this a lot, right? Jake Tapper was this was, in fact, we documented how many times human shields were referenced in mainstream outlets. And it was pretty nonstop. The New York Times, 150, Washington Post, 56, Politico, 22. CNN mentioned it 438 times on air, MSNBC, 450. And this was just this was the first year of the conflict. Now, what's important to understand is that human shields has a very specific meaning in international human rights law. It's when you're compelled at gunpoint by a military actor to either defend them from enemy fire or to go clear out weapons or bombs in a hostile area. Now, we have lots of documented evidence that this is something that Israel actually does to Palestinians and does it quite often. They will strap bombs to 80-year-olds and have them go clear out a bunker or something. That's what human shielding is under international law. Now, not a single human rights group, Human Rights Watch, Amnesty International, Oxfam, you name it, has ever determined that Hamas uses human shields in any systemic or meaningful way. Because the guerrilla force simply living in proximity to civilian populations is not what human shields means. That's not the legal definition, which is why it's not a position that's ever been endorsed by any human rights group. Not in any systemic way. I think they'll say, they should not have put this gun there or some such. But as a policy, it's not something that Hamas has ever been accused of doing. But it's just this racist cliche. It's this racist canard that you use to kind of hand wave away the carnage coming over people's timelines. And it's one that's been building over years. And of course, human shielding was also used by the US to justify the mass killing of civilians in Vietnam. They were accused of, quote unquote, living among civilians. It was used during the US's war in the Philippines, actually, in the early 20th century and late 19th century. So it's an old racist canard you use to kind of hand wave away the mass killing of what is broadly considered to be recalcitrant natives, that they sort of are nihilistic, that they have it coming because they don't clearly delineate their military with their civilian population, quote unquote.
He's clearly a racist form of propaganda, colonialist, racist, but of course, racism comes hand in hand with colonialism because you can't justify colonialism without thinking that the people you're colonizing are somehow lesser than or not deserving of what it is they have as much as you and your people. All right, now I've been holding you off on this one for a while. I don't even know if anybody knew this one's coming. But let's go here to CNN. To a debate on the unpopularity of the Iran war. Oh boy, it's about to get heated. Abby Phillips round table.
This is a war of aggression.
What is international law? Who's enforcing international law?
Who is the aggressor here? Us. We are the aggressor.
Can you name a single political concession we've gotten from them? Anything at all?
Oh, are you talking to
any political concession? Because you can't name one.
So here's what we're doing.
No political concessions.
When you get up past your bedtime, you get hyper. Here's the deal.
We are.
You call piracy in like
wow.
if words don't have any meaning, but like we have sanctions against these vessels and
name one political concession. One political.
It's a little condescending. Up past your bedtime. Yeah, and whenever they let you out of the home, Scott, everything falls apart.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Anything at all?
Oh, are you talking to
any political concessions? Because you can't name one.
So here's what we're doing.
No political concessions.
When you get up past your bedtime, you get hyper. Here's the deal.
We are.
You call piracy in like if words don't have any meaning, but like we have sanctions against these vessels and
name one political concession. Name one political concession.
Good evening. I'm Abby Phillips in New York. Tonight, a new question. Just how popular is this war with Iran? President Trump says that the war with Iran could take days at first if he wanted to, but then he said it would be weeks. And now he says that now that it's carried into its third month, despite higher gas prices at home and plummeting polls at home as well, Pete Hegseth is saying that America is right behind the president.
When I talk to Americans, and especially when I talk to the troops, they are grateful for a president who has the courage to take on this threat after 47 years of what Iran has done, targeting and killing Americans.
What I'm concerned about is we are not safer, and I would just like to know why you have not sought the support of the American people, and 3 out of 5 Americans are against this war today.
I believe we do have the support of the American people, and we have briefed regularly what this mission looks like and why it's critically important that we undertake it.
You don't care whether
When
the American people support this war.
the American people are quite smart. They understand and see through spin. They know that a regime that says death to America, that seeks nuclear.
Oh, the American people are not the ones who voted Donald Trump into office. They're not. I know that much.
Weapons and the ability to deliver. Did they lie about the range of their missiles?
Yeah, Pete Hegseth wasn't acting macho. He was playing a macho person on TV. He is not actually macho. We are dealing with a war that is failing on a daily basis as Donald Trump has taken his
machismo.
Because he was performing. It was a performance for Donald Trump.
Didn't you know? Yeah, I was wondering.
Performance for Donald Trump.
You're out there pumping up.
Donald Trump is very impressive. He's taken his two largest campaign promises, no new wars and lower prices, ending inflation, and he's messed both of them up. He started a new war that spiked inflation, and now this war is actively failing. An interesting statistic is that Americans have spent collectively $23 billion extra on the gas pump, and that's money that could have gone towards daycare, towards childcare. We'll sit here and you'll laugh at Americans spending money, but the reality is we are failing this war. The purpose of a war is to extract political concessions from the enemy. Can you name a single political concession we've gotten from them? Anything at all?
Or are you talking to
any political concessions? Because you can't name one.
So here's what we're doing.
No political.
Who does Scott think he's talking to? You know he says that because he has no fucking answers to this, because we haven't won. That's the thing about this particular situation. For people like Scott, they're in a very inconvenient situation. They're ardent supporters of the president. They are big-time war hawks. They think America's the best. We have the best military in the world. And like all the stuff we do is great because we get stuff done. And we supposedly, I mean, especially like guys like Scott, because Scott's like an old school sort of like neocon type of like warmongering type of guy, I think, to some degree. And like I think he would even describe himself, at least as for the neoconservative portion of it, maybe not the warmongering. I'm sure he'd probably take offense to that one. But it is clearly like awkward for these guys to try and support a war that is failing, that is not a war, right? But is a war, because it's complicated. Trump said it's not a war, or is a war. Originally, he said it's a war. Congress said it's not. They're both continuing to be in this weird limbo, leaving this in a weird situation, but we're spending a fuck ton of money on this thing. They all know it, regardless of what Pete Hegseth says. Like, we know the numbers. It's at least twice as much as what Pete said in the Congress. And they're supposed to be fiscal conservative. So so what they have to do is they have to support a war that's costing America billions of dollars that we're losing, and is costing the economy trillions. Like, it's an impossible thing to defend. We've won nothing. Iran controls the Strait of Hormuz, something that they didn't less than 2 months ago. Or has it been 2 months? No, more than 2 months now, actually. I take it back. A little less than 2 months ago. More than 2 months ago. I can't. God damn it. God damn it. Everybody knows what I'm fucking saying.
Past your bedtime, you get hyper. Here's the deal. We have a clear issue here.
Shaking,
we have a clear issue here. No nuclear weapons for the largest state sponsor of terrorism in the world. Period.
But they didn't have nuclear weapons before, so that's not an improvement.
Stop. The president believes, and he may be right. I spoke to a retired Rear Admiral today, Mark Montgomery, who's at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies. They think the blockade is actually more effective than the military campaign. And a little patience on the blockade here, where we cripple the Iranian economy, where we kill their currency, which is happening as we speak, where we put pressure on China because they need to get their oil flowing again. A little bit of patience right here, not bombs, but patience on a naval blockade, could get the outcome you want, which is no nuclear weapons for the largest state sponsor of terror in
You've been saying this for 8 weeks, and we are now past the 4 to 6 week deadline. Where is the enriched uranium right now?
It's under rubble.
Where is it right now? In the United States or Iran? Iran still has the enriched uranium. They still have the scientists scattered across their country, and they have all of the blueprints in the cloud. You can sit there and act confused, but you can't name a single political concession that we've gotten from Iran.
It's not over yet.
Okay, but also on that fact, why are we talking about the strategy of this? This isn't a legal war. This is terrorism. We are turning our military into pirates. We are seizing civilian vessels. Additionally,
sanctioned Iranian vessels that have gone through a DOJ process.
We are.
You call piracy in like if words don't have any meaning, but like we have sanctions against these vessels, and the EU has sanctions against these vessels. In some cases, the UN has sanctions.
But one of the most egregious aspects of this is the white Christian nationalist twist that Pete Hegseth has added onto this talk, saying that this conflict that we started, that we have sacrificed our own service members for, is ordained by God, is.
Yeah, I would just like to point something out. This guy here, I don't know who this fucking guy is, but the DOJ deciding that a vessel in international waters is sanctioned is not an international action, right? We all understand this, right? It's not like an international body sanctioning them. It's the United States Department of Justice doing it, which has bearing in the United States only, not in Iran, where this guy is trying to apply this. So that doesn't improve the argument. Oh God, sorry, hold on. Oh God, space dust. Jesus Christ. Ooh, I'm okay. Everything's fine.
A school full of schoolgirls ordained by God? Is our prices going up and us not being able to afford an ambulance, we call an Uber instead? Is that ordained by God?
In 1983, I was in Beirut when the Marine Corps barracks was blown up by a suicide bomber sponsored by the Iranians.
It's not 1983,
230 Marines died.
That's awful. That's terrible, but that is not, it's
they
not
also
1983.
took out a couple of dozen.
Yeah, that was 50 years ago. These guys keep trying to trot out history from 50 years ago like that justifies a war right now. Why didn't we do something in 1983? Oh, wait. I think we did do something in 1983. Hold on. Hold on. Hold the fucking phone. Wait. No, that's not what I meant to do. Yeah, here we go. Hydrate? I need to hydrate. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, after that happened, we literally withdrew all of our troops from Lebanon. Like, yeah, that's what happened. And then people, like, in the wake of it, like, sued Iran for having supposedly funded that attack. This is 40 years ago. If there was more that we wanted to do about that situation, then why didn't we do it then? And why would we try and justify what we're doing now with something like that? It's fucking stupid. It's almost as stupid as trying to use the Bible to justify what Israel's doing in Gaza. Not as stupid, but like 96%. It's nearly as dumb. Very close. But it is Geraldo, after all. And he is a moron.
U.S. Embassy.
Geraldo, we murdered an entire school of children.
You can't make
two of them.
You can't make them, suddenly a victim.
Okay, the real question is, what have we gotten for this
I actually think the school children are victims. I think the civilians that are dead are victims.
Yeah, I do. But hold on, I do think. Just to be clear, I mean, obviously, Marines being killed is terrible. School children being killed is terrible. But there's a big difference between Iran willfully bombing, U.S. military targets and the United States bombing a school and then not acknowledging it, which is its own separate problem. But the school children are civilians. They're civilians point blank. They should never be targeted. We are, according to some people, already at the 60-day mark. of this war. And technically, they're supposed to come to Congress on it. Pete Hegseth was questioned about this today. Listen to this.
The War Powers Resolution specifies that a war initiated by a president without congressional approval must be concluded within 60 days.
Ultimately, I would defer to the White House and White House counsel on that. However, we are in a ceasefire right now, which our understanding means the 60-day clock pauses or stops in a ceasefire. They're not in. Yeah. It's our understanding, just so you know.
Okay, well, I do not believe the statute would support that.
I mean, that was essentially how the Obama administration interpreted the statute.
And Republicans disagreed with it at the time.
100%. I think it would be cleaner.
So just to be clear,
It'd be a good act of...
Oh! Yeah, actually, I would love some consistency. And I'm sick of this, like, framing as, oh, but they did it. Like, I'd love some fucking consistency right now. From Republicans, one time. You know, just one fucking time out of these guys. These people are so wishy-washy on their supposed ideologies. It's truly been fascinating to watch just how bendy the spines of Republicans truly are with the Trump administration.
Constitutional hygiene, and it's not you need to conclude within 60 days, you need to conclude or have authorization from Congress within 60 days.
Exactly. So they could come to Congress and get authorization. Why not?
Or they could challenge the statute, which, as somebody who has either sponsored legislation to repeal or reform every extant authorization for the use of military force and to reform war powers more broadly, I also
repealed or reformed in past tense, right? Because Peter here is no longer in Congress. He's not in there anymore. It's weird.
It's weird.
All right, I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit here. Done with Peter here. I've heard enough from this weird guy.
Wait, what do you mean by bird law?
I mean that when we try to apply like normal rhetoric, normal logic, normal dictionary definitions.
As we do in a democracy. Like we're not Iran. We don't get to just like ignore the law.
We're also ignoring the international legal repercussions
right?
here.
If we're talking about that, what international legal repercussions?
This is a war of aggression.
What is international law? Who's enforcing international law?
Who is the aggressor here?
Us. We are.
What is international law? Wait, so this guy is such a fucking moron. So he went from saying, we stop trying to interpret the law with normal human words, right? He's like, oh, stop trying to use dictionary definitions for legal definitions. And then he's like, what is international law? It's international law. Is the Geneva Conventions. It's the Magna Carta. It's like all whatever. Like there's like all of these international laws we could talk about. Like what is his fucking stay consistent, dickbag. Why can't these people do it? I don't understand. He was just saying 2 seconds ago that we need to say like, oh, we have to say stringent to the language. And he's like, wait, what is even, I don't even believe in international law. What is it? Just a bunch of words. We gotta care about words now.
Precision of language. Please.
Aggressor. We launched this war. Yes.
Okay.
Just because Iran exists.
Did all of U.S. history exist before the last 8 weeks to you, or just 8 weeks?
It started on February 28th.
Listen, we all know.
I mean, honestly, they have been at war with us for 47 years.
We all know that Scott Jennings is more than happy to defend a war with a country that starts with the letters IR.
Iran, wait, I'm sorry. I gotta let Adam talk here, but Iran has not been at war with America for the last 47 years, okay? We would have noticed. We would have fucking noticed. Like, what is it? These people want to change the definition of what war is and then complain when people, like, use sort of vague definitions on other things. But they just want to play games. Like, when it comes to certain terms, they want to play games. And then other times, like, oh, you want to play games with words? You can't do that. Oh, don't do that. And they're like, oh, war? It's been a war for 47 years. We just haven't noticed. Iran has been murdering American soldiers by the hundreds of thousands every goddamn year. We just don't notice. Iranian jets are flying over our heads, and we just keep walking around every day as if they aren't. We're living in denial, all of us. Good God.
For 47
We all
years.
know that Scott Jennings is more than happy to defend a war with a country that starts with the letters IRA that we are currently failing, that is going to put us trillions and trillions of dollars more in debt. I was only a few years old while you were in the administration defending prior endless wars. Now this war is failing.
8 weeks is endless to you?
Okay, you said it was going to be 4 to 6 weeks.
You have the attention span of a gnat? Is that
Homie,
what you
I
have?
debated you on
Okay.
TV 4 to 6 weeks ago, and you said we were weeks away from it. Now you're making condescending remarks because you can't defend the fact that this war is not going your way. Wait, one more time.
Not
Can you
going your
name
way.
one political
Get your
concession.
fucking hand out of my
Name
face
one political
first.
concession.
whoa, guys,
Honestly, I'm
excuse
not
me.
going
Hold
to
on.
have this guy's
Everybody,
hand in my face.
everybody, hang tight.
Honestly.
Okay. No, everybody, calm down. Okay. We're having a debate.
Honestly. Yeah. Now, I don't think Adam has a lot of fighting experience, but Scott tries to play that game with me, we're going to have a different conversation. Adam was very respectful. He sat there, you see him. He's stunned by the abusive nature of his colleague. I wonder if that's against HR policy at CNN to curse at your colleagues and sort of threaten them. It's a little weird.
More time.
Not going your
Name
way.
one political
Get your
concession.
hand out of my
Name
face.
one political concession.
Honestly, I'm not going to have this guy's hand in my face.
Everybody, hang tight.
Honestly, if that's not a perfect representation of a conservative man.
Oh, totally. The Iran war at its lowest approval rating, we're in like Iraq war at its lowest approval rating, Vietnam war at its lowest
I
approval
keep forgetting to do
rating
this.
era.
I'm so sorry, everybody. I keep forgetting to do this. I gotta make sure I don't forget. I gotta update the Galactic deficit financing goal. 10 bones donated by what's his name? I've never seen this name before one time. Puxical. Thank you. Are you on Twitch or YouTube, Puxical? Where are you lurking?
On war at its lowest approval rating, we're in like Iraq war at its lowest approval rating, Vietnam war at its lowest approval rating era. Although, according to Donald Trump, it was never a war. And if it was, it stopped when we declared a ceasefire.
Immediately,
now, of course,
if not sooner.
it was a ceasefire, but we have all our ships deployed to blockade and fire at any Iranian vessel that goes through. So it's not really a cessation to hostilities, which under the War Powers Act, a president has 60 days before Congress must authorize the war. It's not a question of Congress must weigh in. It's they must authorize it. Otherwise, it's done. Bring the ships home. End the $50 billion we have spent on this. Just a reminder, they cut $200 billion out of Medicaid over the course of 10 years, which has kicked millions of people off their health insurance.
And $50 billion is around the figure of Bernie Sanders' College for All plan from a few years ago. It's less than that, but if you adjusted for inflation, it would be around $50 billion. So we could pay for College for All in this country for everybody for around that figure. What we spent on this war over the past, 6 weeks or so.
And how much that would benefit our country and the world as opposed
8
to
weeks.
blowing up like.
Yeah. Aha! Puxical. Appearing on Twitch, just a lowly lurker. Lurk away, Puxical. I'm glad that even lurkers appreciate the stream enough to support us financially. We truly do appreciate it around here, and every dollar helps keep the Galactic News Network alive. And technically, as we continue to grow, the less that each individual space fams needs to contribute to ensure that this space programming is brought to you on a Daily, weekly basis.
Schools in Iran.
I will add that $50 billion has had a return on investment for oil companies and defense contractors, of course. But in terms of American citizens, you're now paying close to $5 a gallon for gas. And on Tuesday of next week, we'll be talking to somebody who'll give us a sense of where that's headed, because we're starting to hear reports now of gas shortages. Certainly, we've seen that in Asia and in Europe. But at one point, there's only so much refining capacity. The oil we get is not just a function of somebody sells it to us. It gets processed. Those refining facilities only have so much bandwidth. You can't end the week on Friday and then come back Monday and go, oh, you know what? Let's turn the refining capacity up by 20%. That doesn't happen that way. And so we'll talk to an expert about that next week. We're also going to be talking to an expert about the Voting Rights Act, et cetera. But as of now, the story, particularly today, is the ongoing war with Iran. And this was an interesting segment because on CNN, it's interesting because Scott Jennings, who is probably one of the most hated person in cable news, completely has a breakdown.
Yes.
And I think it's unclear what it is that triggered him here. But he's on with Adam Mockler, who does this stuff very well.
Yeah.
Also is, relative to me, very young.
Relative to all of us, I think he's in his early 20s, right?
And
wonderkind.
He's a baby.
You're a little baby.
He does this very well. But I think we can debate as to what triggers Jennings here. But I think it's the Iraq War. And this guy being part of a never-ending war then, and also being called out for lying about saying this was going to be a 2 or 3 week excursion. But here is that segment.
I mean, honestly, they have been at war with us for 47
We all
years.
know that Scott Jennings is more than happy to defend a war with a country that starts with the letters IRA that we are currently failing, that is going to put us trillions and trillions of dollars more in debt. I was only a few years old while you were in the administration defending prior endless wars. Now this war is failing.
8 weeks is endless to you?
Okay, you said it was going to be 4 to 6 weeks.
You have the attention span of a gnat? Is that
Homie,
what you
I
have?
debated you on TV 4 to 6 weeks.
Pause it for 1 second. See, that's where it's quite clear that what triggered him had already happened before he says you have the attention span of a gnat. That is generally not what you hear, even from the odious Jennings. Now, Jennings is under a lot of pressure, I think, because there's
internet rumors.
There's internet rumors and, about him.
I'm sorry. I didn't actually listen to this one. It's Sunday FUNDAY. And on some of these ones where I know I don't have to try and make sure to keep it short and because that's part of my job essentially, because we can't just sit here and watch videos and I can just sit here and not comment on them, right? It's basically my job to, if I'm bringing you a video, to have something to say about it. But with the Majority Report, I mean, Sam made it open season on these videos long ago, declaring anybody can clip these things as much as they want. And so on this one, I just threw this in here after the fact and was like, I'd rather just watch this live with this, but I have not heard this yet. So I have no idea what he's about to say. What in the fuck is going on with Scott? This is news to me right here.
Internet rumors.
There's internet rumors and, about him, and that I think he's worried about getting out publicly, whatnot. But so he's probably on edge. But I think the idea that reminding people that this MAGA guy.
Now God. Now I'm really
now MAGA. He was at one point not.
It's fine. I'll leave salacious rumors to somebody else. We have plenty to criticize and give Scott Jennings shit over. Whatever he's doing in his personal life, I'm sure it's private and hopefully not illegal.
Illegal.
But he was responsible for promoting what was a large part of Donald Trump's sort of like counter-establishment campaign the first time around, which was the Iraq War. And I think in some ways, like, this is the fundamental political liability for these people, is that they all were against wars like this.
Right. I mean, what was advantageous for them in gaining power was Trump saying what people wanted to hear, but he has no connection to that once he's in power.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Scott is one of the people who's been claiming that Trump is the anti-war president. He's one of these fucking dimwits that's been saying Trump is the one, because he was in the Trump administration at one point. That's right. Now I'm putting it back together now in my head. That's right. Okay. All right. Right. He probably doesn't see him. Maybe he doesn't see himself as an econ. Maybe I was wrong. Oh, that's even more awkward. A guy who's been vehemently anti-war, trying to defend a failing war, huh?
So
that's a tough position.
They're just doing what Republicans do, and Trump, the ultimate con man, fooled the American public into thinking this would be different. And so Jennings here has to own the fact that this is just a continuation of his deeply unpopular party, even if Trump is a different face at the head of it.
Yeah, and I think like what Mockler does here is in some ways like pulls Jennings out of the closet,
right,
and says like, you are you're a longtime Iraq War supporter.
I mean, do you see how he matched his lapel pin? It's no longer yellow for the Israeli hostages to match his pocket square. That is a snazzy
What
look.
what is the purple ribbon about though?
Oh, then maybe it's not the same. But he's always wearing.
That's a red, white, and blue American flag.
Oh, never mind. He's always wearing the. He's usually wearing the.
The more that we unpack this, the more that I'm realizing that I've just sort of left Scott Jennings. Like, to some degree, like, he's a guy just endlessly annoying to me. So I just try and forget. Like, I just know everything he says is basically odious. And so I just try and, like, forget about him. Because he's so inconsequential in my mind. But he was in the George Bush administration. The special assistant to the president. Deputy Director of Political Affairs. That's crazy. I have no idea. I'm like looking into this right now. This is crazy. Honestly, Scott, like I said, he's not that important to me. And actually, I was wrong about him being in the Trump administration. I don't think he was. Where did I get him being in the Trump administration from? He's just been a big Trump supporter on TV. Yeah. Because he's been on CNN since the first Trump administration. That's what it is.
One, but I'm just saying he's got a good sense of fashion.
King. All right.
Only a few years old while you were in the administration defending prior endless wars. Now this war is failing.
8 weeks is endless to you?
Okay, you said it was going to be 4 to 6 weeks.
You have the attention span of a gnat?
Homie, I debated you on TV 4 to 6 weeks ago, and you said we were weeks away from it. Now you're making condescending remarks because you can't defend the fact that this war is not going your way. Wait, one more time.
Not going
Name one political concession. Name one political concession.
Honestly, I'm not going to have this guy's.
What? You're on TV, my guy.
Can you go back?
Wow.
I want to see that again.
This is how upset he gets with the idea of like that he's aging. It's difficult. I've been there.
I know, it's rough.
The man asks me a hard question.
That he is being outed. as being a war supporter, where he is, tried to position himself and aligned with the MAGA America First. We're not in favor of wars, right? But so go back so the people can see. It comes so much out of the blue. He feels like, I don't know, it is weird. It's almost like a feigned masculinity or I don't know what, but let's go back.
That's really
This war is not going your way. Wait, one more time.
Not going
Name one political concession. Name one political concession.
I'm not going to have everybody hang tight, okay? No, everybody calm down.
You're 48.
We're having a debate. You can respond to the points that he's making.
Can you name a political concession that we've got?
We had a flashback to the war the skinheads had in my studio.
I would be mad if I had to defend.
We get it. You have divorced parents.
We have a very simple goal: to keep terrorists and a terrorist regime from having a nuclear weapon that can threaten the United States, our interests in the region, our allies in Europe, anybody else in the world.
So you can't answer the question.
That is
I would get mad too.
All right, we're going to leave it there, guys. Next for us, the president suggests.
I mean, here's the weird part about that. Let's just go one more time back to just the moment, because the funny part is like, first he tries to play tough with, I'm sorry, like when you're 48 and you got like this 22-year-old, a 24-year-old.
Yeah.
Granted, he's incredibly intelligent. He's very well spoken. He has a lot of poise. You turn to him, you try and intimidate him by get your fucking hand out of my face. And then you turn to mom and you're like, hey, Johnny, he put his hand in my face inside. Hey, come on. Like, you started. It's such a baby.
Why are we allowing this at work? Yeah, he goes from toxic work to asking HR for help, right? Like, it's like he went up and like spanked the secretary, and then got punched in the face, and then went to HR and said, "I'd like to file a complaint." It's not quite a 1-to-1, but it's basically what happened. But he didn't even get punched in the face. He didn't even get the punch in the face. He just sort of like had this sudden like break. There's like this sort of schism that happens in his mind, and he just flips, and he's like, yeah, HR, Adam Aqua is being me right now.
You're kind of like a snotty faced bitch.
Good God. Fucking cry bullies.
You failed again, you murdering trash.
This is ridiculous.
All right. Now, apparently, it's not just Scott Jennings cry bullying Adam Mockler. You don't go to him. We don't go to Adam that much. Not gonna lie, he's a little libbed up. But I do think sometimes he has good takes. And I think it's a real concern that Donald Trump's team is attacking him. They should be focused on other shit, like making America great or whatever. Instead, they're doing this.
All right, we have a very serious conversation to have. There is currently a concerted effort among war-loving, neoconservative Trump sycophants, both in the administration and in the media, to silence our ability to call out Donald Trump's failing war with Iran. I am not making this up. Even Donald Trump's FCC chair, Brendan Carr, responded to a video on Twitter of me debating Scott Jennings. In this video, I am trying to hold Scott Jennings to account on Trump's failing Iran war. This is not the first war that Scott Jennings has had to defend from a Republican administration who is putting us in the debt and sending more troops into the Middle East, and it probably won't be the last war that Scott Jennings has to defend from a failing Republican administration. So I'm sorry that I went on air and I tried to actually hold somebody to account when they've repeatedly refused to answer any questions about this. Well, Scott Jennings snapped in my face. I'll play the clip in just one moment, but this clip went incredibly viral. And Donald Trump's own FCC chair, Brendan Carr, responds and says, FCC rules don't prohibit profanity on cable. Then he responds even
Okay,
further
all right, this is
after
all
an
we
account
need.
called
Thank you.
A Trump
Oh,
dog
wait, actually, I
asks him,
forgot.
what are the rules on smacking someone on cable? Yes, our FCC chair, Brendan Carr, then responds, also not prohibited.
This is ridiculous!
Can I ask you all a question? Is this what we were to expect from the most competent and meritful administration in history? This guy's getting paid American tax dollars. 100 grand, 170? Yeah, like 100 and like six figures. This guy's getting paid six figures, maybe nearly $200,000 a year, taxpayers' money, to tweet on video on CNN videos. What? Isn't there like other stuff for this guy to focus on? Like, I don't know, the massive media merger happening right now between WB and Paramount. Is that any concern of his? Nope. Nope, not a big deal. Let's go after. Let's dogpile on Adam Mockler and be like, actually, everything Scott Jennings did is perfectly fine. He could have punched him in the face if he wanted to. It's fucking deranged. These people are lunatics. Back from modding NCC. I didn't even realize NCC was streaming. We've been going for so long. She must have started and stopped while we were going. It's crazy. All right, well, we're not done talking about the media narrative war. Let's go now to Owen Jones. From his latest row on... I can't remember, what was this a podcast? I can't remember where this was at now.
Wow. Just wow. The government is threatening to ban protests against Israel's genocide. I went on LBC to oppose this, and among other things, my opponent argued that The Economist magazine is part of the Hamas propaganda machine. Yeah, that's right. That's the right-wing publication which supported Israel's genocidal onslaught against Gaza. That's what we're dealing with here. My opponent was Natasha Hausdorff, who's legal director of UK Lawyers for Israel. You can obviously get the gist of what they do. I'm going to include the whole debate, which starts with her speaking at some length. Please do persist in listening.
Natasha, can I just start with you? What do you say to the argument that although, of course, some appalling things are said on these marches, and it is not uncommon to hear appalling things said on marches, it would be an infringement on our rights to protest too grave to prohibit them?
Well, I disagree. And of course, at the centre of this is a balancing act, but it's one that has been pretty controversial since these marches, and I would call them hate marches for reasons I'd be happy to explain, since they began over 2.5 years ago. I remember actually being in a panel with Lord Ken MacDonald and Jonathan Hall KC, the independent reviewer of counter-terror legislation, already in November 2023, if you can cast your mind back to that time. And the general consensus, I have to say, on the panel is that the police weren't doing enough. I certainly have not accepted throughout this period that there were simply insufficient powers. I know we've heard from police commissioners all over the country complaining that they need to be given more powers by legislation in Parliament. But the fact of the matter is we saw a complete change, at least to an extent, in the way that these marches were being policed with respect to this incitement and these vile calls.
Now, just in case anybody doesn't know what she's fucking talking about, she's saying the police need to be given more powers to go after protesters. Those same police that in the UK have already been given the powers by the court to shut down pro-Palestinian speech, essentially. Going after the what's it called? Oh, there's a group, I can't think of the exact name of it now. The Free Palestine Action, I think, is the name of the group. So basically outlawed. And police have been told to arrest anybody that like says Palestine Action, like writes the word Palestine Action and holds up, like if you hold up a sign that says Palestine Action,
to jail, right away.
And this deranged lunatic is like, actually, that's not enough. We need more. We need more government repression.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
She says,
genocide against
please.
Jews after the horrendous attack on Yom Kippur on Manchester Jews, which was, of course, swiftly followed by the tragic incident, another mass attack, mass killing of Jews at Bondi Beach. So the change in the police's approach wasn't prompted by a change in legislation, but a change in attitude. And I think your previous caller, Jodie, put it exceptionally in explaining what these phrases mean, something that has been evident to anyone with a familiarity of the Middle East, but of course also to the British Jewish community from the very beginning. And unfortunately, the level of ignorance we have seen in combating these calls for genocide, for attacking Jews, and of course for globalizing the Intifada, which it's important to note we also saw on the 7/7 bombings. That globalization of the Intifada doesn't, of course, just include Jews. It includes ordinary British citizens as well. And it's high time we take the proper measures, the Home Office, the police, and also members of the public in calling this appalling rhetoric out.
I understand that, Natasha. And before I go to Owen, I just want to push on one thing. But if there can be no doubt that there are some things that are said on these marches that will be appalling, and I'm sure the police ought to deal with them. But if you are a person who feels passionately, does not agree with the idea of genocide against Jews, does not agree with the idea of violence against Jews, indeed you stand fiercely against that sort of appalling racism, but you still want to register your profound abhorrence with what the Israeli government is doing in Lebanon and Gaza. If these marches are banned, how are they to do so?
I think this is perhaps the most critical aspect of our conversation, the most important part of this discussion, which is what the driver of this wave of anti-Semitism that we have seen is. And the critical driver that is not being discussed, Lewis, is the false information being spread regarding Israel. And this is something the government does have powers to do something about. Of course, in a democratic society, people are free to express their views, even if I might consider them to be abhorrent. But there are things the government can do with respect to ministers spreading false information about Israel, which are undoubtedly driving many well-meaning people to attend these marches.
But could it be that things the Israeli government itself are doing are driving people to attend these marches?
Well, there I would actually push back and challenge very strongly, because what I continuously hear on these marches and in the media, the allegation...
She would push back very strongly on anyone having any issues with the Israeli government and anything it's doing. Is that what she's trying to tell us? It's incredibly far-fetched to think that anybody would have an issue with the Israeli government. What a lazy propagandist. What? Nobody would ever have any issues with Israel. I'd take issue with that. Really? You just get out of high school
that are supposedly underpinning this action have no basis in reality. They are, if you will, the modern version of the blood libel. Now, you may say to me, well, there are lots of well-meaning people who believe them. I'm sure in the Middle Ages there were many well-meaning people.
They are amping up this rhetoric. They are not turning it down. And it is disturbing. We had the same exact claims in the chat the other day. There was somebody in here basically claiming the exact same shit, talking about the protocols of the elders of Zion and the blood libel and all this shit. I'm like, dude, settle the fuck down. Nobody is getting even close to this. What are you talking about? This is you're living in a fucking fantasy world, a disturbing one, a nightmare, but a fantasy of your own making nonetheless. For some reason,
who'd been deceived, who believed that Jews targeted children to use their blood for religious ritual. That was not the case then. It is not the case now. The fact of the matter is, if we draw a parallel, perhaps this may assist Lewis, the Allied forces, of course, in the Second World War killed millions of Germans. Nobody called that a genocide. Nobody called brave RAF pilots conducting bombing raids baby killers. And yet we have these tropes and these blood libels being circulated with a complete refusal to acknowledge, and in many circumstances, I'm sorry to say, broadcast the reality, which is, and I say this as someone who's been on the ground in Gaza, witnessing the measures that the IDF takes, along with members of 6 NATO armed forces, very senior generals, colonels, majors among them.
Natasha, I've got to bring Owen in. I should say, actually, in the Second World War, there were people who criticised British government action in the Second World War, but and in terms of being too extreme, particularly the attacking of civilians and so on. But let's not get distracted by that. Owen Jones, Guardian.
No, seriously.
You know,
actually, I said the same thing earlier tonight. I was like, dude, what about Dresden? A lot of people have actually criticized what happened there. The firebombing of like all that. Like, are you kidding me? You don't think there was any criticisms? Shut up. That's ahistorical.
Is here. It is that these are hate marches, and you've heard what Natasha has to say. What is your response?
The world's been turned on its head. These are the opposite of hate marches. They're peace marches. They're marches opposed to Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people. It's the expression of opposition to Gaza being wiped from the face of the earth, over 100,000 people being killed according to multiple academic studies. She says...
And before I'm not going to go back here a second, because I was just thinking, let's not forget the United States, if we call that part of the Western powers, the United States literally evaporated. How many people again in Okinawa and Nagasaki? I mean, are we kidding me? That was a fucking war crime. Most of those people were civilians.
To Israel's genocide against the Palestinian people. It's the expression of opposition to Gaza being wiped from the face of the earth, over 100,000 people being killed according to multiple academic studies. She says genocide. I mean, just be clear, Natasha's making it clear that her view is scrutiny and opposition to Israel's crimes is anti-Semitism. And she has herself said, I've read her article in The Spectator, that accusations of genocide are blood libel. Omar Bartov is an Israeli academic. He's the Dean's Professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies at Brown University. He says, I have been teaching classes on genocide for a quarter of a century. I can recognize one when I see one. Amos Goldberg, Professor of Holocaust History at the Department of Jewish History and Contemporary Jewry at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. I can go on. There's a whole list, but I should say, of Israeli specialists who dedicate their lives to scrutinizing and researching genocide. Thousands of Jewish people attend these protests. They hold placards asserting their Jewish identities. They wear their kippah. They wear Orthodox Jewish clothing. It includes Holocaust survivors like the 88-year-old Stephen Kaposh. I interviewed Rabbi Herschel Gluck last week, who received an OBE for his work on intercommunal relations. He's the chair of the Shomrin, which protects Jewish civilian communities in northeast London. He said to me that so many Jews attend these protests that he thinks is a higher proportion of any minority, any community in this country, including Muslims. Jewish people are the co-organisers of the protests. It includes the National Secretary of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign. Every single protest has Jewish speakers. But what is very clear here is Natasha believes that any scrutiny, any opposition to Israel's crimes is unacceptable, is essentially an attack on Jewish people, and she wants to shut that opposition down. And I'm afraid to say that's not going to happen. As long as the Israeli state exterminates Palestinians, commits war crimes, cooks children alive in their tents with their missiles, starves people, we are going to keep on marching. And it is turning the world on its head to say that opposing murdering people, that opposing killing Palestinians is hatred and extremism. And if we're going to talk about, just finally, what's inflammatory, you can support openly Israel wiping Gaza from the face of the earth, and we're having no debate or discussion about how that's extreme or dangerous or hateful. But if you march opposing civilians being murdered alongside your Jewish fellow citizens, that makes you a hateful, dangerous extremist. The world's turned on its head and people don't buy it.
Natasha, you've heard the charge there, which is that you are simply trying to shut down scrutiny of Israel and what it's done in Gaza and is doing in Gaza. What is your response?
I can guarantee you it's going to be insincere.
And there are questions surrounding Israel's sincerity.
He's certainly not familiar with my work and my commentary on this, and certainly perhaps as unfamiliar with the facts and the reality on the ground. What we've heard in these series of projections and ill-informed ones as the rhetoric of a Hamas propaganda machine. This is an internationally prescribed terrorist organization that is putting out fake numbers, fake casualty statistics in seeking to capture the minds of unsuspecting people like Owen Jones. And plainly, they've been extremely successful, but it doesn't take away from the reality. And these genocide, so-called genocide scholars that have been quoted, it's a shame that many of them, or in fact all of them that were listed, don't seem to appear prepared to debate these issues in public. It is public discourse. It is opportunities like this. Well, certainly not with me and colleagues who have put out contrary, strong contrary examinations. Well, I'd be happy to go up against any of them, but I can...
Good. Well,
uh-oh. Got some more insincerity here. Difference was Germany flattened places like Coventry in the United Kingdom. Wait, do you think that just us talking about the conduct of the West in World War II or in any other conflict is somehow like a endorsement of the thing the other side does? Because that's not what I'm doing. But it was just responding to her claim that nobody has ever suggested that anybody has ever committed, the West had ever committed any crimes in World War II, I think specifically was what she said. And that's not true, right? It's demonstrably false.
I'm sorry,
Natasha,
I didn't interrupt. In fact, I was faded down. So let me continue, please. What we have heard is that manifestation of the blood libel, 100,000 killed. By whom? We've heard this consistent
God, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
I'll be
to blame Israel for all of these ills, when in fact the reality of the situation is that it is Hamas and those other internationally prescribed terrorist organizations. Let's not forget the IRGC is now being supported on the streets of London in similar hate marches. It is these organizations that these misguided individuals are marching to protect and defend, who are responsible for the humanitarian crisis, for the killing that Owen and others so pretend to lament. And it's the pretense here that is most damaging. That is what is having this misinformation spreading effect. If we are to engage with the reality that starvation was just thrown out, we have put out report after report assessing the levels of aid that were facilitated in the Gaza Strip and proving each and every one of these tropes wrong.
Natasha, I think it's fair. Natasha, let's Owen respond to what you've said.
Okay. I mean, look, you made a completely outrageous claim that I'm part of the Hamas propaganda machine. There's absolutely no basis or evidence for that. And if we're going to say that anyone who says that huge numbers of people have been murdered, exterminated, killed, whatever you want to say, by the Israeli state, The Economist backed Israel's assault on Gaza. They did their own detailed estimate of the number of people killed in Gaza, and their upper limit, and these are out of date, this was a year ago now, was 110,000 people. If we are to believe my esteemed guest, The Economist magazine is now part of the Hamas propaganda machine. As regards the well, do you know what? I rest my case on
multiple occasions.
Natasha, you objected to me interrupting you. All I would say is,
oh my God, it's one of the funniest fucking claims. Like, I know, like Owen's in it, and like he's too respectful to laugh in her face. But if I was Owen, I would just I would just be laughing at her. So I mean, how can you make that claim to me? That The Economist is a wing of Hamas? The Economist. Let's interrogate that claim for a moment and the absurdity of it. I mean, The Economist magazine. I mean, we can look into this publication. It's a British news and current affairs journal. It's been in publication since 1843. So, The Economist, a radical, as described by Wikipedia, a radical centrist and economic liberalism, a publication of radical centrism and economic liberalism. It's basically like I mean, oh my God. They are, oh my God, James Wilson would be rolling over in his grave. The Economist. Hamas propaganda wing.
You failed again, you murdering trash.
Tasha, please go ahead. Carry on arguing that the likes of The Economist are part of the Hamas propaganda machine, because all you are doing is discrediting your argument. And I would just add, by the way, you mentioned, for example, about these academics like Omar Bartov, the Dean's Professor of Holocaust and Genocide Studies at one of the most prestigious universities on the face of the earth. He dedicates his life, every single day of his life, studying genocides. He is one of the most preeminent scholars of the Holocaust. He knows this subject in a way you, a spokesperson for a pro-Israel lobbying organization, does not.
No, it's not.
And I'm afraid to say, you can say, by the way, you can say, by the way, I disagree with him. I don't think they're right. But you are going to have to stretch everyone's credulity to say that Israeli scholars of genocide who dedicate their lives to studying genocide are talking total arrant nonsense. You must have to accept that there must be some legitimacy in that argument. The truth is, Natasha, Israel has committed a live stream genocide. It has butchered vast numbers of people in front of the whole world. And that's why in America, for example, 2/3 of Jewish Americans think Israel's committed war crimes. 40% think it's committed genocide. Half of all Jewish Americans under 35 believe it's committed genocide. You would have to then say they're part of the Hamas propaganda machine.
Natasha, let me just Natasha, let me just put that. See, I mean, it is true. I mean, the polling that Owen Jones has quoted there, we see that. Is it your contention that vast swathes of the Western population, they are all too victims of the Hamas propaganda machine?
Well, I don't know how reflective these polls are of the reality, and I think there are multiple reasons we need to treat them with care. But yes, this is the centre of the point that I am making, which is that this propaganda from internationally prescribed terrorist organisations that Owen Jones has given another glorious rendition of rabbiting off is what has been adopted by a great deal of the mainstream media, not to speak, of course, of the social media accounts that are spreading these harmful tropes and untruths about the only Jewish state. The reality is, and there is information out there which I have published, including with colleagues at UK Lawyers for Israel and many others who are engaged in this subject, that prove all of this wrong. The problem with proving a negative, of course, is that those that are putting out these falsehoods can't be bothered to engage with it. And it is the oldest trick in the book to say, look at this.
I just want to just point something out to everybody here that I just realized while looking into The Economist a little bit more. Here's something fascinating. While this woman is claiming that The Economist is an anti-Semitic rag Hamas propaganda wing, did you know that The Economist is majority owned and well controlled by the Agnelli family. They're very, very wealthy Italian Jews who like own like a fuck ton of stuff, right? But are prominent Italian like business people, and I don't know about famous, like, what's the word? Like, I mean, just like well known to be Jewish, right? And like I'm like the second I saw who owned it, like I had to look into it. I was like, who the fuck owns this? Because it wasn't in, like, I couldn't find it in the Wikipedia, so I had to like Google search it. And I was like, wait, what? This is the insanity of the Israeli propagandist. It's like anybody, including all Jews across America and all of the planet, I'm sorry, across the planet, can in fact be anti-Semitic. If they say anything that Israel doesn't like or is inconvenient, they're just anti-Semitic. Anything and everyone can be anti-Semitic, including photos of Israelis, as we've seen. Like it's fucking insane. It's incredibly Orwellian, and the fact that we're asked to accept this all the time, like, oh, like don't believe your eyes and ears. Don't accept what you know is fact, but accept what I have said instead. Why? Because I say so. You wouldn't want to go against what I say, would you?
Who is criticizing Israel when those criticisms
But it is
are not
true, isn't it,
criticisms,
Natasha,
they're
that
not...
being anti what the Israeli government is doing is not the same thing as anti-Semitism?
Well, this is the critical distinction. I have not heard these individuals raising aspects of Israeli government policy that they disagree with. I have heard them putting out falsehoods and saying that is the reason that they object to Israel. That is when anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism are ultimately the same thing. It is the modern acceptable form. But it's not criticism of Israel to say that you object to things that the Israeli government has done when it hasn't done them.
I think what we all need to be doing right now is demarcating Jewish people and the actions of the Israeli state. That is what anti-Semites want us to do. They want us to conflate Israel's crimes with the Jewish...
Did you see it just now? She tried to respond. Oh, God. Go back. Oh. She's so upset by that response. But they muted her microphone.
To be doing right now is demarcating Jewish people and the actions of the Israeli...
Oh, girl, baby girl.
That's so satisfying watching that. I want to watch that.
We all need to be doing right now is demarcating Jewish people and the actions of the Israeli state. That is what...
And then they cut to the wide. And then they cut to the wide on Owen because she's screaming at the fucking television. And she looks like a psycho. Oh my God, that is so funny.
Right now is demarcating Jewish people and the actions of the Israeli state. That is what anti-Semites want us to do. They want us to conflate Israel's crimes with the Jewish people, and it's also what people lobbying and supporting the state of Israel want us to do. Now, as regards, by the way, the figures, The Lancet, the most prestigious medical journal on the face of the earth, they estimated that by January 2025, well over a year ago, 83,000 people had been killed. They said that was a very conservative estimate, and that obviously excludes all the deaths in the year and nearly a half since. We can listen to the figures of UK lawyers for Israel, or we can listen to Israeli genocide scholars and the preeminent medical journal on earth, and we can say, well, actually, we have a democratic right in this country, which our ancestors fought for at great cost.
Very briefly,
and we should be able to protest the murder of Palestinians.
Sure. Is it not fair enough to say that one of the things that we are often told, especially by the left, is that with regards to racism, perception matters. It is to some extent in the eye of the beholder how people feel. And you cannot deny that at least elements of these marches are making many of our fellow citizens, British Jews, feeling extremely uncomfortable.
This is once again the disingenuousness of the conversation. he's just discounted the fact that the majority of the people at the marches, as Owen has pointed out, or some vast plurality, some very large number of Jewish people are at the marches and completely disagree with this framing, right? Like, and that it's disingenuous from the jump to make this fucking claim. God.
Indeed scared.
This is ridiculous!
Briefly, could you answer that point?
There's no doubt at all that there's massive fear at the moment amongst Jewish people, not least because of the rise in violent attacks. What I would say is I would hope they would listen to Jewish protesters who join these protests, who help organise these protests, who speak at every single protest. They stand in the best tradition of Jewish people who have always been overrepresented in struggles for liberation and for equality, which has often driven anti-Semitism, I would say. So all I would say is, please speak to Jewish protesters, speak to the likes of Namod, who organised Jewish people in this country to oppose Israel's genocide, and listen to Israeli scholars of genocide as well. There you have it. I want to emphasise something I said. We have to demarcate Jewish people on the one hand and Israel, a foreign state. Both.
Yep. Thank you, Owen. You're absolutely right. I say it so many fucking times around here. I don't think people listening to this stream need to hear that again right now because we're kind of quiet. Well, quiet-ish. No, actually not that quiet. Look at that. Well, then... We still have like 100 people watching across platforms. Across the tri-stream. The Galactic tri-stream. So yeah, remember. Israel does not represent all Jews. And not all Jewish people across the planet support what Israel does. And in fact, that is a form of anti-Semitism to suggest it. Do some Jewish people support Israel? Of fucking course. Of fucking course. This wouldn't be a discussion if that weren't the case, but it's much more bifurcated than the media pretends. Anyway, Owen Jones, of course, is very good in these discussions. He's a master debater. Now, here's a debate we should probably have. How is it that a completely unarmed, completely decimated Iranian military been able to damage and destroy so much U.S. military infrastructure and or bases across the Middle East? Matchstick Boy, thank you for the follow. And Slice Me Nice, thank you also for the follow. We keep growing on Twitch slowly.
This is the very definition of totalitarianism.
That's true. That is true, Matchstick Boy. All right, CNN. Let's talk about it.
Unprecedented destruction. A CNN investigation discovering Iran has caused extensive damage to a majority of the U.S. military sites in the region. Precise Iranian missile and drone strikes, aided by sophisticated Chinese technology, hitting some of America's most crucial military assets in the Middle East. The extent of the damage unknown until now. Our Tamara Kablawi is out front.
Camp Buring, Kuwait. American soldiers enjoying a karaoke night at one of the biggest U.S. military hubs in the Gulf. That was then. This is now. A once bustling American microcity in the desert, nearly empty and heavily damaged after a weeks-long barrage of Iranian missiles and drones. One of many U.S. military facilities in the oil-rich Arabian Peninsula, targeted by Iran even as the U.S. and Israel pummeled the Islamic Republic's large arsenal. So what impact have Iran's strikes had on America's footprint in the Middle East? A CNN investigation found evidence of unprecedented destruction. We can reveal that strikes damaged at least 16 U.S. installations across 8 countries. According to our analysis and sourcing, that's the majority of American military positions in the region, and some of them are virtually unusable now. A U.S. source familiar with the situation told us that they'd never seen anything like this at American bases, that these were rapid, targeted strikes using advanced technology. Iran's main targets? Multi-million-dollar aircraft, like this Boeing E-3 Sentry, which gave the U.S. a huge amount of visibility over the Gulf. It's out of production, and in today's money, it's worth nearly $500 million. Critical communications equipment. Look at these giant golf balls. They're known as radomes, and they protect satellite dishes vital for data transmission.
A $500 million airplane just gone. Wow, 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 wow.
Dollars. Critical communications equipment. Look at these giant golf balls. They're known as radomes, and they protect satellite dishes vital for data transmission. In this base alone, Iran destroyed all but one of the radomes less than a month into the war. And crucially, radar systems. Highly sophisticated, expensive, difficult to replace, and critical to air defense. A second U.S. source, this one a congressional aide familiar with damage assessments, described these as the most cost-effective of the targets. Our radar systems, they said, are our most expensive and our most limited resource in the region. For U.S. allies in the region, there's a dilemma. In some ways, Iran's show of force makes the U.S.'s presence in the region even more necessary to Gulf security. But there's a new reality here, which is that U.S. military...
That's not what the Gulf seems to think. A lot of them are turning away from the United States and looking to make... We've seen it. Like, we've seen Gulf states looking to make partnerships with other countries. And with themselves, because the United States is not been protecting the Gulf, and not well at all, in fact. And as a result of U.S.'s actions and or inaction in some of these cases, because the United States pulled out of a lot of these locations, they left the Gulf countries that we've parked all these bases in, undefended. And if you're one of the Gulf countries, you might be second guessing your partnership with the United States. Like, if they're not going to protect us when we're getting attacked, maybe they're not as necessary as we thought.
Apartments in the Arabian Peninsula.
What stands out to you about all this?
Well, Aaron, what's interesting is that the U.S. intercept rate is likely somewhere in the 95% level right now. These look predominantly like drone strikes. That's our assessment, the Shaheeds that did this rather than Iranian ballistic missiles. But it does show if the intercept rate is somewhere around the 95% level, that 5% or so are getting through and they are having damage. So the system that the U.S. has in place is not foolproof. It's very good.
Wait, hold on. I went too far. Sorry. There's a spot in here that I wanted. I just can't remember where it was. Fucking hell.
For U.S. allies in the region, there's a dilemma. In some...
No. Wrong one. Where does it start? Here? Yeah.
Facilities have become. Have a look at this. It's the war room at Qatar's El Udeid Air Base, the theater command and control hub for U.S. air power across 21 nations. Struck not just once, but twice, and according to a U.S. source, causing significant damage. The base had been largely evacuated at this point, and no casualties were reported. Iran's visit.
How long until we start targeting Chinese assets? Hopefully never, because if we do start a war with China, if you think the Iran war is going bad, oh boy, you can't even imagine how fucking much of a quagmire a war with China would be. I'd also point out Iran didn't and doesn't have nukes. China, on the other hand, many nukes.
China. I have to have my China.
Over its targets has never been clearer. In 2024, according to the Financial Times, Tehran secretly acquired a Chinese satellite known as the TEE-01B, a massive upgrade from its own satellites. That means that Tehran went from looking at images of this quality to this. This is the first time America has fought an adversary with satellites that capture high-res imagery almost as detailed as its own. As the scale of the damage comes into focus, many will wonder whether America's presence, once a protective shield in the Middle East, has turned into its Achilles heel. Responding to our findings, a Pentagon official said that the Defense Department does not discuss damage assessments, but that U.S. forces remain fully operational with the same readiness and combat effectiveness. We also understand from our sources that the vast majority of U.S. troops evacuated their positions in the Middle East, with many working from the relative safety of hotels and apartments in the Arabian Peninsula.
What stands out to you about all this?
Well, Aaron, what's interesting is...
Okay, wait, hold on. So, what's another word for hotels and civilian structures? That's a shield. It's a human shield. And the United States has been accused of using human shields by putting military personnel, troops during a war that it started, in civilian structures. Like they retreated from the bases into civilian structures. Yeah. And according to Israel and the United States for quite some time now, many years, that's justifiable target, military target. Israel's been doing it over and over again. Oh, there's a Hamas tunnel under that hospital. Oh, I think I see a Hamas member behind that child. Like, they're constantly making these sorts of claims. Oh, I think that journalist is Hamas. Oops, UNRWA is Hamas. I think those aid workers are Hamas. Everything's Hamas. And so Iran could basically make that same claim now, since we've ignored those clear violations of, humanitarian law over and over again with Israel, who's now involved in this war. So it was really tough to make those claims when you're fighting alongside Israel. Maybe it's easier in Ukraine, right? In Ukraine, we feel justified. But in this particular case, it's very difficult to justify it when you know for a fact you've been giving the bombs to the guys that you're fighting alongside for the last 2.5 years to do exactly the thing that Iran turned around and did, which was to strike those civilian targets. Yeah, but we're not very smart. Yeah, that is accurate. Now, the unpopularity of the Iran war continues to increase. Or another way to say that is the popularity of the Iran war continues to decrease. So far, at this point, 2 months into it, it's less popular than the I'm sorry, I almost called it the Iran war just now. The Vietnam War, which lasted for, hold on, let me make sure I get this right. 20 years. Although, wait, how long was the U.S. involved? That wasn't, we weren't there for 20 years, right? We were there less, right? Slightly less, 18 years. So we're now more unpopular. The Iran war is now more unpopular than the Vietnam War, a war that lasted 18 years. Only took 60 days.
Immediately, if not sooner.
This is a murderous regime. And if you want to sit here and get mad at Donald Trump because you hate him, that's fine. But the Iranians are not our friends.
When you have Republicans, Democrats, and independents all saying virtually the same thing, that we have concerns about the objectives, we don't think it's benefiting us, we think it's hurting us, that's a signal that the American people aren't behind you.
And whatever you want to use, can you let me talk, for crying out loud?
Tell me a popular war in the United States. Besides World War II, can you tell me a popular war? Tell me a war that is polled well in this country.
Gulf War I.
No war in. Well, first of all, we can laugh at the table. I mean, war is not popular.
The only reason they have that enriched uranium is.
I don't know, the Revolutionary War, the Civil War. I mean, I think at least for most people, would say those are popular wars. Like, we're glad we did that one. Like those ones, you know, like the good guys won. At least that's what we're supposed to say in America. And actually, yeah, I think that's right. I'm just trying to think. Yep. King George, slavery. Yeah, those are bad things. Yep, those are bad things. And in fact, the good guys did win.
Because Trump bailed on the Obama
But that also
and
sunset and was going to allow them to continue.
In 2030. In 2030, it was going to sunset.
Okay,
it was not going to sunset today.
At some point. It wasn't this panacea.
Wow, that was fun.
Good evening, I'm Abby Phillip in New York. An inflection point tonight in Donald Trump's presidency and his war. Thousands across America on this May Day protesting the president's policies and calling for better working conditions as costs skyrocket due to his tariffs and his war with Iran. Fewer than half of Republicans say that the country and its cost of living is heading in the right direction. This is a letter from the Trump administration.
That's quite a dramatic shift, by the way. Look at that. 25 points pre-war. Wrong direction. 70% of Republicans thought they were heading in the right direction. Now, 39%. 10% shift.
Is heading in the right direction. This is a letter from the Trump administration to Congress.
I mean, it should
says,
be bigger, but it's still big. Especially for Republicans who have been so, it's like even the red wall of Trump over
2026, I ordered a 2-week ceasefire. The ceasefire has been extended. There's been no exchange of fire between the United States forces and Iran since April 7th, 2026. The hostilities that began in February have terminated. Essentially, they're saying the war is over. The war is over, but gas prices are still going up. So,
yep. The war is over. It's over, and it's also not over. The war is both over and not over. Simultaneously. It's Schrodinger's war. Okay? You don't know whether or not it's a war until you're literally inside of it. You have to open the war box to know. And you're not allowed to do that. Can't open the box. Unless you're in Iran. And then you'll know. Of course, Donald Trump did do that, declaring hostilities both over and not over. Very confusing message.
A new proposal from the Iranians, the US president says it's not good enough.
So they want to make a deal, but I'm not satisfied with it, so we'll see what happens. Iran wants to make a deal because they have no military left.
Donald Trump says negotiations are continuing by phone. No return to Islamabad for the moment. That's only likely to happen if a deal is imminent. But the president says one problem is it's not clear who's in charge on the other side.
There's tremendous discord. They're having a tremendous problem getting along with each other in Iran. The leadership is very disjointed. It's got 2 to 3 groups, maybe 4. And it's a very disjointed leadership. And With that being said, they all want to make a deal, but they're all messed up.
One proposal that's been reported is that the United States will end the blockade of Iranian ports. The Strait of Hormuz will be reopened. There will be then concrete discussions on extending the ceasefire indefinitely, and then and only then would Iran talk about its nuclear weapon program. That is going to be a major obstacle for Donald Trump. He has made it clear Iran must commit to not having a nuclear weapon. Not now,
Not
not
gonna do
ever.
it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
Yeah. War is over and also not over. You don't even, it's over because Donald Trump, the reason Donald Trump declared it over because we hit the 60-day threshold,
tonight, President Trump
the
saying he
congressional
does-
approval. And so he just said it's over. Look, it's over. The war is over. Okay? And then he's gonna try and restart it and be like, look, this is a new war. Timer is restarted. And this is how endless wars begin. You just keep doing 60 days and you're like, oh, quick break, everybody. 48 hours. We'll be right back. Speaking of which, oil's back up over $100 a barrel right now. Ezra, thank you for the follow on Twitch.
Need congressional approval to continue the conflict with Iran, declaring to Congress today that hostilities with Iran have been terminated. But the Strait of Hormuz remains closed tonight, global energy prices surging. And this afternoon at the White House, the president himself suggesting there are only two options. Iran makes a deal or will, quote, blast the hell out of them. And tonight, the new report just in involving 5,000 U.S. troops. Jonathan Karl leading us off.
President Trump, facing a legal deadline, said today he does not need congressional approval for the Iran war because hostilities have been, quote, terminated. His declaration in a letter to the Speaker of the House comes as the Strait of Hormuz remains closed, triggering a global energy crisis and the highest prices for gasoline.
No, but that's what I'm saying, Etch. Like, that's literally what I'm saying. That's what he's doing. You don't believe me? Just wait. Just wait. He's gonna restart this war and then say, new war. New war started. The old war is over. This is Iran 2.0. Operation Epstein Files. Operation, nope, that's a different one. Mission Epstein Fury.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years.
In 4 years, the U.S. Navy blockade remains in force, and as talks with Iran are deadlocked, the president told reporters today he is considering not just continuing the war, but dramatically escalating it.
I mean, do we want to go and just blast the hell out of him and finish him forever, or do we want to try and make a deal? I mean, those are the options.
By telling Congress that
make a deal or blast him. Those are the options.
We have a demented, unintelligent person running the United States of America.
For fuck's sake. Yes, and as we've said in the past, I hate being a broken record on this one. But as I've said in the past, this is the blockade itself is an act of war. And the United States is still blockading the strait, even though we're claiming that the war isn't over. So really the war never ended. And we're on day 65. Instead, or whatever, day 60 something. Why? This is a stupid timeline. Where's Bacula? So are hostilities terminated, or are we going to blast the hell out of them? They're both... Look, listen. Hold on. Matchstick. Matchstick boy, I need you to listen right now. Okay, pal? All right? Hostilities are both terminated and not terminated. Okay? The war is over. The hostilities... I'm sorry. Terminated... The war never started, and it's also over. And hostilities are terminated and also continuing. The blockade is and isn't simultaneously. It's all in a quantum state. Are you familiar with Schrodinger's cat? This is Schrodinger's war. Do we need to talk about Schrodinger's cat again? Do we need to do this? All right, hold on. Wait, we've done this before. We'll do it one more time. Just for good measure, for everybody here. who's confused about what we're talking about. Okay, let's talk about Schrödinger, a German physicist, and his weird plan for his cat.
Don't be creepy.
Please hold. All right, for any physicists in here, this is a simplification, so I need you to settle down preemptively.
This wouldn't be a YouTube channel without a cat video, so without further ado, we present Schrödinger's cat. I'm sure you've heard some version of this famous thought experiment. You put a cat in a bunker with some unstable gunpowder that has a 50% chance of blowing up in the next minute, and a 50% chance of doing nothing. The gunpowder is Einstein's version. Schrödinger preferred poisonous gas. But whatever. So until we look in the bunker, we don't know whether the cat is dead or alive. And when we do look, it is either dead or alive. So if we repeat the experiment enough times with enough cats and bunkers and gunpowder, we'll see that half the time, Kitty survives, and half the time, Kitty goes bye-bye. The quantum mechanical interpretation is that before we look, the cat is in a superposition. It's both dead and alive. And our act of looking forces nature's decision. So our...
Okay, so this is a thought experiment of a physicist, essentially an attempt to explain where electrons and other particles exist at any given period of time. Because they're so small and moving so fast, it's impossible to measure until you actually, like, there's no way to know for sure whether, like where they are specifically in a state of when they're in a state of superposition. But you can, oh God, how do I explain all, like, now I'm going too deep on this. But the point is like, it's the same, okay? Like, we're in a ceasefire and then we're not, and it's all happening so fast. How can we know until we're observing it? Like, is the strait open? Is it closed? You can't know until you're in the strait trying to cross through. Is Iran, are we blasting Iran right now? Well, I guess it'll have to be on the ground in Iran, physically measuring it to know for sure. Because the state of play is changing so rapidly at all given times that we couldn't possibly know with any given level of certainty. Especially with the man who's in charge of messaging.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto. Mr. Supreme Leader Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Now, even with everything that Cyclone Cheeto's saying, unfortunately, Iranian officials are saying that it is likely for this war to resume.
What now?
Next tonight, President Trump issuing a new warning to Iran as officials from that country say the war is likely to resume and the rift between the U.S. and its allies appears to be growing. Here's ABC's senior White House correspondent, Selena Wang.
Tonight, more than 24 hours after President Trump told Congress that hostilities.
If we put in twice the dynamite, is the cat double dead? Good question. We'd have to, I think we'd still have to observe it to know for sure. Probably not. I would assume just normal, just like a normal amount. But the cabin would probably be extra exploded though, so.
Terminated, Iran warning renewed conflict with the United States is likely. A senior Iranian military official saying in state media that evidence shows the U.S. is not committed to any agreements or treaties. The armed forces are fully prepared for any new adventures or foolishness from the Americans. President Trump telling Congress yesterday that the war is over, bypassing a legal deadline that requires congressional approval to continue military action. But just hours after sending that letter, Trump saying the U.S. might be better off without a deal.
They've got to make a bad deal
But
Maybe better.
if they make a deal at all, because
Sometimes no deal.
Better off not making a deal at all.
Man.
With peace talks stalled, Trump issuing Iran
Sometimes
this
that's better.
stark warning.
Do we want to just blast the hell out of him and finish him forever?
Sometimes no deal is actually the best deal. That's the art of the deal. Sometimes you have to know when no deal is actually better than a deal. Everybody's saying it. Everybody's saying it. That's why I wrote the book. Art of the Deal. Volume 2, Art of the No Deal, coming out in 2028.
Do we want to try and make a deal?
The U.S. naval blockade in full force and the Strait of Hormuz remains closed. The Trump administration now asking other countries to join a new international coalition to help reopen the strait. U.S. officials tell ABC News the coalition would coordinate diplomatic efforts and enforce sanctions. But that ask comes as Trump has repeatedly blasted our NATO allies for not getting directly involved in the Iran war. On Monday, the German chancellor publicly criticized the administration's handling of the war, saying the Americans clearly have no strategy and the U.S. is being humiliated by Iranian negotiators. Trump responding, ordering the Pentagon to withdraw 5,000 U.S. troops from Germany over the next 6 to 12 months.
He's so petty. Nobody takes him seriously. Oh God, he's the fucking worst. I feel like I'm just like I'm losing it. Like I'm like, this is how we're starting the week, people. God damn, it's already 8 a.m. How is that possible? That's crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Okay, let's go to a quickly to Al Jazeera live stream. Then we're gonna move to Asia because we have a Sunday Funday. I refuse not to finish this out. I promised everybody a full frickin' stream. And
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up. Won't be surrendering anytime soon. We've gone too far already. We had 100 beautiful, perfect list, 125 videos. And we've gotten to the nearly the very end. It's just, my God, this is a sizable list. And look at all the things we've done. When you look back at it, it's basically everything. When you think about it, think about it. Yeah, you got an incredible deal here. Content-wise. 9.5 hours. Practically every topic you could imagine and more. Things that you didn't imagine existing. You're probably, I mean, in terms of valuetainment, perhaps hitting peak valuetainment. Am I wrong? I mean, this was a pretty, considering the times we're living in, I feel like, with everything said, the very difficult last 2 weeks I've been having. I skipped Sunday Funday last week. I felt we needed it more than ever.
Are you not entertained?
Are you not yet valuetained, Space Fams? If not, you're about to be.
You're about to be valuetained.
Hold on. What is this? What is happening? Oh, there we go. What do you stop? No. Wrong. All right, Al Jazeera for the last one on the Middle East. What's happening in, I assume, the Strait of Hormuz, and this guy is in cosplaying as a shipboat captain. A shipboat. Yeah, well, you know, I'm not perfect.
You're a moron.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
Various missiles or explosions, and we heard so many attacks on merchant ships. But
thankfully, our ship is keeping safe, and yes, we are here and waiting for the good news.
Would you want to try and cross through the Straits of Hormuz without coordination with the Iranian authorities, even if the US says they'll put together an effort to guide ships out? Would that be something that captains like you, a decision you'd want to take?
We have a clear written instruction from our company office: do not pass the Strait of Hormuz. So we are waiting for instructions. Of course, my company would never take this decision at the moment until unless everyone assess the situation. They know that it is clearly safe to transit the Strait of Hormuz. At the moment, there is no, concrete information regarding the safe passage through Strait of Hormuz. So we are still waiting for the instructions from office. And of course, once we have the instructions, so as a ship captain, it's my duty as well to assess the situation, to obtain all the necessary information and approvals from various authorities, and whom to contact and what all information to gather prior transiting through Strait of Hormuz.
So understandable, you wouldn't want to expose your ship to any...
Yep, my thoughts exactly on what he was going to say. We've actually heard of this guy. He has been stuck in the strait for months now. I think the last time we heard from him, he was like on day 48 or something like that. He must have been, it must be, oh my God. I can't imagine just being stuck on a boat for that long, not doing anything. It's got to be the worst. Valuetainment the clock. Exactly, Omega. You get it. Okay, on to Asia. First stop, Everest. It is Sunday fun day after all.
Now, a Palestinian-Jordanian mountaineer, Mustafa Salameh, is on a mission to carry handwritten letters from children in Gaza to the top of the world's highest peak. Salameh is making his way up Mount Everest with messages of hope from some of Gaza's youngest residents. He says the journey aims to raise global awareness of the hardships they face. Salameh is one of only 20 people in the world that have completed an adventurous challenge that includes reaching both the North and South Poles and climbing the highest peaks on all 7 continents. And here he is, Mustafa Salameh, joins us live from Everest Base Camp in Nepal. Mustafa, probably one of the most dramatic backgrounds we've ever had on Al Jazeera. You have stood on many of the world's highest peaks before. What's driving you to do this for Gaza?
Well, my visit to Rafah about 2 months ago has given me the inspiration and the motivation to be here. But 9 months ago, I met Dr. Arafat Mahdi, and we got this idea as a mountaineer, what I can do to bring the suffering and the story of every Palestinian child. And that what I do best is climb mountain. I did promise lots of people in my life not to go back to Everest, but
chat.
Hey, Omega Star, thank you for the gifted sub. Enjoy the emotes and the lack of ads, shower chat. That's gonna make things easier in the shower. I'm just realizing what your name is, shower chat. Is that safe? Yeah, I just don't want to see anybody get hurt while watching the stream. Make sure that you have, your wits about you. Something to hold on to, I guess, or that I don't know how you're positioned right now. Just
this is worth it. So I'm here. I've been here for about a month now, 2 weeks in Everest Base Camp. We're just waiting for this ice fall to open so we can start climbing up all the way to the top of the world.
And Mustafa, you are carrying with you the dreams and the drawings of children to the roof of the world. How heavy is that pack feeling both emotionally and physically today?
You know, meeting most of the kids online or when I met them personally, the story they have, it will break your heart. Time, I can tell you that they so much energy and give us so much dignity and show the world that they are standing in their land and writing all the dreams here in this kite, because this kite is going to go to the top of the world. It is light, but as you said, it's very heavy, but mentally, I'm carrying all these dreams to the top of the world because I do have dreams as well. And my dreams is to visit Palestine. I'm 56 years old and I'm still cannot enter my granddad and my ancestor place. So maybe I carry their dream and maybe one day I'll be able to visit Gaza and to visit Palestine when Palestine is free, inshallah.
56 years young, I think, Mustafa, would be more appropriate. The goal is $10 million for medical aid. I mean, when the wind is howling there at 2 a.m., I mean, how do those children's stories, how do they keep you moving?
You know, the children's story is of their dreams. So, you know, lots of their dream is a very simple dream that it's not the dreams of my kids or any of our kids. Parents in heaven is to have a proper meal, and also now talking to more and more. There is Ahmed, he wants to be a doctor because he said there is so many doctors being killed in Gaza. Rafah wanted to be a journalist because she said there is so many journalists. And one of her uncles actually worked for Al Jazeera. She wanted journalists. Somebody want to be an arsonist. Somebody want to be a policeman. So all these dreams give you this, give you this beautiful bush to be able to go up and make it. I mean, to be honest, yes, we are at 17,500 feet. We're going to go up and cross this ice fall to come 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, go to 8,000 meters where oxygen 13%. But trust me, it's absolutely nothing compared to what these kids and the Palestinians go through now in Palestine and especially in Gaza.
Mustafa, you are a man who has reached both the North and the South Poles. Is there anything about Mount Everest that still manages to scare you?
Well, listen, what scared me now in this ice fall, which we've been waiting now for 2 weeks to be able to cross it, because there is a big serac is hanging and we cannot move until the ice doctor given us okay. And we are having a little bit of go through, but we have to wait. So we have to be patient. Still scary, still dangerous. So that's why tomorrow I'm gonna fly to go to this mountain called Wobegon to fly this kite, and climb it is 22,400 feet, just to keep my body going, because we've been a little bit lazy staying here for 2 weeks.
I think your definition of lazy is probably different to my definition of lazy, Mustafa.
Yeah. Agreed. But, I mean, this was, in my opinion, a perfect FUNDAY story. Which is why I held on to it until today. That was from 5 days ago. Mustafa Salame. Working with the Rising Dreams charity, trying to raise $10 million for aid for Palestinians. Carrying letters of children, written by children from Gaza, to the summit of Mount Everest, even flying a kite with their names on it. Truly beautiful message. And certainly quite a trek to take to do all of this, but gotta take, hat and helmets off for this guy. All right, let's not go too far. From Everest all the way down to India, where Muslims say that they are being targeted. Millions of voters have been deleted from the rolls. Yeah, we can't forget the ethno-nationalist, the theo-nationalist, I guess you'd really call it. Push that's currently happening in India. It's bad. It's really bad. Like Modi's party is just, oh God, it is. And the West continues to just look the other way, and it's a real problem.
The neighborhood of Metia Burj, southwest of Kolkata, is gripped by a looming fear. Just days before the state election at the end of April, nearly half of the voters here have been declared ineligible, including 53-year-old Shakila Bibi.
I've been in this house for the last 45 years now.
Shakila is among the 9 million voters in West Bengal whose names have been struck off as part of a sweeping revision of voter rolls known as the Special Intensive Revision, or the SIR, led by the Election Commission of India. Muslims, who make up nearly 30% of the state's 105 million people, allege they are being intentionally targeted by the Hindu nationalist government of the BJP.
I can say with certainty our names were removed from the voter list because my family and I are Muslim. What other reason is there? 3 generations of my family have been living here now. How were our names removed? This is a grave injustice.
Even when all 12 family voters hold official Indian documents, only one of her daughters made the list with no explanation from authorities. The rest now face their worst nightmare. Senior BJP leaders have frequently labeled Bengali-speaking Muslims as infiltrators, threatening to deport them to neighboring Bangladesh.
I am worried about the future for me and my children. My world has turned upside down. My country is suspicious of me, seeing me as an enemy. I am a citizen of India, so is my father. They label us as Rohingyas and Bangladeshis. I do not even speak their language. How could I be Bangladeshi?
Last year, the Election Commission launched a revision of rolls covering over 950 million voters across the country. An exercise, officials said, was aimed at removing deceased or absentee voters.
Bullshit.
Give me a joke.
This is clearly an ethno-theocratic nationalist project that has been ongoing for some time, that they want to pretend like it's not happening. But we know it's just getting turned up, because they know that right now everybody's focus is everywhere else, which is why I'm afraid we had to talk about that after that great story before it. I'm sorry, everyone. I gotta make these difficult decisions around here, of how to adequately balance between valuetainment and actual news, and somewhere in between sometimes. Now, from India to China.
I have to have my China.
BBC News 5 days ago. Let's talk about how Operation Epstein Fury has been affecting
China.
Is China the real winner from the war in Iran? As the war in Iran grinds on, one big idea that we keep hearing is that in some sense, the real winner here is a country that technically isn't even involved in the fight, China. there's been a growing sense that the US's main rival appears to be boosting its diplomatic and military standing, while America is bogged down in yet another Middle East war. But is that really the full story? Or is China also paying a price in this war? From the BBC, I'm Asma Khalid, and welcome to The Global Story on YouTube.
Gives you the real effect that we're like talking down the line to China. You know, back in the day when people like, as I was saying,
Beijing, this is London.
Good evening.
China. Good evening. Good evening, Beijing. Laura, I mean, we're so happy to have you here today. You are the right person at the right moment to tell us about this, because one of our listeners, Sonia, got in touch with us and she asked us, she said, I'm curious to know.
Wait, what just happened? Wait, Mitty, did you just cheer bits? It says cheer 1000. Oh.
MIDI Doctors just cheered 100 bits.
Thank you, Mitty. That's the only one that showed up for me, like, on my actual notification, so I don't know if the first one went through. I can't tell. But, thank you. I'm not sure why it didn't work. Yeah, 2K woohoo? Oh, 2K on YouTube, yeah. Yeah, I would be a little more excited if we weren't demonetized right now, you know? Poggers, yes, thank you, Poggers. We're making big progress on YouTube, on Twitch, though. I mean, look, we have the same number of viewers as we do on YouTube right now. And it continues to be that way. Lately. 1,250 followers. Making big strides. I remember when we were back at 500, like 6 months ago.
How the Iran war is impacting China and how China's role in the world might change as a result of it. And in the Global Story team, you know, we've been thinking about this question of how all of this is affecting China, and we haven't had a chance to actually make an episode about it yet. So for many of us in the West, at least, China kind of...
Like, can I ask everybody a genuine question? Does anybody here feel like what I've done tonight was low effort at any point? Please feel free to chime in. Like, I genuinely would like to know, because that's what I'm being fucking accused of being inauthentic, low effort content. I'm just wondering, at what point have I been inauthentic during the stream, or at any point did you feel that the production value was so low it deserved to be demonetized? Like, I'm just like, makes it harder for me to celebrate the 2,000 number. I want to be excited. Believe me, I couldn't be more excited. Because we're now more than twice as many subscribers on YouTube that we needed originally to get fully monetized, which was like this big milestone, which made 2,000, at least like a month ago, something I was like so excited about. And by the way, my best friend's wedding's this month, my birthday's next month. So I was like, oh, everything's coming together. You know, we're gonna hit 2,000 on YouTube. It's all beautiful. And then fucked. Then I just get fucked. So incredibly rude. Holsky, thank you for the follow on Twitch.
As an ally of Iran. Is that right? And is it as simple as that? Where does it all start for you?
Tristan, it's really not that simple. So there's this idea that China and Iran are really close, and they are. They have been good friends and allies for many years. Back in 2016, for instance, President Xi visited and then deepened the relationship. They've signed this so-called 25-year strategic partnership. China has really promised $400 billion of investment in Iran, and in return, asked for the oil to keep flowing towards China. In reality, it's really not sure how much of that money's made it to Iran. However, the oil has obviously kept flowing, and that's the relationship China has with Iran. It does need Iranian oil, so it gets about 13 to 14% of its oil from Iran. Now that's about 80 to 90% of Iran's total oil exports. So really it does need Iran in that way, but it gets much more from other areas of the Gulf. For instance, 14 to 15% from Saudi Arabia. In total, it gets about 40% from the Middle East region, and most of that goes through, as we all know now, the Strait of Hormuz.
So, Laura, I remember back in September, there was this grand military parade in Beijing, and there was this family photo of Xi Jinping in the center. I think on his right was the Russian leader Vladimir Putin. To his left, you saw the North Korean leader Kim Jong-un. And behind him, looking over his shoulder, which I will confess at the time didn't really register to me as a big deal, is Iran's president. And notably, you didn't have people like my American president, Donald Trump, was not there. You didn't see many other Western leaders were not there. I would love to understand what that parade tells us about the Chinese-Iran relationship pre-war. But in that moment, it looked like China was displaying its military power, its military strength, and Iran was there.
China! So I think they're called frenemies, or the axis of upheaval, or there are so many names for this grouping of Iran, North Korea, Russia and China. Now the truth is, the one thing that they really all have in common is that they don't want the US to be the centre of a world order. And what you were seeing on display there with those huge missiles being paraded through the centre of Beijing, you're seeing a display from President Xi to say, look, I do have.
Yes. Well, fact is China is a massive power. They do need Iranian oil. Iran needs to sell its oil to China. And unfortunately for China and Iran, I don't think there's if I'm not mistaken, I don't think there's a pipeline from China to Iran. It needs to be shipped there somehow, or otherwise taken in some other fashion. I guess perhaps by train. I think there is trains between there, though. Is there a pipe? Actually, hold on. We'd have to go through like Pakistan or Afghanistan or one of those countries, if I'm not mistaken. I shouldn't just say these things without thinking about it. Oh, actually, there is. Wait, no. Wait, how far does this go? No, it doesn't go all the way. It has to go through Turkmenistan. Yeah, that's what I thought. I knew it was one of those countries that are between them. Yeah. The Central Asian China gas pipeline ends in the northern border region of Turkmenistan. So yeah, there's no direct route from Iran to China, which complicates things for them. You think my laid-back persona makes it seem low effort? Not that what I'm doing is low effort? I see. Yeah. I'll take that. As if it comes to me without any effort. I'll take that. Although I will point out it's very high effort. At least ahead of time. And also during. I mean, the production of this stream is quite difficult. Like, there are so many things I'm, like, doing to try and make it as good as I can. Although it never is as perfect as I might want it. I do shoot for the very best possible stream experience for everybody. Even if it goes 10 hours. I don't want people to be bored for a single second. The second they tune in, I want them to feel fully valued.
You're about to be value-tained.
And we're finishing, not finished, skipping. We're done with that BBC clip because that thing was mostly just talking about how this one woman seemed to think that China was having a really hard time with all of this war. And I mean, to some degree, yeah, with the way it is framed is like that China is like losing out more than anybody else in this war or something, or like, and I would disagree with that claim. That's kind of the framing of that piece. And sure, they are losing out big time economically right now. It's no good. People are pissed. So is everybody else. Everybody else is also having problems. It's different problems for each country. China is struggling with its manufacturing sector, getting a hold of enough oil to create enough plastic to produce all the products that they do over there. That's one big problem. But they're not struggling as much on a whole bunch of other things that everybody else is, since they have done so much great transitioning onto renewable energy, electric vehicles, things like that. So we're all experiencing these things differently. Speaking of experiencing things differently, let's go back to talking about the robots. They're back. They're here. They're here, and they're back. They're back on the stream, and they're still here, and they're in China. Exclusive video of Chinese robots being deployed to help with traffic during a busy May Day.
Hangzhou just leveled up its traffic game with actual robot cops. During this bustling May Day holiday, East China's Zhejiang province unleashed a futuristic special police force on the streets of Hangzhou. 15 sleek, intelligent traffic management robots officially hit the beat, proudly becoming the country's first robot traffic police squad in action. These high-tech helpers are now patrolling the city's hottest spots, Westlake Avenue, Yan'an Road, and the buzzing areas around the famous Westlake Scenic Spot.
Oh, God. The police robots are here.
Look, you've been very bad and the robots are coming.
You'll find them in the main urban districts, commercial hubs like Hubin and Wulin, and anywhere crowds and cars collide in cheerful holiday chaos. Picture this: a shiny robot standing tall at a busy intersection, confidently direct.
RCAB robot cops are bastards. That's a good one. That's a good one, Matchstick Boy. I'll give you that one.
Traffic like a pro, while another one is happily planning the perfect route for tourists heading to Wulin Square. No more getting lost or stuck asking strangers for directions.
Well, there you go. Robot cops. Hitting the beat. You've been bad. And the robots are coming.
Look, you've been very bad and the robots are coming.
All right, from China to North Korea, where at this time last week, Kim Jong-un met with the Speaker of Russian State Duma.
Для нас большая честь находиться в эти дни в Пхеньяне, участвовать в открытии мемориального комплекса и музея.
It is a great honor for us to be here in Pyongyang to participate in the inauguration of the memorial complex of the Museum of the Combat Exploits of the Heroes of the Overseas Military Operation. I feel like Sunday Funday and or like the weekending report, like the weekend is the only time we get to talk about Asia. We usually completely gloss over it. Like we get as far as West Asia, we get to the Middle East, and then we basically just run out of time. And I'm just like exhausted. I'm like, I can't do this. I end up saving a lot of these stories for the end of the week. Times like this. All right, now for some more Sunday Funday content. To Taiwan. Now you might be thinking to yourself, these days, I don't know how old you might be, but maybe you're thinking you're getting older. And you don't think you can get in and or stay in shape like you once were. I disagree. Or perhaps get in better shape than ever. I vehemently disagree. I think that you can be a champion, okay? You can take things far and beyond like never before possible.
Never give up. Never surrender.
Oh, shut up. Just like this old Japanese lady. I'm sorry, Taiwanese lady. Excuse me. That's the next place we're going. Japan. I'm reading the wrong title. Taiwan. Just like this Taiwanese grandma.
I made a huge, tiny mistake.
At home, I cook and feed my husband. So my whole body takes on a lot of things. But my younger sister, who comes to train here, gets good results. So she and my daughter encouraged me. My husband is at the final stage of his life, but still asks me to train here because he worries that I could not make it on my own. So I made up my mind to stay healthy and to come here. My trainer also keeps on encouraging me. I can lift 30 kilograms. People say, hey, Granny, can you lift 30 kilograms? Really? You can? I say, no problem. People would doubt, really? You can? And I say, don't worry, I really can. So I lift up to 30 kilograms.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
In a medical situation, we would remind patients that gym training prevents sarcopenia and helps with osteoporosis, while increasing the density of bones. In general, I have observed an increasing trend of elderly people accepting such concepts. They give up the idea of remaining sat or lying down because they became elderlies, and instead, they would pick up sports or training. That's right, old people. Get out there and get working out. You can do it. I believe you. Never give up. Never surrender.
No, never give up. Never surrender.
What better way to never give up and or surrender than by starting your day off with a little bit of exercise? That's certainly what some people do in Japan.
This is how Japan wakes up. It's called radio taiso. In English, it's radio exercise. It's a very simple idea. at 6:30 in the morning. On the radio, we get music and choreography to exercise by. People gather in city parks to do it. People gather in their offices, in schools. You can do it at home. The exercises are not very strenuous, just stretching and basic calisthenics. It's suitable for all ages. Everybody can do it. You can exert yourself a lot if you want, but you don't have to. As we all know, Japan is famous for longevity, a long-lived population. I wouldn't say that Radio Taiso is why, but it certainly can't hurt anything. So from this beautiful park in Tokyo, Kiba Park, Ohio gozaimasu.
Ohio gozaimasu. Okay. Thank you, Associated Press. So there you go, Space Fams. You could be like people in Japan. Little Radio Daiso. I mean, right now, while listening to my voice, you could be moving your body around. Now, of course, it can be difficult to be active these days with fewer and fewer options and serious financial woes. Times are tough. Gas prices up. Going to your gym, whatever, it might be tough. You know? And unfortunately for Japan, the economy is still not doing good either. However, Japan's government is prepared to intervene once again if things get out of hand. Reuters 2 days ago.
Japan's yen jumped in a sharp move on Friday. It comes after the country's top foreign exchange diplomat warned Tokyo was ready to step back into markets. Atsushi Mimura's words came only hours after official buying lifted the currency. The price move and comments led to speculation among currency traders of another round of intervention by Japan. The US dollar dropped in the London morning, falling by as much as 0.66% to a session low. It wasn't immediately clear what was behind Friday's move, but analysts said after Thursday the market was on edge. Tokyo's ramped up rhetoric came as the yen stays under pressure from wide US-Japan interest rate gaps. And it's also ahead of a holiday stretch officials fear could bring speculative attacks.
I almost forgot, people. This is our second to last video. You deserve one of these. So 10 hours and 15 minutes. It's a marathon stream tonight. Wait. Somebody just posted something. Who said it? Who said it? I'm trying to remember. Stop letting them fuck with my head. See 21st Century Suffragettes episode. Can you post that in the Discord, Vicky? Are you in the Discord? Can you post it? I'd love to see the video that you're talking about. I see what you're talking about. That might be very helpful to me, but I'll probably forget. Oh, God. I just have so many things in my mind right now. The Discord is where I keep so much stuff. And I need to make so much progress today. The second the stream ends, I have to do so much shit. I can't sleep today. I have to stay awake all day somehow and all night, and then go to sleep at like a reasonable time so that I can reset my schedule. Because that's part of the thing. Is like, first off, I'm super far behind in everything. And I got timing wise, everything got fucked up this weekend because I started the weekend late. And it's just sort of domino effect. So I gotta somehow get the schedule back on track here. The only way to do that is to get to sleep at the right time. Wake up at the right time. But I'll also say this. May the 4th be with you, everybody. 8:49 a.m. It's official. Star Wars Day. And in the Discord, we'll be doing Star Wars Day stuff, including streaming Star Wars related stuff. Second is over. I'll try and get that going as well as everything else I have planned for myself to try and get shit together. Oh my god, I have such a long list. I need to write it all down in my planner. I didn't do that. I should have. It's crazy how much pressure I put on myself. I have expectations. All right. Final video of the night. This one's a Sunday FUNDAY one for sure. NHK World Japan from Wednesday. Grand Sumo. Thrills and spills. On the Jungyo tours.
Sumo's top stars travel around Japan between tournaments. These tours are called Jungyo. In March and April, Jungyo usually take place in western and central areas as well as Greater Tokyo. So what happens on these special tours? I went to find out in Yokohama, just south of the capital. The doors have just opened, and you can see all these people swarming into the venue to get a sneak peek of the Rikishi up close. This really is a treat.
I couldn't get tickets for the May tournament, so I came here instead.
I think it's lovely that this is a way for people to stay connected to this who can't go to the national tournaments, who aren't in the right areas to do that. So I think this is a beautiful way to do it.
About 8,000 fans pack the venue. This really is the perfect opportunity to get really close to the Rikishi. The event begins with a practice session. Some of the wrestlers warmed up right in front of the spectators. This woman got an autograph from her favorite, Saganoni.
He was cool and very gentle.
Tobizaru always draws a crowd. He even translated his name for us into English. Jungyo are the perfect setting for fans and wrestlers to interact.
Flying monkey, he says. Yes. I believe.
Are the perfect setting for fans and wrestlers to interact.
I totally forgot who sings that song for a half a second. Oh my god. Oh yeah.
They also offer the wrestlers a chance to stretch their vocal cords.
Why? What's she doing?
They sing to express their gratitude for the local support. And the wrestlers even get to flex their comic muscles. This performance is called shokkiri. It's a show of what not to do in the ring, such as kicking or grabbing the top knot.
Illegal.
Sumo comedy. It's like educational sumo comedy. The audience seems to love it though. Look at this guy over here. He's dying. He is dying. He loves it. Exactly. These guys can do everything. Triple threat. Fucking triple threat entertainer. Okay. Well, Space Bams, that was the whole Sunday FUNDAY stream. My God, 10.
Do you know what we're here for?
Beautiful hours. Who just raided? Somebody just Lando M Lazy Lizards Lounge. Thank you for the raid. You just raided into the end of, well, the beginning of the end of the stream. We still technically have the super secret late night after hours Galactic chill stream, which will last another like 20 minutes. But it's a pleasure to have all of you here regardless. It's been an incredibly long night. I hope your stream went well. 10.5 hours. May the 4th be with you, everybody. Sunday FUNDAY, which we deserved after this incredibly horrifying week that preceded and what will most likely be a terrible week ahead of us. Good God. 9 for you. Wow, long stream. It's a very long stream. Yeah, well, we're not quite done. But the regular portion of the stream is coming to an end. What a crazy week. Thankfully, we had a Sunday FUNDAY here to prepare us for and or recover from last week's stream. Boy, oh boy, did we talk about a lot of stuff tonight. I won't go over it once again. I mean, it's just so many topics I couldn't possibly manage to encompass it all in one sentence. Suffice to say, a lot covered here tonight. Hopefully we're all sufficiently value-tained. Well, we got through another stream. It was quite long and also difficult, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. Till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your Galactic patrons. Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Brady, Zammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Oenoap, Nadia, Choki, Scouts. Hold on, I'm doing this by memory right now. I'm trying to upload this fucking file. I want to do it. You bastard. I forgot to do this. Oh, motherfucker. Go back. Oh no, Nadia, Choki, Scout, Selena, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchfork Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, Lovely Pariah, Mish, Becky, The Cypher, Icebreaker, Columbia Rican, New York, Will in Detroit, Sisyphean Task, EC, Free Palestine, Hermit Horologist, HBX, Manda, Laurie Lunchmeat, Carl, Gaslightocracy, Paige Larson, Frizzla, Benihana 99, Dark Sparkle, CJ from the 6, The Reference Frame, Glitchmaster, The Social Butterfly, The Anarchist, Perf XL, Winnie and Robin, Young Chris, Echios, Emily S, and Hakate, who unfortunately I forgot to upload the 3rd slide to this, and it won't let me do it right now. It's being a dick. I'm sorry, Hakate. Well, that's right. All these people here help produce the show, which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month on Patreon. Oh, right. Oh, that's that's one of the worst ones I've ever typed. It's, every single one is misspelled. You know what the news face fans. God damn. Actually, no, it's not. No. Why did it look misspelled? What am I talking about?